for?
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
reality,
what you talking about?
Well, here we are again. It's been days since we've seen each other last, which means there's a hell of a lot for us to talk about. Guess we better get right to it, Space Fams. As always, don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts. These space flights are often filled with danger. Well, I don't know if anybody can even hear me right now, but I'll try and give out some shoutouts. Obvious Books, Hermit Horologist, and May Wormy. 123 in the YouTube chat. Bob Carmody, 4th. Mozart, Chef Bongi. George Waters. Jules T, Pitchforks Dragon. Jet. Soul Life. Evan from Portland. Jules T, I said Jules T. Omega Star, Atticus Among Us. Donald James X. Mini Doctors. Sisyphean Task. Pitchforks Dragon. Monope. Oh, God. Oh, this is going to piss me off all night. There's no way this works. I'm going to have to shut down some software here. Oh, fuck me. Told me to wiggle the wire. Very helpful. But no, the interface has not turned on whatsoever. Not one time. Since I had tried. You start going here. So, wiggling the wire has obviously happened already. Might have to go without the soundboard today. I think that's going to be one of the main things here. I hate doing this. Well, it looks like sound is at least going through. But we have no video because my situation is all screwed up. Jerry. Get well, Jerry. Yes, indeed, Jules. Yes, indeed. Thank you for the super chat, Jules. Really appreciate you. Screen is frozen, but audio sounds good. Thank you, Monop. Thank you. I'm going to try and get this to a point where we can get the stream going. Oh my god. And we're using a completely different microphone, right? I'm having to use my internal microphone on my computer rather than the microphone that I use every day. This is horrifying. I'm going to need a new audio interface. I am going to need a new audio interface. This sucks. I keep like unplugging and like replugging in the audio interface, like trying to make it work. I've been doing that for like the last hour and a half. The lava lamp's broken. Everything's broken. Everything is broken. Oh, God. I have to turn off and back. Switch over to SWB. We can really lean into the late night space radio. Oh my god, this is horrifying. Well, galactic announcement. Might need to get a new audio interface. So if you got some extra cash sitting around, do consider sending it to the PayPal or the Cash App. Because looks like my expenses just got bigger and my ability to work has now been impeded. This is maybe the worst outcome I could have perhaps dreamed, nightmared. This is great. So excited about this. Oh, God. Oh, God. This is horrifying. Okay, I'm going to attempt. Is it a Machine Mini? Machine Mini is not an audio interface. Machine is the soundboard. Use a machine for a soundboard, not for an audio interface. Just to clarify, an audio interface is what I use for my microphone to come through, but it's also a device which some of my software and hardware, like the machine, which I use as a soundboard, depends on as an external audio driver. No, not audio card, right? That's essentially what it is, right? It's an external audio card. That's what an audio interface is. You know, some people have audio cards in their computer. Well, if you want something more beefed up, you buy an audio interface, right? And that's what I've been using this whole time. Do I have another device to test no, the only way to test the interface is to hook it up with a computer. Well, I mean, I plug it in. It has its own power. It has its own external power source, right? So how do I know it's not the USB driver? Because the audio interface doesn't turn on. That's how I know it's not the driver. It's a piece of hardware, Soul Life. Its own power source. That power source is not powering the audio interface, right? Stop talking about software, please. It's got nothing to do with software. Something fried. I don't know what, but it's fried. Going to try and make some adjustments here, see if I can't make this stream run more smoothly. Hold on, I need a freaking drink. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, my God, it's running. Oh, my God, look at that. Look at that. No lag. Incredible. Incredible. Okay, look at that. Luigi's dancing. Lava lamp is lamping. That's what's up. Doc. Hey, at least we can kind of stream, it would seem. I'm fairly certain if I try and turn the soundboard back on, we're going to have problems. It does suck. We all love the sounds, including myself. Okay, stop giving me software solutions, for the love of God. Right click on the start button. What is that? What are you talking about? How long have you been watching this stream? Fairly certain you know what kind of computer I use. Okay, I guess we'll try and make this work, even though I can't have everything I want right now. At least it appears to be doing some things that we want. This is actually, I mean, could be worse. I mean, I was, for the last, 10 minutes, I was thinking, oh, good. Oh, good. We're not going to have a video whatsoever. I was preparing to give up completely. But it looks like we'll be able to do the stream. Just not going to have everything we want. Does it have a 9-volt battery compartment? No, it's a bit... No, it's a bit more intensive than that. It requires a great deal more electricity than a 9-volt battery. Nope. No. It requires constant power. Oh, no, it's very unfortunate. Fact is, I've had this audio interface for a decade. Yeah, as a musician, I have always, not always, but for a very long time, like I said, over a decade, I've owned this audio interface. It's actually probably closer to 12 years at this point. So, it was going to happen at some point. Technology only lasts so long. Oh, God. Okay. Sorry, I need to adjust something here, but we are going to have the stream, it would look like. Just not necessarily going to have everything we want. Let me try and adjust. I got to adjust here. Here's my problem. It's Apple. It's not an Apple audio interface. It's a Motu. One of the more reputable audio hardware manufacturers. Like I said, it lasted over a decade. It's got nothing to do with the computer. Anyway, it's been way too many days since I streamed. I was planning on streaming Thursday and or Wednesday. Didn't do either of those. Now we got 3 days worth of stuff to get through. It's GNN Unplugged. That's exactly what it is. It's GNN Unplugged. Live and in the flesh. Oh, God. Real. Acoustic. Oh, my God. All right. I'm going to do something dangerous and crazy. It's probably definitely not going to work. But hey, might as well give it a shot. All right. Do a Bowie cover. Ground control to Major Tom. I'm stepping through the door. Things look very different today. For here am I sitting in a tin can. It's a baby Alright, everybody settled down. Everybody settled down on my hardware. And it just took a shit on me. It did take a shit on me. Yeah. No, that happened. And it's making me sad. It's been a very reliable piece of hardware in my life for over a decade. It's like losing like a friend. It's like losing a close friend right now. Okay, I'm going through it in this moment. I just figured out this. I didn't notice because we hadn't streamed Wednesday or Thursday, and for the last 3 days, I thought it was working perfectly fine. Essentially, came to the computer 7:30. I was planning on starting a half hour before I even did just now. I was planning on starting at 8:08. Because I like to do things like that. 8:08, 9:09, 10:10, 11:11. It's weird. Thank you, Mono, for your condolences to the interface. R.I.P. indeed. Rest in peace, Mo2. It lasted me a long time. Now, maybe I'll be able to take it somewhere and get it fixed for cheap. Unlikely, considering how old of a device it is. I mean, I might take it apart and look through it, see what, if anything, is going wrong inside of it. I shook it. I heard nothing shaking around, which is a bad sign. It probably means a chip is fried. But we must carry on. We will keep that audio, the Mo2, in our hearts and our thoughts and prayers through the stream. but must trudge forward into the abyss. Attempt to do the stream. Why do I smell cookies? I smell cookies right now. It's making me very hungry. Chocolate chip. I'm smelling chocolate chip cookies. It's very strange. Give me cookies. Well, hopefully, I don't even know what my voice sounds like on this on this microphone. Really, no idea. Hopefully, it doesn't sound horrifying without a fancy microphone. Give us dulcet tones. It's probably horrifying and garbled. Probably sounds like poop. Well, holy shit, how far behind is the stream right now? There was an incredible amount of lag that just happened. You are so far behind me. This is wild. This is wild, dude. Oh, at least I'm going to switch it over to the office. Okay. Heartbreak at 8:08. Yep, that's exactly what it is. Oh, God. Okay. All right, we're gonna push on. Let's try and do the news. What do you say? News, anybody? America? Tesla stock. We'll talk about Tesla stock later. Things are finally looking up. It's true. They are. They are. Okay. Focus. Gotta get the focus. Okay. Like I was just mentioning, United States. It's a place we often go. And we always start our stream off with first. And that's where we're going to start today. But today we're going to start with a very unusual piece of news. Something doesn't happen every day. Something that relates to conspiracy theories. Long, long ago past events in history. It also happens to have some ties to current events as well. Current, perhaps HHS secretaries. That's right. We're going to start with the JFK assassination. Maybe it's the computer giving off the smell of chocolate chip. Maybe it's a stroke. Oh God, it could be a stroke. It's true. Maybe it is a stroke. Okay, nice. We got the office. That's working. Hey, all right. This is better than I thought that was. This is going slightly better than I was hoping it would go. Well, I'm going to shift my computer so I can get a better microphone. Hopefully that'll improve things. God, Fetterman. Oh my God. That's too much. That's too much.
That's too much, man!
That's too much. Too soon. Okay. Let's talk about the JFK assassination. And how the records, apparently, were just released. And by just released, I mean 2 days ago. Let's go to NBC News for the story. Go, Web, go.
release of the new JFK files about an hour ago, posted on the National Archives website,
Oh.
are what the Trump administration says are tens of thousands of never-before-seen memos, some intelligence reports, troves of top-secret documents. We are talking more than 1,100 PDFs.
Settle down.
President Trump has promised.
Excuse me. Settle down. You got a problem. You got the wrong goddamn display in the TV. Oh, what the fuck? There we go. That's much better. That's much better. Okay. Take two. Take two, everyone.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
And so breaking news tonight, the long-awaited release of the new JFK files about an hour ago, posted on the National Archives website, are what the Trump administration says are tens of thousands of never-before-seen memos, some intelligence reports, troves of top-secret documents. We are talking more than 1,100 PDFs, and President Trump has promised full transparency, no redactions. And we've been sifting through so many of those pages after the DOJ lawyers have been working all night to do the same. One detail that has been debated for decades: the single bullet theory. That is the official account that one bullet caused a number of wounds in both JFK and the governor he was riding with, the path of that bullet, and doubts over who was responsible for firing this shot has fueled so many of the conspiracies we've heard over the years.
A single bullet caused 6 wounds while staying intact. But many argue that the bullet's trajectory is impossible. The angles just don't add up.
How, where, and when did the CIA surveil Lee Harvey Oswald?
My father was walking at the bottom of the hill with John McComb when I got home, who's the CIA director. My father said to him, "Did your people do this?"
Did your people do
So
this?
his initial instinct was
That was Robert F. Kennedy Jr. there recounting his father's suspicions of U.S. government involvement in the JFK assassination back in 1963. Today, almost half of Americans have similar thoughts. One poll from a couple of years ago found that 43% believe the U.S. government was involved somehow. So did today's document dump get us any closer to finding definitive answers? Let us hope so. So joining us now is Gerald Posner, who literally wrote the book about JFK and the assassination there. Gerald, thanks so much for being with us.
Yes, Gerald.
80,000 documents. I'm so sorry to ask you an hour after they're released, but have you been able to sort through and find any bombshells?
Yeah, no bombshells yet, but I hope springs eternal, because this is only 1,123 records. We expect another 30,000 to 35,000 pages tomorrow, and maybe they're holding the best material for the last bit. Doing a bit of drama that would be perfect with the Trump administration spin.
Yeah, that would be definitely fit the MO at least. Does it look like the president rebuked the CIA here? Was there some internal fighting behind the scenes?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. You just hit the nail on the head. The first time that when Trump was president, his inclination was to release them because, he's been suspicious about the so-called deep state. And so you'd think he would say no to the CIA to withhold any of these files back. But he listened to Mike Pompeo, who was then the CIA director, who said, you can't release them because there's some sources, information, and some confidential material. That's one of the reasons I don't think you see Pompeo on Trump 2.0. So now Trump is ready to go. He wants the files out. We're finally getting them. They should have been done. Biden could have released them as well. So, I'm glad that they are out.
And now that they're out, I mean, do you have any predictions as to what we might see here?
So, my prediction is less. A lot of people, if you ask them on the street, what do you think you're going to find in the JFK files? They think they're going to find the second shooter of the assassination. They're going to find evidence of the CIA plot, that Oliver Stone is really more of a historian than we all think. I don't think that's going to happen, but I do think there's going to be material in here that will be embarrassing to the CIA. Information about how they had spied on Oswald when he visited Mexico City only 6 weeks before the president was murdered, and that they may have learned how unhinged he was in visits he made to the Cuban and Soviet missions. Then the question becomes, if they knew he was that unstable, why didn't they report that back to the FBI when he comes back into America, only literally 5 weeks before Kennedy is killed? The FBI would have had him as a top priority, and maybe the assassination could have been prevented.
Wait, so just to clarify here, does it sound like, I mean, the big conspiracy, at least in your perspective, might be like a cover your ass kind of thing where, you know, the CIA may not have been forthcoming because they had him on the radar. They were watching him. They trailed him to Mexico and they didn't stop him. Is that accurate?
And that makes sense. This is the same thing that happened, as you know, at 9/11. CIA and FBI don't talk to each other. And so the CIA followed 2 terrorists into California, and they ended up on the planes that went into the towers. They never shared that information with the FBI or the FAA or anybody else. It's vintage CIA because they developed their own sources of spying. So whatever they learned about Oswald at the Cuban and the Soviet missions in Mexico City would be a result of surveillance. Maybe they had video surveillance, they had audios, they had tapped telephones. They might have even had a human asset inside those missions who was a double agent. They never want to tell that to the Warren Commission or share it with anybody else.
The deep state's coming after this guy.
Those assets in place. And as a result, they're always covering their own behind at the expense of the truth. That's unfortunate. Maybe these files will show us the extent to which that happened.
It's science. I don't want reality.
Well, there we go. There's big breaking news, and more files are expected to come out. Supposedly 35,000 of them or something like that. Journalists, conspiracy theorists, JFK lovers, historians, everyone in between, looking to unpack all of these documents as they come flooding in. And we will probably keep you somewhat up to date on that as best we can, although it's not the most important of news. Partially why I started it off with started off the stream today, as I tend to put in, you know, sort of filler stuff at the beginning of streams, depending on how long it takes for people to get in here. Let's go on to a different conspiracy theory, a different person who died. Allegations were made of this individual having been assassinated. Something we talked about last year, actually. That being the whistleblower at Boeing during the very tumultuous time last year where they were under fire from all directions. Multiple whistleblowers died in strange circumstances, both suicides, if I'm not mistaken. Has weird vibes to it for sure. And at least at this moment, a civil lawsuit is being filed against Boeing, blaming the company for the death of the whistleblower. Now this, as you'll see, isn't accusing, you know, Boeing of killing the whistleblower, but is merely, well, you'll see. Let's go here. It's King 5 Seattle from yesterday.
A new civil lawsuit filed today against Boeing blames the company for the death of a whistleblower. John Barnett was found dead last year from what appeared to be a self-inflicted gunshot wound. His death came after he raised concerns about quality control and safety inside Boeing's Charleston plant, where the company builds the 787 Dreamliner. His family filed the lawsuit in South Carolina today, claiming he faced harassment, abuse, and intimidation from Boeing management. It also alleges Boeing's actions led to his depression, panic attacks, anxiety, and ultimately his suicide. We reached out to Boeing for comment, and it told us, quote, "We are saddened by John Barnett's death and extend our condolences to his family."
Okay. So yeah, the family of the whistleblower filed a lawsuit against Boeing, blaming him for his death, blaming them for his death.
Let's talk about.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Okay. But they are alleging that it was Boeing's pressure and tactics to silence the whistleblower which led to his suicide. So they're not necessarily refuting the circumstances around his death, merely putting the blame on Boeing for his death. Now, we postulated that, at that time, with no evidence to really back it up, aside from suspicions, that potentially this man had been targeted by Boeing. But really, very little has gone into determining any of that. It's been essentially assumed that this was all above board, essentially, up till now. Boeing got a contract for a new fighter jet. I know, we're going to talk about that way later today. Way later. By the way, I just started a goal in chat to make sure we get all of the content tonight. We have a perhaps record number of videos to get through, which is why I've started the stream early tonight. I really wish we could have started it faster, but unfortunately, due to the audio interface giving up on life, we're in a moment where that's, been kind of ruined. Anyway, let's go here now to the majority report. Start talking a little bit about some of this week's bigger events, talk about Social Security.
Let's talk about the thing with Social Security, because you and I are veterans of the 2005 George W. Bush assault on Social Security. This one's a little stealthier, it seems like, the way that they're doing it. Well, I want to play this clip from last night. Now I can find my sheet here. I think it's, which one's the Social Security one?
7, I believe.
Oh, yeah, here it is. Sorry.
Yeah.
I think it's 7.
This is essentially, or no, I guess this part is DOGE. We could do the Social
let's do
Security
8.
part. Okay.
Because instead of saying Social Security is broke, there's nothing but IOUs here. It's just piece of paper, as if there's stacks of $1 bills in file cabinets. George W. Bush was going around saying it. The way that Trump, and it's Russell Vogt, it's the Heritage Foundation, it is Elon Musk, it's some of the wealthiest people in the world, will be incorrect. And they want to cut Social Security because this has really always been sort of the fundamental building block of our government for the past 90 years. And this is the way they're going about doing it, by claiming it's just completely rife with fraud. Go ahead.
We're also identifying shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud in the Social Security program for our seniors, and that our seniors and people that we love rely on. Believe it or not, government databases list 4.7 million Social Security members from people aged 100 to 109 years old. It lists 3.6 million people from ages 110 to 119. I don't know any of them. I know some people that are rather elderly, but not quite that elderly. 3.47 million people from ages 120 to 129. 3.9 million people from ages 130 to 139. 3.5 million people from ages 140 to 149. And money is being paid to many of them, and we're searching right now. In fact, Pam,
immediately,
good luck.
if not sooner.
Good luck. You're going to find it. But a lot of money
Good
is
luck,
paid
Pam.
out to people because it just keeps getting paid, and nobody does, and it really hurts Social Security and hurts our country. 1.3 million people from ages 150 to 159, and over 130,000 people, according to the Social Security databases, are age over 160 years old. We have a healthier country than I thought, Bobby.
So, a couple of things about this. I mean, it's the too long don't read is it's all just a lie. I mean, there may be.
I don't want reality.
There's two things going on here. One is there are people who are in the database who are dead, but they do not get paid. Social Security does not pay out to people over the age of 115, regardless. The way that the Social Security computer systems were set up, the language that they used when they didn't have a date, it would default to 1875, like May 22nd, 1875 or something.
Right.
And so, and the thing is, they know this. Like, this is a story from 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Yes, Wired reported it essentially. It's a default reference point that anybody that's done, like my fiance's, done data science and stuff like that, data analysis. That happens all the time. When they have incomplete information, they'll put a default setting in there. And this has been disproved now for weeks. But Trump a lot of the stuff that has already been fact-checked about what DOGE is finding, it seems like he just copy and pasted it and put it into his speech, regardless of the reporting about it. And it sounds like Musk wrote half of it.
Yep.
The point is, you spend that much time on Social Security, a thing that you're supposedly not going to cut.
Yeah.
You're cutting it,
Yeah.
right? Like, I mean, you're cutting the Social Security Administration, employees, but this all seems like a prelude.
Right.
It's absolutely a prelude. And it's a really important point for us all to be aware of. They're using the rhetoric of fraud to preview their cuts to core benefits, right? They're basically trying to have their cake and eat it too. Say, we will not cut Social Security benefits, but of course we'll get rid of fraud. And then they put out fake fraud, and then they cut Social Security, and that's cutting benefits, right? David Day in the American Prospect, as you probably have already covered, did good reporting on how they're going to cut half of the Social Security Administration, which by definition means checks don't go out the door, people who are missing their checks don't have someone to call to get it back, seniors who are living paycheck to paycheck and literally might not be able to eat or get their medicine because they lost their check, won't be able to have a remedy. Like, this is going to do so much harm, and it's all so clear out in the open. So one point I do want to make, though, Sam, you mentioned the 2005 George W. Bush fight, and happy 20-year anniversary. We were also veterans of the 2013 Obama trying to cut Social Security fight.
Yes.
And back then, it was actually very hard, given a Democratic president, to get Democratic unity for the proposition that we will not cut Social Security benefits, right? It was actually absurdly hard. And I want to actually read to you two quotes from last night. One is from Maxwell Frost, one is from Melissa Slotkin. I want to see if you know the difference. So one said, "We are in the middle of a billionaire administrative takeover and coup of our country where they want to cut Medicaid, cut Social Security, cut Medicare, cut all the things that we fought for and earned in order to give tax breaks to billionaires and corporations." The other person said, "President Trump is trying to deliver an unprecedented giveaway to his billionaire friends. He's on the hunt to find trillions of dollars to pass along to the wealthiest in America. And to do that, he could very well come after your retirement, the Social Security, Medicare, VA benefits that you worked for your whole life. The president claims he won't, but Elon Musk just claimed that Social Security is the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time."
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I just want to respond to this comment because I had been thinking about this recently, but the thing I've come to the conclusion of is that nothing hurts Donald Trump anymore. I mean, aside from his ego, right? I think that's the only way for us to even hurt Donald Trump anymore, right? Because no longer does it matter what his approval rating is, aside from whether or not it feeds or detracts from his ego. Because he no longer has to worry about getting elected another time, unless he plans on running for a third presidential term, in which case, I mean, we'd already be well beyond the pale. You know what I mean? And I don't see why he would even do that, right? All you have to do is look at the poll numbers and say, maybe not an election, maybe I'll just stay in power, right? I'm not saying that he's definitely going to do that. I'm just saying, like, what... In the past, in the previous Trump administration, at least we were able to say, hey, well, we won't get elected again. Just because his poll numbers are going down because of all these insane things he's doing, whatever else. That's not a thing anymore now. And I'm just wondering what actually will, tip the scales on this situation. Do you know what I'm saying? Maybe I'm being overly dramatic.
This is moderate Alyssa Slotkin.
Well, I'm going to say the second.
You happen to be right.
But the point is, they're more or less saying the same thing. And, and to be fair, like, well, I mean, this is something that we experience.
Sam is too wizened a political analyst to be tricked by these pedantic devices from Adam here. Hilarious. I felt like Adam Green. He was like, I got a trick. I'm going to trick Sam. These two things sound very similar. Sam's like, no, actually, the word, whatever, like that clearly is an Alyssa Slotkick device. Pretty hilarious, honestly. Okay, all right. We are not done with the Seder, but Sam's been making the rounds on leftist media. Maybe we'll get him on the show in the future. I don't know.
Science. I don't want reality.
I can't be hopeful. Come on. Okay, yeah, let's go over to a little place called Zeteo.
What do you do to authoritarians? I would think you resist them. You use whatever power you have
Lodge
to
and
resist
Francesco.
an authoritarian. You throw sands in the gear. And if I was, I don't know, a member of the Democratic Party, that's what I would.
By the way, unusual situation. I've already got the goal going today. I know, it's crazy, I remembered. But we have an unbelievable number of videos today, nearly 170 videos we got to get through, which is why I tried to start the stream 2 hours early today. Unfortunately, we were slightly foiled by hardware issues, but I'm going to attempt to bring you all the content as long as we get all that, get this goal completed here tonight. Otherwise, it's going to bleed into the rest of the weekend. We'll be behind eternally, accumulating untold number of news stories. All right, back to the Zeteo. Why are we here again? I can't remember.
Francesca, but I'm crazy. You tell me.
You are crazy. I feel like you're leading us to this moment that we have every single Tuesday where we pick one person in the political world who has kissed the ring a little bit too much, maybe deliberately, maybe unwittingly. Maybe they don't think they're kissing the ring or bending the knee, but they are. They definitely are. We're calling that the Reek of the Week, a la Game of Thrones, a character who was sort of reduced into a shell of just nothingness because of how much they were sort of cowed, right? We got a lot of reeks, Watch, but who's your reek this week?
There are many reeks to choose from, but I can only choose one. And this week, my reek of the week is Chuck Schumer, who is hawking his book on The View and CBS and canceled his book tour, which were in very blue, black heavy population districts, and he cited security concerns. Sure, I don't think he wanted to take the heat from the people. I am choosing Chuck Schumer for literally being the person who refuses to fight back against authoritarians, and worse, is complicit and coddles them and gives up whatever leverage of power he has, throws his own Democratic caucus under the bus, and for reasons I still fully don't understand because he hasn't explained it, allowed Donald Trump to keep funding the government. There's no shutdown. And that night when he went ahead and gave him the votes, he needed 8. Schumer gave him 10.
Yep.
Guess what happened? Trump laughed at their face and said, this U.S. media.
And suddenly, the state of New York, of which I hail from on Earth when I'm not in space doing this spacecast, apparently we need some new senators, 2. To be exact, because of course Kirsten Gillibrand got on board with Chuck, and so it looks like we need an exodus here. The next senatorial races should be very exciting for all of us. Maybe we can get an AOC in the Senate. Maybe we can get a... Oh my god, my brain just broke. What's his name? Oh, why can't I think of words? Whatever. You get what I'm saying.
Voice of America, just going to cancel it. So no Voice of America, no input from Dems. Republicans, according to the reporting as of the past 4 days, have all seen it as a victory. They're mocking and laughing at Schumer and Democrats, and they said they're going to do it again. Folks, that's my reek of the week.
And he used the word aroused. And I remind everyone, you should never use the word aroused ever. You should not even use the word aroused when you are aroused. And joining us to talk about all of that, please welcome host of the Majority Report, Sam Seder.
We will win. We will win. We will win.
I was aroused, and that just killed it right there.
Oh, God.
You know, when you were talking, I thought my introduction was the Reek of the Week. And I was nervous.
What I signed up for.
Exactly. I literally just...
Leading into our guest, Reek of the Week, Sam Seder. Sam will never be Reek of the Week. Oh, God.
It's science.
Evan from Portland, in your face interface. Thank you, Evan from Portland. Much appreciated super chat. Breaking the ice. Breaking the ice. Breaking the ice on our goal of the evening. Getting us started. Much appreciated. Ah, God. For a second, I stopped forgetting. For 1/2 second, I stopped thinking about the interface, and now I'm back to thinking about it. But that's okay, because I need to be thinking about it and how I'm going to afford to solve that crisis. By the way, take a page from Evan's book, contribute to the Galactic News Network, help us in this trying time. I want to cry. For 2 seconds, I was laughing. I was enjoying myself. Back to thinking about the goddamn interface. Zoran? No, Zoran. We need Zoran. We need a good replacement for New York City mayor. Okay. We can't have Eric. We can't have Andrew. Okay, we can't have either of those guys. And there's no one else that I know of that's trying to get in the mayoral race that is, worthwhile. No, we need them in there immediately, if not sooner. Oh my God, my brain is breaking right now. Having the interfaces like shut off some synapse in my brain. I can't think of where my things are. Where is immediately, if not sooner? See? Oh my God.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Hopefully Jamal Bowman can come back. Absolutely. Absolutely. Maybe that's what I was thinking of. Like my brain is break. It's going to break a lot today because I don't have the interface and everything just feels wrong. But yeah, take a page from Evan from Portland's book. Contribute to the Galactic News Network. Help us in this trying time. Especially Cash App and PayPal right now. If you want us to have a completely functioning stream where the audio is not as shitty as it is right now. Although I actually don't know how bad the audio is right now. Although I'm just assuming it's bad. It could be fine. It just feels wrong. We're using a tiny, tiny microphone that's implanted in my computer rather than a beautiful studio microphone, which is staring at me awkwardly from the corner right now, just looking at me like, why am I not hooked up? It's like, I'm sorry, I failed you.
Was the Reek of the week, and I was getting a little bit
nervous.
You're like, what did I sign up for?
Exactly. I literally just finished watching Chuck Schumer on Chris Hayes' program for the second time in 4 days, trying to justify his complete lack of strategy. And it's impressive that after 4 days, he has no better story. Yeah. It is completely just a garbled mess. Nancy Pelosi.
Seriously, the arc of this situation, terrible arc. I mean, my God. He basically, like he was saying, he threw a bunch of House representatives under the bus, right? As well as, obviously, the American people. All of the only leverage that we had. It's horrifying. And, like, his appearances on media, also horrifying. Just all bad. Sasha G, thank you for the super chat. Happy Friday, y'all. Good to see you, GSL. I have to take a break soon for dinner and a couple things. We'll see you later. Keep an eye out for you, Sasha. Enjoy your dinner and whatnot. By the way, I paused this to point out we got galactic chatters all over the universe, all over YouTube's chatting away. Looney Tunes, I see you here. You have 40 likes already? Boy, are we behind. Okay. Let's do likes. Let's do emotional support characters. Galactic Cantina. GCU. That's a Sam. That's a Ripley. That's a Gary. That's a Rod Serling. That's a fiery. Very hot.
So hot right now.
Emotional support character lineup.
And it's impressive that after 4 days, he has no better story. Yeah. It is completely just a garbled mess. Nancy Pelosi, I don't know how long ago this came out, but I just saw it in Politico, said, I don't give away something for nothing. And
it was at 6:30 p.m. today, right? 2 hours ago.
So, I mean, I think when I find myself arguing the same thing as Nancy Pelosi or Neera Tanden, if someone's a subject of that, they've got a real problem. I mean, a real problem. I don't see how he continues on with this kind of like sort of relentless and frankly, I got to assume Nancy Pelosi is not doing this out of just, random frustration. I think this is an indication that there is an attempt. Either she is trying to rally the troops or the troops have basically.
Did Francesca just do a blowgun impression? Honestly, though, it is strange. Sam agreeing with Nancy Pelosi, that's never happened.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
All right, not never, but it doesn't happen too often. Got some opposing viewpoints on the way governing should be getting done.
Either she is trying to rally the troops or the troops have basically said, can you do this?
Yeah.
And so
they were like, you took out Biden. Let's go. We get these octogenarian boomers out of here.
Septuagenarian, somnambulists. He's 74.
I'm staying in the
Francesca,
race.
before you continue, just because we have some clips, here's Schumer on the vote when he was on The View earlier today. Check out this clip, Sam.
It is not true. That bill had far less damage. It was bad. I hated it. But it does far less damage to Social Security. Medicare, Medicaid are far more susceptible to being eliminated, which is what that horrible Musk. Can you imagine this guy Musk, a billionaire, saying $1,100 for a senior citizen is not necessary,
But aren't
or
there
a Ponzi
cuts
scheme?
in that bill?
There are many fewer cuts in that bill than that would be in a shutdown.
But they
it was
still
a bad choice.
exist.
So we got to. Yes, they exist. But if you
have to
have
work with
two,
the cards
if
you
you
have.
have two choices, one bad.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I mean, it's kind of amazing. Like, The View is not necessarily where I go for hard-hitting journalism. Not even subscribe to their YouTube channel, okay? I find it fascinating that Chuck is getting checked here hard and on some very fair points, some very cogent arguments being made here. Like, I don't know, hey, Chuck, aren't there cuts to these benefits? Yeah. Yeah, but they're much smaller. Chuck getting checked on The View. Who could have guessed?
Yes, they exist, but if you have two, have two choices, one bad, the other devastating. One chops off one of your fingers, the other chops off your arm.
Sam, your response?
Judd Legum found a memo that is circulating for instructions in the Social Security Administration. They are going to shut down the ability of Social Security recipients or applicants, I guess, to use the phone. And on top of that, they're shutting down the Social Security Administration. So what you have in his scenario one is a basically completely under the radar. We can talk about this. The people watching the show will know about it. But the fact of the matter is the vast majority of Americans, the vast majority of people getting Social Security will just simply think Social Security is failing.
Yeah.
Period. They won't know that it's Elon Musk. They won't know that it's Donald Trump. There'll be no one to blame. I mean, it's just this sort of like, poltergeist who's in charge of DOGE, who is, not really in charge of it, but he's just hanging around. There'll be no accountability.
Yeah.
And Chuck Schumer essentially allowed Trump and Musk to do this, and the Republicans to do this with having absolutely zero accountability, completely obscuring for the American public what's going on. If Donald Trump wants to go out there and cut Social Security, he will do so, and he will pay for it immediately. Immediately. The American public, if they know who to blame, will blame somebody for losing Social Security. In this instance, it's just going to be some random failure. And that is what is so blinkered about his justification for that vote. I mean, maybe I'm giving him too much credit, but I find it impossible to believe that that's what he believes.
Right.
Like there's some other reason why he provided either cover or the lack of leadership. It could very well be incompetence, but it's an astonishing amount of incompetence, if so.
But it was a 180, right, Francesca? I mean, we have to remind folks that he did a 180. Schumer came out last week and said that the caucus is united, right? The House leadership and the Democrats gave him this opening. And then the next day, he did a 180. And he threw them under the bus, and not just AOC and not just the progressives. You even had, like old school Democrats coming out and say, "Whoa!" Clyburn came out and said this. Hakeem Jeffries said this, right?
Yeah.
So with Sam, we don't know, but I'm with you, and I think there's something happening, a backroom deal.
It's Mossad.
Somewhere.
I'm gonna say it's Mossad. It's like a Mossad op. I'm just, because it is strange.
I think donors.
It's donors, and he continues, by the way, to say that he should not go anywhere. Sam, he should not resign from being the minority leader. He's the best guy for the job.
Your own party saying that's to go.
Here's what I'm saying. I'm the best leader for the Senate. We have a lot of leaders. When you don't have a president, there's not one leader of the party. There are lots of them. We have a lot of good people. But I am the best at keep winning Senate seats. I've done it in 2005, just in 2020.
I mean, it is fascinating. I mean, Chuck is going to what is generally safe spaces for Democratic leaders, representatives. And yet he is getting looks. I mean, look at these utterly just confused looks he's getting on, of all places, CBS. I mean, CBS, The View, anywhere. He's been making the rounds, and everyone is looking at him like, dude, are you a fucking idiot? Did you really just give away all of the, what everyone in the Democrats have been saying is very limited existing levers on which to pull against the ongoing takeover by Donald Trump? I mean, it's just, it is a little Twilight Zone-y for me. I'm like, oh my God. Even the media thinks Chuck has lost it.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
At keep winning Senate seats. I've done it in 2005, just in 2020. No one thought we'd take back the Senate. Under my leadership, we took it. So we now are executing.
You're not going anywhere.
We have a great. We're moving forward. Hakeem and I have a plan.
They have a plan.
Well, someone should tell
My black
Hakeem
friend
that.
Hakeem and I.
Oh my God!
Someone
I'm
should tell
gonna go
Hakeem
deaf.
that, because
what really sucks is that I can't use my audio interface now since I have my headphones hooked directly to my computer. Oh God! And I don't know if I don't have a way. I don't have a way to affect what my headphone volume is without affecting what your volume is. That's great. I guess I'll just go deaf. It's fine. Everything's fine. No big deal.
I don't want reality.
he was asked, do you need a new leader in the Senate? His response was, not, of course not, no. Schumer and I have a plan. His response was, next question, please. I mean, this is...
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
It's fascinating. And I think, watch out, you're right. My co-host, Emma Vigeland, the moment this happened, she was like, this sounds like Wall Street donors.
Yeah.
Wall Street donors saying a government shutdown will be horrible for the market.
There you go.
And that's why you see Gillibrand and
Stop the
Schumer
bleeding.
so vociferously come out and say this, because, they don't care. They don't care what happens to Social Security. In fact, there's probably a decent amount of those donors who are like, would it be such a bad thing?
But it's a bad
They
thing to
don't
force
care
old people
about
back to
these
work.
Social services. Fundamentally, they just care about, accruing more wealth. And it seems like, we live in a blue state. I happen to live in New York. We live in a blue state. We shouldn't have to worry about our senators essentially selling out the Democratic Party. And whether it's incompetence or it's donors, he is not up to the task. I mean, one way or another, he's just not up to it.
Yeah, and there also are 9 other senators that voted for this. I mean, Brian Schultz, remember initially from Hawaii, was like really came out strong. I think he was in front of the USAID and was like one of the first people to speak on to the media, almost like the first person to rally as a senator. And we're like, oh, okay, Brian Schultz. And everyone's sort of excited about it. And then he also votes for cloture without not using the filibuster and effectively for this bill. And I think this is the problem, right? The problem is we've got a fascist authoritarian takeover on the one hand, and we have a flat-footed, demobilized, progressive left and democratic movement. There is no leader. There's a crisis of legitimacy and leadership, and you've got people like Schumer leading the way. So the signal to the grassroots is, we ain't got nothing. Let's do what James Carville said and roll over. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you going to die? Try not to die between now and the midterms. That would be great. That's really their only plan. And it really is, I think, a radicalizing moment for a lot of young people that were already deeply disillusioned with this party, who, again, are not going to get caught in the weeds of like, the cloture, the vote. All they see is Dems not fighting.
I mean, the idea, Chuck Schumer just tonight was like, we have the courts right now. But it is a complete absence of politics. Like, if that's the case, if Chuck Schumer doesn't need to do anything between now and whenever it is that he imagines Trump's numbers are going to be so low, despite the fact that, I guess supposedly, he's anticipating that your average voter is going to know that in the, the DC circuit case.
Yeah, it's almost like Chuck is using Donald Trump's own talking point. Period of transition. Right now, Democrats are in a period of transition in which we do absolutely nothing. Elected representatives just sitting around, doing book tours, going. People tell me, sir, you should go on CBS and The View and tell them about your book and about how you actually can't do anything as an elected representative to stop the president from doing terrible things. And we'll just wait. We'll just wait until 2026. Period of transition.
This judge is being ignored.
Sorry, old people.
The DOJ lawyer is acting very rudely. I mean, this is just absurd.
Yeah.
He might as well resign. He is basically saying
seriously,
there is nothing for him to do between now and whenever this magic takes place, whenever the fever breaks, which we've been waiting to happen in the Republican Party. I mean, direct quotes from all of these Democratic politicians about the Republican fever breaking,
the epiphany,
as far back as 2008, maybe even earlier, frankly. And so I honestly don't see how he can weather this, because it is, Francesca, as you say, like, this is going to be so demoralizing to people.
It is.
When you have such unanimity about his failure of leadership. Like, what's the point?
I don't think he's going to survive either, because I think they're misreading the moment. And I'm glad Francesca brought up the Carville quote. For those who don't know, Carville, who was relevant in the 20th century and helped win one election in '92 for some reason, is now like the Gandalf of the Democratic Party.
The greatest work of
and they keep listening to him. And he said, just play possum. That's exactly what he said. What Francesca is saying is quoting Carville.
Seriously.
He's very influential with the centrists and the money. He says, play possum, lay dead, let the Republicans destroy themselves. All right. What we're seeing, though, with the Democratic base, again and again, the polling came out, I'm sure you saw this, Sam, is that they have a massive drop in favorability. In fact, it's the lowest rating ever since they started keeping ratings since 1992. Among the overall American public, the Democratic Party's favorability rating stands at just 29 And what people are saying is they want fighters. We're going to lose our Social Security. We're losing our Medicaid. We lost our jobs. Veterans are being cut up in veteran affairs. For the love of God, do something. And this is how Chuck Schumer treats Republicans. It's a quick clip, but it went viral again at The View. And I want you all to check out Sunny Hostin's eyes. She's the lady on the right. Check it.
Now, do we have to act and do we have to fight these Republicans, this right-wing group,
the MAGA.
Not all Republicans, every step?
Not all Republicans, Sam.
Like the side eye. He's
all Republicans.
She's right. Oh, God. That look. Sonny Hostin's about to lock the car door on Chuck Schumer right now.
Every step.
Not all Republicans, Sam.
like the side eye. He's behind Biden on this. It's like he didn't even download the MAGA Republicans talking point.
Which Republican does he feel that we shouldn't fight?
You tell me.
Massey?
Josh Hawley, I guess.
Which Republican is it that he thinks is going to buck Donald Trump? I mean, this is the delusion they keep having over and over again. And I will say this, tonight he had a slip where he said, we beat him in 2017. There is a fundamental difference between 2017 and now. Not just the fact that you had some, sort of rump of an old Republican Party. That rump is
gone.
So long gone.
So gone.
The other difference.
Yeah, I mean, how many of those sorts of people who gave Donald Trump, I don't have the numbers in front of me right now, but I know there was a fair number, right? Not all, but I want to say it's well over the majority. 60, 70, maybe 80%. I don't know for sure. Like I said, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but my recollection of the last 7 years, 8 years since 2017, oh God, the look on Francesca's face right now while thinking about Chuck Schumer is hilarious. But how many of those Republicans got fucking jettisoned from their positions? Your Liz Cheney's, for instance, right? People who put up any amount of fight against Donald Trump are now no longer anywhere nearby. I mean, he chose a different vice president because of that, right? I mean, there's a long list of Republicans who are no longer in office that are now replaced with full MAGA diehards, right? So that imaginary pushback from Republicans, I mean, if anything, it's going to have to be so many people in the streets, so many people at Republican town halls, to make this even close to being a reality, right? And we're talking about basically waiting 2 full fucking years to see any movement, right? Maybe a year and a half. Once, elections are underway, but it's so tone deaf and idiotic and just sort of ignores, because think about it. Based upon Chuck Schumer's own words, right? Essentially, he's saying we'll beat them in the midterms, right? We'll get Republicans to get on board once their seats are up for election, right? Once they are at risk. And meanwhile, he's also saying that, I voted for it because of all the people that are going to be hurt, even though there are cuts, right? So for 2 years, instead of, a couple weeks, maybe that would be long in terms of government shutdowns, right? Most government shutdowns have not lasted for very long, a day or two, and usually they get fixed. He was unwilling to have people be hurt for a couple of days, a couple of weeks, but was willing to have them hurt a little bit for a couple of years because none of it affects him because he has enough money. He doesn't need Social Security. Even if he loses his job right now, it's a 74-year-old man making, well, $250,000 a year at least. Not counting this book tour he was planning on doing, whatever other sorts of investments he's got, sources of income he might have. It's truly, it's just a politically blunderous move and decision that's going to affect people for longer.
I don't want reality.
Is that when these Republican lawmakers have to make a decision as to whether they will respond to what's happening in their district or in their state and respond against Donald Trump, there's another factor that did not exist 5 years ago or 8 years ago, and that is literally a literal unlimited amount of money that Elon Musk has pledged to primary any one of these Republicans. So they're sitting there. This is not a calculation of, can I beat this, more MAGA candidate in a primary? It is, can I beat this more MAGA candidate in a primary who literally has an unlimited amount of money to spend in a primary? Do I want to be that person who is going to be on the receiving end of the most amount of money spent in a Republican primary?
Yeah, and I mean, this is one of those points Sam's making here that, I wasn't thinking about enough, but with Elon being both in the Trump administration as well as being now the biggest Republican donor in the country, there is an incredibly fucked up dynamic that we are now going to be living through that I don't think Chuck's thought about. Because in his little, what do you call it? Hypothetical scenario. What do we do about the fact that all of these Republicans are going to be under threat from the second president?
And they're all going to answer no. On top of the fact that much of their constituents agree with Donald Trump. I mean, this is a reality that I think Chuck Schumer doesn't understand. I think James Carville doesn't understand. Nancy Pelosi understands it. I don't know. Who do you have to fight?
This means
is
we
not a
have to get
situation
a
where
Francesca. We need a Francesca Pelosi impression. Do it, Francesca. Come on now.
This is the most disturbing thing I've
No, I don't. I'm not going to
It's
do
so
it.
good.
I won't bow to the pressure. I'm not the Democratic Party, but Sam, you like to tinkle. You like to tinkle with a skunk a little bit, don't you? You talk to young MAGA. You talked to young MAGA in your Surrounded performance the other day from Jubilee Media, which really is just like a clickbait YouTube show. Not unlike this one, am I right? Yeah. No. And you debated, what was it, 20, 25 young conservatives. Young was not really a stipulation, I believe, in all of this, but they turned out to kind of all be young, like uninformed Angelinos of all kind of walks, but mostly young people. And the results really went viral for all the wrong reasons because of how idiotic these people look debating you. And we can just play one little clip in case folks hadn't seen it.
I don't want reality.
We took out the last second that went viral of Sam literally looking at the camera with the look of pain, sadness, defeat, disgust. I don't know what it was, but I felt it. We all felt it through the screen. Sam.
Oh, everything, absolutely.
Funded by the government. That's not true. And that guy.
It was the fourth wall breaking heard round the internet.
Government agencies are funded by the government. That's not true. And that guy, by the way, I believe it's now we know was part of the Jubilee casting crew, and he's been in other videos. But
he seems
I think
to cast himself.
He casted himself.
How that works. But it's him. Speaking of DEI hires, he's like, well, I'm just gonna cast myself on this.
I mean, there were two things about that. First off, I didn't get to the private sector part because I couldn't get past the public sector part. But there's also no such tax cut in the private sector. Yes. There are programs where you do get a tax cut, or you can write off some of the taxes if you hire somebody. But the categories, none include race. There are some who are receiving some form of government support. We hear a lot about work requirements for different government programs. Veterans get can get you a tax rebate in some instances. Ex-convicts get you a tax rebate. There are certain folks with disabilities in certain circumstances, but none of what he talked about existed, and obviously there's no government agencies that ever get tax cuts.
But the confidence of the ignorance,
that's what was really disturbing.
I think there's something deeper there, because I actually also think it matters that you were in LA. It matters that a lot of these are like young wannabe MAGA influencers. They could be future Caroline Leavitt's. Yeah. I mean, these are people who see there's more money in right-wing media. There's more money in parroting some of these talking points. There were other people who sort of seemed legitimately misinformed, but not just trying to parrot stuff. But I guess I was also like in the age of just repeating a lie over and over again, as you mentioned earlier about Social Security, right? We're just going to, I think it was you who said, like, it'll just seem like Social Security is dysfunctional, and that won't fall on Elon or Trump's lap when it absolutely should. So we're going to be in debates in 3 years. Tim Pool's going to be like, Social Security doesn't work. Look, these people aren't getting their checks. And then you're like, because 100%. Elon did it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And I mean, I think there's.
And the fact is Chuck Schumer could have forced Republicans to come to the fucking table to eject Elon from the government, or at least force the administration to make Elon accountable for what he's doing, to force Republicans to subpoena him and bring him to things the bare thinnest amount of accountability could have at least been introduced to this continuing resolution. Aspects of it could have absolutely been taken out. And rather than fight on it, Schumer just said, a shutdown would be worse than us fighting for something. It's not like he didn't know this wasn't coming either. Like, it's not like this wasn't obviously going to happen. And yet he, just completely just dropped the ball. In fact, he didn't just drop it. He just handed it to Donald Trump and Elon. Let's keep talking Social Security. No more Sam. Sorry. Let's go to Democracy Now!
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. The Social Security Administration's considering drastic new, what they call anti-fraud measures that could disrupt benefit payments to millions of Americans. This is according to an internal memo first obtained by the political newsletter Popular Information. Authored last week by Acting Deputy Social Security Administration Commissioner Doris Diaz, the changes proposed in the memo would force millions of customers to file claims in person at a field office rather than over the phone. According to the memo, customers applying for retirement and disability benefits would be required for the first time to verify their identity through an online system. If their identity can't be verified online, they would have to visit a field office in person. The memo estimates that 75,000 to 85,000 people per week would be diverted to field offices because of a large number of elderly and disabled adults do not have access to a computer or a smartphone and would be unable to complete the online identity verification requirement. The memo acknowledges the strain this would place on vulnerable populations and lists service disruption as well as legal challenges and congressional scrutiny among the risks of the proposed changes. A day before the memo was sent, the Washington Post reported Social Security Administration was considering ending telephone service for all claims under pressure from DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency. Hours after the Washington Post report came out, the agency issued a press release claiming telephone services would not be eliminated. The proposed changes to Social Security come as DOGE is targeting the agency for staff cuts of more than 12%. We're talking about a lot of these offices being closed or severely limited in staffing, and yet a deluge of people would be forced to go to these satellite offices, some of them already closed. For more, we're joined in Washington, D.C. by Judd Legum. He is founder of the political newsletter Popular Information, which first reported the memo. Judd, lay it out for us. What are the threats to Social Security right now?
Well, one thing, Amy, that we know is that this is no longer a proposal. This is now happening. The Social Security office came out late yesterday with a press release and a news conference announcing that these changes were taking place. And there's a number of things that are happening, but the primary one that's of concern is that as Social Security closes down field offices, as they reduce the number of staff who is available to speak with people making claims, they're going to require tens of thousands of people weekly to come into these offices. And the people that I'm speaking to at the Social Security Administration believe that this is an effort to break the organization, that there is no way, even at current staffing levels, for them to deal with this number of influx of people into their offices, and that it will create chaos. And indeed, those implications are laid out in this memo itself, which I obtained and published earlier this week.
And Judd, what about this claim that Elon Musk has made that as much as 10% of Social Security payments are fraudulent? What do you know about what the actual numbers are?
Yeah, there's no basis for that claim. The best estimates from the government is that 1% of payments are inappropriate, but those aren't necessarily payments that are related to fraud. It's generally payments that are related to either the government or individuals not updating their records. So what's happening here as well, and I think it's important to understand, is that this ID verification they're imposing this at the time of people applying for a claim. And there are no benefits at the time of application. After you make that application for a claim, depending on the kind of claim, there are many steps that are already taken by Social Security to verify your identity. They'll look at pay stubs. They'll look at employment records. If it's a disability claim, they'll look at medical records. There's all these steps that are taken to verify that you are who you say you are, and you are or are not entitled to the benefits that you're seeking. So the idea that this point, the point in which you're initiating a claim, is the point in which you need to impose this ID verification that requires many people to come into the offices to fight fraud just doesn't make any sense, because no benefits are being distributed at that point in the process anyway.
And I want to go back to this issue of the staffing levels, with DOGE planning about 12% staff cut, about 7,000 employees. Yet Social Security staffing is at a 50-year low, exactly at the time when more people are on Social Security than ever before, and those numbers are bound to grow over the next couple of decades.
Yep, Juan is absolutely right. And this is the case across almost every single government agency. And meanwhile, they're acting like somehow government employees, there's been some boom in the last 4 years, essentially, in government employees. And it's just a lie. It's just a fucking lie. It's a fantasy. We need more federal workers. We need more workers at most of the agencies that are getting cuts right now, that are getting people, fired, laid off. whatever you want to call it. And this is going to have implications across the board. And we still have ways to fight back against this, but the leader of the Democratic Party basically just kind of sold us all out and left it up to us to take to the streets. That's basically what he's done. And that's essentially what he suggested at one point. I can't remember if it was during which interview it was, but on some occasion he basically came out and was like, this wasn't the people, like, it was like something about like how people need to go, like, and it's not up to him, it's up to the people or something. Like, a bunch of really stupid shit. But he basically has given the ball to Donald Trump, and then sort of passed the torch of resistance to the people. You know, the people who elected him, not him. Like, he doesn't. Why does he have the torch? I don't want reality.
I don't want reality.
Okay, let's switch from Social Security over to healthcare. Now, I missed this appearance of AOC at the, was this the House Oversight Committee? Hold on, I don't want this whole clip, just here, there we go.
Seeing a little bit more transparency. We've seen costs go down when there's actual disclosure around what is going into these prices. Now, this bill was almost passed on December 17th within a bigger package to prevent the government shutting down. It has all of our support. For folks following at home, Democrats supported it, Republicans supported it. So why isn't this moving? It's not because there's no substance for it. All 4 witnesses testifying today are in support of it. Republicans are in support. Democrats are in support. So what happened? Well, on December 17th at 4:15 in the morning, Elon Musk began firing off a barrage of social media posts opposing pharmacy benefit manager reform, PBM reform. And all of a sudden, this bill that had almost unanimous support fell apart in a matter of hours. And the vote was postponed on that day. After he tweets, it gets canceled. Elon Musk tweets, we have nearly 435 members of Congress all on board of it. He sends one tweet and all of a sudden everyone backs off. And it kills drug pricing reform that saves people money on their insulin, on their asthma inhalers, everything that they need. And then to kick it off, 5 days after he kills pharmacy benefit manager reform, we get this tweet from Elon Musk. What is a pharmacy benefit manager? This was at 1:02 a.m. on December 31st of 2024, 5 days.
This is one of the dumbest tweets I think I've ever seen. I mean, Elon Musk, a supposed fucking business tech genius. We can't do a simple Google search? I mean, what in the fuck are we talking about here? What? The fact that he can't answer this question himself and needs to tweet it, I think completely disqualifies all of the claims of competence and merit that we've heard over the last few months in such a way that, I mean, it sort of breaks me inside a little bit. Elon Musk tweeting, what is a pharmacy benefit manager? Like, this guy doesn't know anything about how government works. All he knows is that government is essentially oppositional to him as a billionaire business owner, doesn't know anything about anything, doesn't know the pharmacy benefit managers are actually incredibly important and are one of the reasons why drug costs, at least for some people like Medicaid and Medicare recipients, are the beneficiaries of, right? Bringing down drug costs because they're able to, negotiate for drug prices. And it's fucking insane that this guy tweeted this out. I don't know how I missed this one. Because this was a clip from like weeks ago now. Anyway, let's keep talking about healthcare. Let's go back to the Majority Report. See what Chris Murphy had to say on The Daily Show with Jon Stewart.
Welcome to the resistance.
The original name of the ACA was the PPI ACA, Patient Protections Affordable Care Act. It never delivered on the Affordable Care Act part. It did provide patient protections. Better insurance. You can't have, there's no lifetime caps, there's no rescission, there's no pre-existing conditions, but it never delivered on the less expensive side. Do we have that?
We should do that Murphy thing next. I think. This is what's great to hear. I mean, Tim Walz, he went on Molly Jong Fast's show a few weeks after, or a few weeks from now, or from today, or a few weeks
ago.
Jesus Christ. Yes, a few weeks ago. And he had said that people are going to be anticipating universal health care next election cycle, which is encouraging. And then to have that recognition in this context as well, it's just really important. This is also case study, QB clipped this, but I'd recommend everybody watch the whole Chris Murphy interview. Again, he's not my pick for president. I think he's more of a Senate creature. I wish he'd be more interested in like replacing Schumer, but it seems like he wants to run for president. Either way, this was really around a similar topic about the ACA, and he says the same thing, that it's not sufficient.
I see it's
Pause it for 1 second. There's two things that's really interesting about this part of the exchange right there. One is, again, this is criticism of Obama, and a growing recognition in the party that Obama never delivered on, and maybe some of it was projected upon him, but never delivered on the promise of providing change, which was a pretty amorphous thing. But Obama had the opportunity, and this is well documented. Barney Frank told this story originally until he became a bank lobbyist, I think it was. That he had gone to Henry Paulson, who was was he chairman of the Fed, Paulson, or was he the Treasury Secretary? I think it was the Fed, and it's Secretary of Treasury. And the plan was, you have two options. This is in the fall of 2008 after Obama wins, and there's a financial crisis. And the banks are over leveraged. And you could do what FDR did, which was bail out the homeowners who own these homes, give them the money so that they could pay the banks and pay down on their principal, what they bought the house at a very inflated price, bring down the payments of their interest payments so they could continue to pay. Or you could pay the banks and then ask the banks, will you provide mortgage relief? And Paulson said that Bush was willing to do the former, but they need sign off from Obama. And when Barney Frank went to Obama and said, Paulson says they're ready to do this, Obama said, nah, we got one president at a time.
Mm-hmm.
And so this little dance prevented, or at least became the justification for why there was no money given directly to homeowners. And when Obama gets in, he lets Tim Geithner, who was handpicked by a guy named Froman, who was a Citibank executive, essentially a Robert Rubin proxy. And what did they do? They paid off the banks and said, please provide mortgage relief for people. And what the banks did is, not really.
It's bonus season.
It's bonus season, and we make a lot of fees when people go on their way to foreclosure. And you had about 3 million, almost 3.5 million foreclosures in this country. Obama effed it up.
Yep, that's 2, by the way, financial crises in a row that I would say the COVID pandemic and the PPP loans, where wealthier people concentrated more wealth on the other end of it.
At the very least, at least we saw in the wake of COVID, the Democratic Party provide direct relief to people in the form of inefficient pay for COBRA, child tax credit, extended unemployment, whatnot. But and here is Murphy finally acknowledging this fact.
Yep. And he also acknowledges the child element, the child tax credit piece as well, which is that it's good, but as he'll explain in a second, it's just patchwork covering up the massive concentration of wealth at the top in our economy that isn't going towards people via broad-based social programs.
And the other funny part about this exchange with Jon Stewart is I specifically remember Jon Stewart saying we shouldn't be so harsh on the banks. I think his brother was an investor. But, it's nice to see people evolve as they age.
Fails out.
Chris Murphy.
Welcome to the resistance.
What's annoying here, though, is we notice what Murphy doesn't do. He shifts the conversation.
Call for Medicare for all.
From the ACA to drug prices. But again, not willing to go and say we need Medicare for all. I mean, it's just.
Well, that's why Walls should be in the way too early 2028 frontrunner thing. Walls, not Murphy. But that's what I'm saying. Murphy is the kind of guy that would be more open to left-wing arguments in the Senate if he were Senate Majority Leader, as opposed to being someone who leads on policy. I don't think he's the strongest presidential candidate. But I do think, it's encouraging regardless to see these arguments being made in the mainstream. And then you see the polling about how Democrats feel about their leadership. They took resisting Trump seriously, and they're open to arguments right now that show why they're what they did incorrectly. And frankly, the arguments that are being fed by the consultant class aren't resonating. I saw a poll of Gavin Newsom after he's been doing these interviews with right wingers and playing footsie with them, that he's dropped in 10 points in favorability with Democrats right now.
I support that.
I support that. But that's
wholeheartedly.
Okay, we gotta take a break. We've gone 2 hours without a single break. But before we do that, I noticed we have 52 likes according to Mo and Noep. So we deserve an emotional support character. I feel like we've been getting these support characters a lot. I think this dice is loaded. Captain Planet, he's a hero. Gonna bring pollution down to 0. Okay. Galactic intermission incoming. Hey PB, thanks for the super sticker. That little pear is laughing its buns off. Well, I hope everybody is enjoying the stream right now. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Maybe even hit the little bell icon as well, so you get the latest in galactic notifications. While you're doing that all, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as you are our only hope. That's right. Space fans such as yourself who enjoy this stream are the reason that we continue to stay alive. So many great ways for you to show your support, of course. YouTube super chats, super stickers, memberships. All great ways to show your support. Twitch, bits, and subscriptions over there. Cash App and PayPal if you'd like to avoid giving either of those aforementioned platforms a cut of the money, and instead just giving it directly to your pal StreamLord. I would also point out that in this moment, since the audio interface has died for the stream and we are now in a real bind, Cash App and PayPal contributions greatly appreciated, as we need to deal with that situation.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Trump is right. We got to deal with that immediately, if not sooner. Anyway, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, but the best way, of course, to get the most space benefits in the entire Milky Way galaxy for your Earth dollars is to become a patron on Patreon. That's right, only a few US dollars a month will get you access to a cornucopia of space benefits. Go check those benefits out on the website. Enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I'll be right back. Oh, God. Sorry, everyone. I didn't realize how far behind the stream I am. I was listening on my mobile device on the break. Well, chat, you know what time it is. Time for us to get back to the stream. You wish the streamers you watch were more spread out. I try to, today I started early, and I knew I was going to go through Letter Hack today. I usually try not to. Or at least I do my best to not run over other leftist streamers' stream times. But it's sort of impossible. It's sort of impossible. It's sort of impossible because there's a growing number of us, right? And this is why collaboration is probably a good thing to some degree, like Leftist Mafia, where they get together at the same time and you can kind of enjoy them all at the same time. But since we're like streamed, I try and go 5 nights a week, even though this week, unfortunately, went 4 instead of 5, which is really setting me back. Well, but it's almost impossible for me not to go over another streamer. It's a very sad situation. Very sad, but also real. Okay, let's keep talking about healthcare. But rather than healthcare benefits like Medicaid and Medicare, let's talk about medical research funding, things of that nature, because both of those things are, of course, under extreme threat in this Trump administration. Really, everything is under threat at this point. It is overwhelming. You're not alone, chat. Although maybe I'm the one that's alone. Maybe I'm the only person that's overwhelmed right now. But it is sort of insane just how many things are under threat. Like, the list of things under threat would take me like 5-10 minutes to even go through. But, education, research, civil rights, free speech, Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security. Rule of law, the Constitution. Let's get into this before I keep going down the list. It's going to get out of hand quickly.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Here's CBS Evening News from a day ago. Billions of dollars in medical research at risk amid Trump cuts.
The Trump administration has targeted hundreds of medical research grants funded through the National Institutes of Health for reductions or outright elimination. It's already having a ripple effect, with research universities announcing staff cuts or stopping research on disease prevention and treatment altogether. CBS's medical contributor Celine Gounder, who's also an editor-at-large at KFF Health News, joins us for tonight's interview. Doctor, it's good to be with you again. How much medical research are we losing with these cuts?
We're talking about billions of dollars. So the NIH budget is $48.6 billion a year, at least currently. And based on what we've already seen announced with more to come, we're talking about billions of dollars in cuts. So this is significant.
And is it spread over how many? I mean, is it quite a number of different kinds of grants and programs?
We've seen any number of areas being affected. So it could be HIV, it could be Alzheimer's disease, autism, cardiovascular disease, cancer. So this is really not sparing any particular area of research.
Right, all the biggies.
All the biggies.
And what schools are affected by this?
3 of the hardest hit across the country so far include Columbia, Johns Hopkins, Hopkins and Penn, but this is really hitting institutions across the country, in blue states, in red states, both. No one is spared from these cuts. At Columbia in particular, they are looking at $400 million in cuts. There's been some negotiations. We'll see, what Columbia decides to do. And there's many who are concerned about academic freedoms, free speech rights, et cetera. But some of what we're looking at in Columbia in particular are cuts to their Alzheimer's disease program, which is one of the strongest in the country in that area, cuts to their cancer center, as well as cuts to their HIV program. And again, Columbia is one of the top institutions in all three of those areas.
And we're talking here about the future. I mean, this is the cutting edge future of medicine. We're talking about these kinds of studies, right? I mean, this is where America had such a lead in the world.
Well, there's an interesting history to that. Actually, right after World War II, there was an advisor to the president at the time, Vannevar Bush, who came out with this report saying we need to put all this money into medical research, other kinds of scientific research, because that is going to be the engine for our economy. And it worked tremendously well. I mean, look at all the things that came out of that, not just in terms of biomedical research, but physics and engineering that led to the internet. I mean, this has really been what set the United States apart, and we are dismantling that infrastructure now.
How much do these institutions rely on this money, these grants?
Yeah, NIH funding is really the backbone, financial backbone to academic medical research centers and other institutions across the country. Without it, we would not have what we have today in terms of the biomedical research we've produced. We're looking at 40 to 60% of major academic medical centers relying on, 40 to 60% of their budgets is coming.
40 to 60% of all medical research budgets in this country are determined by NIH grants. I guess we'll just have God do the research. Just God will save us, right? We don't need science. We don't need medicine. Shit, we don't need surgery or assistive devices. What do we need any of these things for? We don't need them. It's ridiculous. I mean, it truly, like, of all the things, like, honestly, I didn't think this one was gonna be threatened as much as it's being threatened at this point, right? There was certainly a lot of stuff I thought Donald Trump was going to be worse on than Biden. If you recall last time, he was taking credit for Operation Warp Speed and all that stuff. And I guess in my mind, maybe this would all... And then, of course, RFK got in the picture, and I was like, of course, those concerns were ratcheted up quite a bit. But it's just it's a very weird situation right now. And of course, the United States, because of the size of our economy, we are the biggest economy on the planet. We have a worldly effect, not just at home, right? It's not just going to be people here that have wind up dealing with this, right? U.S. funding for all sorts of stuff. And we were seeing it across the board now, right? With Donald Trump pulling us out of all sorts of shit, from whatever it might be, the economy, to health, to peace, to military spending. It is affecting everyone else, right? And if Donald Trump doesn't undo this shit, because here's the thing that I keep thinking about. Because on some of this stuff, there's no 4-year, there is no 4-year cushion in many cases, right? Health and military stuff with active wars happening across the planet right now. There's no 4-year window. There's no, time horizon in which other countries can just say, it's fine, even though the biggest, whatever, biggest country, the biggest amount of money going to this is now suddenly being taken out of the market. No big deal. We won't try and make up for that, right? By investing in our own country, right? And hey, I mean, maybe it'll be good for some people, right? Maybe there will be some good effects from people removing themselves from the United States. That is yet to be determined. But as we are a U.S.-centric spacecast, I mean, sure, we talk about absolutely everything I can manage to on the globe every single night that we stream. Absolutely. But the one thing that I just keep thinking about is, what this is going to do is it's going to cause all of these institutions that we're talking about to be forever changed, right? And it's causing me to just like go through my head on like what the implications of some of this shit is. And Donald Trump is going to destroy the United States, no matter how much he thinks he's going to make it great again. In this moment, people are going to be forced to do whatever they can to make up the deficit, whatever it might be, healthcare, defense spending, like all of this stuff that the United States was funding up to this point is now going to go somewhere else. Rather than it being repatriated here, like Donald Trump thinks all this shit he's doing is going to do, it's going to do the exact fucking opposite. In most of these cases, it's going to do the exact fucking opposite. And it's going to send companies, research, defense spending to go to other places, right? Whatever it might be. Hey, I hate Lockheed Martin. I've got tons of problems with Boeing. I've got, like all sorts of smoke for all sorts of U.S. companies and policies. But this is going to destroy America the way that it's known right now. Just imagine being a foreign government right now, considering what to do over this next year, or say 2026, right? On pandemics prevention, and things like that, right? You're thinking, you know what? We need this research being done here. We can't wait. We can't wait to know. And it'd probably be EU countries working together to make up the shortfall here. But that will mean that forever there will now, I mean maybe something will change. But I guess my point is that this implies that many of these things will go abroad, which will then mean that other things go abroad, right? Because the fact is so much of our, education, the research at educational institutions is a huge reason why people come to America, right? Those are good jobs. Those are important jobs. And people come to U.S. schools to be able to be, say, involved in some of these experiments and or research, right? It's just it'll ripple. It's all this shit is gonna ripple outwards. I'm sorry. I'm fucking monologuing. Okay. Now let's talk about one university that's going to lose nearly $200 million in government funds. Not just because this one wasn't random. This wasn't just a broad-based cut. This institution, UPenn, is going to be losing all of that money over one athlete. Here's the 6 ABC Philadelphia from 2 days ago.
With the federal funding freeze at the University of Pennsylvania, the Trump administration is pausing nearly $200 million in funds that were to be directed to the Ivy League school.
Yeah, it's all happening over the university's transgender athlete policies in the past. Action News' Walter Perez live on Penn's campus. Walter, the school was already under an investigation before this funding freeze.
That's right, Brian and Sarah. Now, White House officials say at the heart of this whole decision is the Trump administration's focus on trimming unnecessary spending from the federal budget. And the University of Pennsylvania is just one of many colleges and universities across the country whose federal funding is being reduced or eliminated. The University of Pennsylvania was already facing an Education Department investigation centered on its swimming program. The start of that investigation was announced last month, right after President Donald Trump signed an executive order to ban transgender athletes from competing against girls and women in sports. The investigation focused on transgender Penn swimmer Leah Thomas, whose collegiate career started on the men's team. When Thomas moved on to the women's team, she quickly started shattering women's records on her way to a Division I title in 2022. But this morning, the Trump administration announced it suspended approximately $175 million in funding due to a separate review of discretionary federal money going to universities across the country. Officials from Penn sent Action News a statement indicating the university had not received any notifications or details about this decision. The statement went on to read, quote, "It is important to note, however, that Penn has always followed NCAA and Ivy League policies regarding student participation on athletic teams." We spoke with...
And this is insane. And Donald Trump is essentially enacting his will at private institutions everywhere, right? Through coercion, threats. And it's horrifying. But the Republican obsession with transgender people, in sports specifically, transgender women, is going to go on, I think, for quite some time. Is the one thing they seem to talk about. I mean, it is, I don't know how long it's been now. It's not like I've been keeping track of it, but I feel like it's been going on for years now, where it's been sort of like one of the main talking points on the side of Republicans. And this is throwing meat to the online, like the internet MAGA crowd. And others, right? I mean, just generally speaking, like this is, meat and potatoes sort of stuff for them at this point. It's just, punishing people for, caring about, it's just like anything, I guess, really, right? I mean, it's just so disturbing. It's so disturbing how far we have gone in 2 months. 2 months in one day.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
And the fact is some places are getting ahead of themselves, getting ahead of Donald Trump, firing people, enacting policies, doing anti-DEI on their own, otherwise known as racism or segregation, whatever you want to call it, repression, civil rights abuses, falls under any number of those.
And students, many of whom focus...
Let's go to Hawaii. 2 days ago, Maui teacher says she was fired for speaking out against anti-trans policy.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
All new tonight, a teacher on Maui said she was fired for not accepting a new school policy that she says discriminates against transgender students. Our Chelsea Davis has the story from West Maui.
Vashti Days has been a teacher for 35 years. She was a math teacher at Maui Preparatory Academy in West Maui for about a year and a half, until last month.
I was called into the office at the end of the school day on Friday, the end of contract time when no one's there on Friday, and told that it was time for us to part ways. And given no reason other than it's time for us to part ways and this is your last paycheck, this is your last health day of healthcare.
Days says even though no reason was given, she believes it's because she does not agree with this policy that's expected to take effect in the fall at the private independent school in Napili with about 300 students from preschool through high school. It states Maui Prep recognizes biological sex assigned at birth as the basis for determining participation in athletics, overnight stays, and access to facilities such as bathrooms and locker rooms.
I sent an email to all of the faculty and staff saying that if we are going to enact a discriminatory policy against trans children or any kind of children, I would no longer be able to stay at the school. I had students point blank ask me, so is it true that you're not coming back next year because of the policy? And I said, yeah, that's true. But I told them that that's my personal opinion, that I can't be in a place that discriminates against children for any reason at all, but it doesn't have to be your belief system, and you can have a different point of view. You have a right to your own opinion. Your parents have a right to their opinions, and you have a right to make decisions for your own life, and I don't judge you at all. I love you just as much.
The schools.
Whoa, this is such a shitty story. And this woman seems like such a great lady. I don't know much about her at all, aside from this one story. But from listening to her and the way that she talks about her children and supposedly talking to her students, this is a loss. This is a fucking loss for this Hawaii school district. Hopefully she will get employment, or her employment reinstated. The very least, will be hopefully getting a job somewhere else in another school. But these kids are going to be losing out because this woman seems like a wonderful person. She's certainly not repressing anyone. If anything, she's just radically accepting everyone. And it is disturbing to me to think that any number of children will be losing a great teacher. Because there are some teachers out there that are bad. I mean, they're not. Most teachers are good, right? But I guess my point is just like it is so frustrating to see people, from children to adults, all having their futures upended, affected negatively. At least many, if not most people, having their futures negatively affected, even if maybe they're not aware of it yet. And it sucks. It really sucks. Really, really sucks. But that's where we're at right now. Everything is under attack. Reality is under attack.
I don't want reality.
Science is under attack. The environment. Medical research, medical professionals, teachers, transgender people. Speaking of transgender people, head of the Ministry of Truth, Caroline Levitt. I just realized something. Is my mic? Oh, it's actually. I just gotta be at a certain distance from the freaking computer. Now I don't have the mic to move around. I have to move my body. That's helpful. That's helpful. No. Don't worry. I'll come to you. That's fine. God damn it.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Okay. Caroline Levitt, head of the Ministry of Truth, has some words on this topic we were just discussing. Let's go here. Forbes breaking news from a day ago. At the White House, Ministry of Truth, press briefing room.
Arms way. Sure.
Thank you, Caroline. A mom whose daughter was forced to change in a locker room with a biological male.
Forced to change. The biological man. I wonder what outfit she's with.
Male at school files a complaint with the DOJ. How will the Trump DOJ deal with violations of President Trump's orders protecting women and girls like this?
I would defer you to the Department of Justice on that specific case, but the president has made it incredibly clear that it is the policy of this administration that there are only two genders, male and female, only two sexes rather, male and female, and that we are not going to tolerate such.
Wait, why'd you correct yourself, Caroline? Are you telling me that gender is different than sex?
Cyclone Cheeto.
Oh my god. Oh, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Behavior by men pretending to be women. The president will continue to strongly stand for the rights of women and girls, not just.
Maybe she just doesn't recognize gender at all. Just doesn't exist anymore.
I don't want reality.
Hold on, I gotta check my levels. I just realized I should probably turn this up slightly. I should also do this. Please hold, I gotta do something. Okay, I'm back. I just wanted to change. Oh god. Oh, there's so many things we're not getting right now from the microphone. Like the ability to. God damn it. Oh, okay, whatever. That's fine. That's totally fine. No big deal. No big deal. So yeah, let's keep talking about education. Something that Republicans say they really care about, like merit and all this stuff. You got to have a good education, right, to become a meritorious individual. But you should only be able to access that education if your family has enough money with which to do so. The government shouldn't be forced to give you an education, nor should students be forced to hear arguments contrary to what they might be taught at home about God and Jesus or whatever else. Transgender people. Vaccines. It'd be better if everyone's homeschooled or put into some sort of private school, charter school. Therefore, we should just get rid of things like the Department of Education. Right? We shouldn't have to worry about whether or not minorities, disabled children should get educations too, right? That's not why the Department of Education exists, right? To ensure that civil rights are recognized, segregation doesn't happen, right? Who needs it?
Well, thank you very much.
The idiotic sort of grandstanding that Donald Trump is still doing, acting like it's somehow, like it's still like we're still in an election cycle or something. Like, / taking victory laps at every possible opportunity. It just feels like a parody. Like, he genuinely believes that he is a king, Like, the way he behaves. This dude is out of fucking control. Oh my god.
Thank you very much, everyone. And I'd like to start by saying that our country is doing very well. Things are, as you can see, doing quite well. Please sit down.
Our country is never better.
Before we begin, I just want to announce that I signed a proclamation a few moments ago honoring the 250.
I wonder if this group of children realizes that they're being used as political pawns. Probably both by their parents and Donald Trump. You know, I don't know who their parents are. I assume they are trying to get close to President Trump, allowing their children at this fucking horror show. You know? And, or, you know, the fact that Donald Trump is using all these kids as fucking political. Why does he keep doing this? Why does he keep doing all of this shit? Every single time that he does anything at all, he trots out a whole bunch of props, human props, adults and children, but mostly children.
Don't be creepy.
Shit is out of control.
A proclamation a few moments ago honoring the 250th anniversary of Patrick Henry's famous speech to the second
Patrick Kennedy. Patrick Kennedy? What's his name? Who?
Anniversary of Patrick Henry's famous speech to the Second Virginia
Henry?
Convention, in which he declared very well-known, very famous words, "Give me liberty or give me death." Has anyone heard the phrase? I think most of you have. And moments ago, I also signed an executive order to dramatically increase production of critical minerals and rare earths. It's a big thing in this country, and as you know, we're also signing agreements in various locations to
various agreements
unlock,
and great locations.
Rare earths and minerals and lots
Earths
of
and
other
minerals
things
and
all
all
over the
sorts of
world,
great
but,
stuff.
in particular, Ukraine. We're doing very well with regard to Ukraine and Russia. And one of the things we are doing is signing a deal very shortly with respect to rare earths with Ukraine, which they have tremendous value in rare earth. And
The rare earth is so valuable.
And we,
the most valuable earth you've ever seen. This is at an executive order signing / press conference / fucking pony show / disgrace to the United States of America, where Donald Trump is dismantling the fucking Department of Education, the institution intended to ensure that civil rights are abided by in public in public institutions, specifically education. How and why? Who voted for this? I'd like to speak to 77 million people, please. You're all very stupid.
we have employed for a long time, and there are some Republicans, but not too many, I have to be honest with you. But the department's useful functions, and such as, and they're in charge of them, Pell Grants, Title I funding, resources for children with disabilities and special needs will be preserved.
Okay, this comment broke me. This broke me just now. Oh my god. I would add more flags. Oh my god. Patrick Henry. Patrick Henry is the guy who said, yes, and I see you all. You're so far behind me right now. Why can't YouTube stop repressing us? But seriously, we need more flags. 20 is not enough. The pluribus unum. The greatest phrase anyone's heard since give me death or give me poop.
Children with disabilities and special needs will be preserved, fully preserved. They're all going to be so. If you look at the Pell Grants, it's supposed to be a very good program, Title I funding, and resources for children with special disabilities and special needs. They're going to be preserved in full and redistributed to various other agencies and departments that will take very good care of them, and that's very...
Wait. So he's saying all the kids that were supposed to fall under Title I, now their states are going to determine whether or not they get it. The funds will be preserved. The actual thing that's supposed to preserve it won't be existing anymore. But I'm sure all the states, Republican and Democrat alike, will do a whole lot to preserve accessibility. They won't use those funds for other stuff. There's no way that Alabama will just buy Bibles and pray over children. I'm sure they won't give that money to what's his name? That guy, that televangelist guy, to have them pray over the kids. You healed! Like, this is insanity. This is fucking insanity. We're going to preserve the funds. We're not going to preserve the actual Title I. We're going to give it to the states. They'll take care of it. Everything's fine. Everything is fine.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
I'm
important to Linda, I know, and it's very important to all of us. But beyond these core necessities, my administration will take all lawful steps to shut down the department. We're going to shut it down and shut it down as quickly as possible. It's doing us no good. We want to return
it's no good.
Our students to the states where just some of the governors here are so happy about this. They want education to come back to them, to come back to the states, and they're going to do a phenomenal job. You know, if you look, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, I have to tell you, I give them a lot of credit. China's top 10. And so we can't now say that business is making it impossible to educate, because China is very big. But
China's economy is still smaller than the United States. Trump knows that, right? So wait, it's not the Chinese Communist Party, it's the Big Business China. BB is the BBP, not the CCP. Big business China. That's why they're so great. We need to be even bigger.
countries that do very...
I'm sorry, Chad. This is just upsetting me. Okay. You know, this is fucking insane. I'm struggling with this one.
Job in education, and I really believe, like some of the governors here today, from states that run very, very well, including a big state like Texas, but states that run very well are going to have education that will be as good as Norway, Denmark, Sweden, and those top, Finland, those top countries that do so well with education. I think they'll do every bit as well. And what do you think about that, Governor? Do you agree?
You agree?
I think so. Ron, do you agree?
Ron?
I think so. Florida?
Ron, my biggest buddy, you agree, right? Yeah, Ron, yes, you, sycophant, yes. Butt sniffer, tell me it's good. Clap, please clap.
Iowa.
Everyone, please clap.
That's right. I really believe that. They'll be as good as any of them. And then you'll have some laggards, and we'll work with them.
Some laggards.
We can all tell you who the laggards will be right now, probably.
Get less funding.
Let's not get into that.
This is what we're going to do. If you have great test scores and a ton of funding already from your tax base, we're going to give you even more money. But if you're stupid, you get bad scores, very poors in the neighborhood, a lot of blacks, Hispanics, whatever you got around there, immigrants, less funding. Gotta get rid of all of that. The better the test scores, the more funding.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
I am losing my fucking mind right now. Everything's fine.
But we'll work with them, and we're going to make them, they'll do a job. I think they'll do a job, and they'll go to sections of the state. For instance, New York, you'll have a Manhattan, and you'll have a Suffolk County, and you'll have Nassau County, and you'll have Westchester County. You'll do 4 or 5
some good
or 6
ones,
of them.
the good ones, all the great ones.
Those
all the
counties,
hits.
I think, are going to do very well. And
Yeah, they're going to do really
ultimately
good.
Manhattan should do very well, but
All those places with a ton of funding, they'll be great. And then some of the other places, less funding, probably going to do not so good. Probably going to need to take some funding from them. It's called, have you heard of it? It's called austerity. It's called bootstraps economics. Take away funding, makes people try harder.
break it down into sections, and I think it'll be really, really good. And they're going to be probably the tougher ones, but I think they have a chance to do really well. But we're going to be returning education very simply back to the states where it belongs, and this is a very popular thing to do, but much more importantly, it's a common sense thing to do, and it's going to work. Absolutely, it's going to work, and I can tell you, from dealing with the governors and others in the state, they want it so badly. They want to take their children back and really teach their
all states, every state, everyone keeps telling me, we just want, I can't get rid of that stupid Department of Education.
Give me a joke. Give me a joke.
children individually. Probably the cost will be half, and the education will be maybe many, many times better.
Less money, better
better
education.
I want to just make one little personal statement. Teachers, to me, are among the most important people in this country, and we're going to take care of our teachers. And I don't care if they're in the union or not in.
Yeah, seriously, I didn't harp on that as much as I feel like I should have. But it genuinely sounded like he was going to say blacks, and then he switched to laggards, and instead he said blackguards. I just sort of pushed past it. But, you know, that's absolutely what it felt like. But there's so many things to point out in Trump's speeches. Honestly, if I stopped this stream every time I had something to point out, they would just go on indefinitely. The stream would never end. It would never end. We'd have to change the theme song to the song that never ends. And we'd all go crazy. We'd lose our minds. I would die. It would all be bad.
That doesn't matter. But we're going to take care of our teachers, and I believe
we're going to take care of them.
The states will take actually better care of them than they are taken care of right now. They'll work all sorts of systems and even systems.
How do we ever even start that stupid Department of Education in the first place? It's not like we needed to enforce anti-segregation laws. None of that stuff was important. Racism doesn't even exist. Can't be racist in the 21st century. It's true. I stopped being racist right after the Central Park 5. I was like, actually, I was wrong. Racism, it doesn't exist anymore.
No president ever got around to doing it, but I'm getting around to doing it, so thank you very much.
Yeah, because nobody was this stupid. Do these kids know what they're clapping for? Good-looking kids.
Don't be creepy.
Very attractive kids.
Don't be creepy.
Oh my God, look at this room full of beautiful children.
It was very lucky. I found another document that turned out to be very good for the country, and I said, let's use that same pen. I don't know, is anybody superstitious? Ron, are you superstitious? Let's use that same pen.
These poor fucking kids. They got a long ways, hard, long road ahead of them. Because their parents brought them here for this fucking prop show Donald Trump decided to do. Truly horrifying. Truly horrifying. I can't remember if we got this part in here. By the way, we were only, what was it, 2 super chats away? Or super stickers from, right? God damn it. Yeah, I have no way of double checking this right now. I think we're only 2 away right now from ensuring we get all the content tonight. So got an hour, although I'll technically keep it open. Ended probably a little bit longer after the goal ends. But yeah. Or is it 1? Are we 1 away? Is there a gold super sticker in there? I have a gold super sticker. Oh, by the way, everyone, if you notice my voice probably sounds slightly different today, it's because I don't have a real microphone right now. I'm using the microphone that's implanted inside of my computer. So hopefully audio quality is not too terrible. By the way, my audio interface died at some point before the stream today. Since I didn't stream Wednesday or Thursday, I didn't notice it was not functioning, but it's not turning on. It's a piece of hardware that I use to run a number of things, including routing sound through it, including my microphone. So, if you got a couple bucks on your Cash App or your PayPal, do consider sending it to me here at the Galactic News Network in this trying time. It's quick galactic messaging. Not freaking out. Everything's fine. Not freaking out. Okay, let's go see what Linda McMahon had to say. Actually, no, wait. I'm sorry. Forgot about this one. This is a clip from Forbes of this horrifying press conference. I can't remember if we actually made it through this. Like, my brain is mush.
To an end, and I think we're doing pretty well in that regard. So hopefully we could save thousands of people a week from dying. That's what it's all about. They're dying so unnecessarily.
Why is he talking about this right now?
I believe we'll get it done. We'll see what happens.
People are dying at school.
We'll get it done.
Thousands of people dying
Today
at school.
we take a very historic action. It was 45 years.
I know this isn't actually what he said, but I just realized what this is about. What he's saying is thousands of people are dying. It's because of all of the mass shootings happening in schools. This is the Republican solution to mass shootings at schools. You take the kids out of the schools, then you can't shoot them all at the same time. You got to go one by one. You got to go house by house. That's a lot more work. You know, see, I get it now.
Get rid of the Second Amendment?
In the making. In a few moments, I will sign an executive order to begin eliminating the Federal Department of Education once and for all. And it sounds strange, doesn't it?
Sounds strange.
Of Education, we're going to eliminate.
Sounds strange, yeah.
Everybody knows it's right. And
it sounds strange, but everyone knows it's right. What?
What you talking about?
This guy's a fucking idiot.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Cyclone Cheeto is destroying the world right now. The most destructive storm ever seen. Nothing is safe. No one is safe. Oh, seems strange, but everyone knows it's right. I mean, aside from everybody that's saying, no, this is wrong, such as myself, people in chat, millions and millions and millions of Americans, and including not just Americans, but people abroad also looking at us like, what the fuck are you doing? Alright, let's go see what the, I guess, and you know what? I've been saying this since the beginning. This comment from Linda McMahon was completely disqualifying of her for getting this fucking job. But she got it, and she's now the Secretary of Education. Or the Director of the Department of, I forget what the actual title of the job is, but she's in charge of the department which she is helping Donald Trump dismantle. That she said she was fine with dismantling at her nomination hearing. And actually, she's not just fine with, I think she said she supported it, more than just, indifference. I think she was pretty explicit about her disdain for the Department of Education. It's insane. And every single Republican voted for her. They all deserve to lose their jobs over this shit.
We did terminate almost half of the Department of Education. We did it thoughtfully. We looked to see where duplication was in the departments. We wanted to make sure that we were just cutting fat from the bureaucracy, the inward-facing things, not the outward-facing servicing that we do to students and to states.
Right.
So we did it very carefully. We wanted to make sure that we complied by the law. He wants to improve education for children. He wants to get those dollars, even more dollars, back to the states without the bureaucracy of Washington. So that's our plan. That's our goal. And I think always, governors would always like to see funding without any strings attached. But that is the goal of the president, too, is to have as few strings and regulation as possible. Right now, for about every dollar of funding that goes into the states, one statistic that's shared with me is that 47 cents is spent in regulatory compliance. The president would clearly like to see that money be...
Regulatory compliance, like, I don't know. Complying with anti-segregation laws? Assuring accessibility for disabled, developmentally disabled, whatever, students. That's the compliance we're fucking talking about here. Making sure, oh my god. I don't even know where to like, this shit is fucking insane. This shit is fucking, and it's going to have horrifying implications for people. But she's hiding behind supposed legality, all these words that she thinks, or whomever wrote this press briefing speech gave to her, thinks gives them cover. But those regulations he talked about are ensuring that all students get the same level of education. All students get the same opportunities in schools. That no one is left behind. That no one is excluded from that equation. And yeah, she's doing a fucking DDT to the old Department of Education along with Donald Trump. A little tag team off the ropes, WWE style. And I guess we're going to go back potentially to having segregation. I mean, what happens in the South? What happens in some of these places that genuinely think, Confederacy was a good thing? We should, all these places, and even in rural school districts in blue states and places like that. What happens, or just generally speaking, when schools have a tough decision to make? Will students have their services taken away from them, their ability to access to certain things taken away from them in lieu of something else? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is going to be fucking horrifying for everyone. Okay? But yeah, they do want to get rid of forced desegregation, right? Integration. Many Republicans probably still think to this day was a bad choice. Always should have had white and blacks only schools. And apparently the Defense Department used a DOGE algorithm to remove DEI stuff from their website recently. And I think you can probably assume what the implications of that might have been. Let's go here to NBC News from a day ago. Jackie Robinson's story back on the Defense Department website after being removed. Aww. How did that happen?
Also late tonight, kind of a 180 out of the Pentagon, putting this page of Jackie Robinson, we'll show it to you here, back up on its website after it was taken down, apparently as part of the Trump administration's push to clear out DEI in the federal government. Before Robinson became the first black player in Major League Baseball history, he served in the Army, training as an officer, and then with a tank regiment during World War II. He was court-martialed for refusing to sit in the back of the bus while at Fort Hood in Texas and was found not guilty. Courtney Kuby is joining us now. What's the deal here, Courtney? The page was gone. Now it's back. There's a DEI connection. What's the administration saying about it? What are you hearing from the Pentagon?
Yeah, and Hallie, this isn't the first, and realistically, it's probably not going to be the last time that we've heard about some American hero whose picture, name, story is taken off of a Department of Defense website as part of this large DEI purge. Now, basically the backstory here is because the administration gave the military so little time to go through all of these websites, web pages all over the world and make sure that they were complying with these new policies that said there cannot be DEI diversity content on them. Because of that, the majority of the Department of Defense used essentially an algorithm to find web pages on their websites that could be non-compliant with these policies.
Non-compliant.
And they immediately took them down. The reality is how
Non-compliant, aka mentioning black people, mentioning civil rights heroes. This is the obvious implications of all this anti-DEI shit. Everybody who's been ignoring this and acting like, oh, no, it's just because racism's over, we don't need these things anymore, is a fucking idiot. Okay? And, you know, if you try and do this kind of stuff in an efficient way, like we're talking about here, using cutting-edge technology, and you tell it, hey, get rid of all the DEI, and then you explain to it what DEI is, guess what? Stuff like this is going to get erased across the board. Mention of black people, women, any minorities, right? Not just black people, but all of that. Disabled people, women. Like, it is fucking insane to think that that's not the obvious implications of this. But that's what we've been getting told this whole time. Oh, we're not going to... we're not anti-history, we're just anti-white racism. No. It's just... oh, God.
I don't want reality.
some of these decisions were made by individuals who just didn't know exactly what their left and right limits were here. And so they were taking things down just to be safe.
Oh, yeah, just to be safe.
In sort of the aftermath of
Just
that,
to be safe.
people, leaders, are starting to realize some of these websites, like ones that were dedicated to Jackie Robinson, were taken down as part of this purge and should not have been. So now some of them are being restored here. Now, all of that to be said, the Pentagon is not providing us with that clear of an answer to what has happened here or what has happened that it ultimately got this website, this story restored on their website. In fact, we got a statement from one of the spokespeople at the Pentagon saying that, in fact, they love Jackie Robinson. They love the Navajo code talkers, Tuskegee Airmen, other individuals who just didn't know.
They love the Tuskegee Airmen and the Navajo code talkers. And Jackie Robinson. Of course they did. Of course they do. They love these stories of, diverse people contributing to the American fabric. They love. That's why these things were removed. But no, we're making racism great again. Spent too long being criticized. You know, we don't need policies that ensure segregation doesn't happen, right? In fact, just mentioning segregation is, I mean, it's unfair to all those little white children out there just trying to make it, you know, just trying to get by, having to hear about slavery or racism. Things like that. It's just too much. Which is why segregation, the word segregation, was removed from the criteria for federal contracting. Here's Caroline Levitt's response to why that happened.
That's too much, man!
Over that information.
Jeff, go ahead.
The administration is getting some attention this week for a memo that was released, I think, a couple weeks ago, taking segregation out of the criteria for federal contracting. Can you explain what that memo was supposed to do? And if you're looking...
Oh my God, I think I just saw Carolyn. This is the first time I think I've ever seen Carolyn crack. I mean, it's not that perceptible. But you can see, I mean, she looks tired, right? Yeah, she always looks so put together, right? Makeup perfect, dress perfect. But you can see she's got some, and she's the youngest, she is the youngest White House press secretary in history, okay? But she's looking tired as fuck. You see the bags under the eyes. I just saw her temple swell in stress. She's clearly stressing out right now. Maybe I'm reading too much into some of these cues, but yeah, you see it. She's stressed out.
Federal contracting. Can you explain what that memo was supposed to do? And if you're looking to, I presume you're not looking for segregation to come back, but can you explain what the reason for the memo was?
Did the memo come from the White House or was it from an agency?
It was from the administration. I think it was OPM.
Okay, I would defer you to...
I would defer you to OPM. Like OPM isn't literally in the White House. Oh, you're so funny, Caroline. You're a funny, funny lady. I speak for the White House, not OPM. Sorry. I can't speak for Stephen Miller. Or is it Russ Vogt? Russ Vogt? OPM? No, isn't that... Oh, God damn it. Either way, this is hilarious. Oh, Caroline. Yeah, Caroline looking more stressed than usual while answering questions about segregation being removed from the criteria for federal contracting. You wouldn't want to make sure that federal contractors are, you know, actively seeking to only hire white people. Stuff like that. You know? Whew. Come on. What do we need? We don't need the word. Let's not forget, racism's over. It's over. We don't need regulations or criteria, statutes. Okay, people are going to do the right thing.
I don't want reality.
Right? People are going to do the right thing. Let's go to CBS New York from 7 days ago. It is the week-ending report, after all, so we're going to try and encapsulate the whole week here best as I can. Here's some racism happening right here with a federal agency. With a Donald Trump order. Deporting an Arab person for free speech. Somehow I think none of you missed this.
We got some breaking news we're going to start off here with in the arrest of Colombia activist Mahmoud Khalil. And we've just gotten video into the newsroom of him being taken into custody by ICE agents.
Yes, the video was actually taken by his wife, and her name is Noor Abdallah. And you hear in this video that we're going to play play rather for you. She is 8 months pregnant, and the arrest happened Saturday night at their on-campus home. If we can take a look at that video here, this is her videotaping the arrest of her husband. Now, Abdallah says that this was the most terrifying moment of her life. And of course, as we get some more information and background on this video, we'll continue to update the story. But once again, video of Mahmoud Khalil being arrested by ICE agents, that video taken by his wife, who is now 8 months pregnant.
And today we've learned a second person who participated in pro-Palestinian demonstrations at Columbia University has been arrested.
And this comes as we get some more details about the Department of Homeland Security.
Okay, that's all I needed from that one. I just wanted to remind people of all that. Now, of course, more arrests have happened since then. And we'll get to that. I think we're going to get to that here in a little bit. But let's talk about some of the other things that ICE has been up to. Like deporting people to El Salvador. Here's Democracy Now! From 4 days ago. Take it away, Amy.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We turn to look more at President Trump invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 for the first time since World War II. On Saturday, Trump used the order to deport 137 Venezuelan immigrants to El Salvador, claiming they were all members of Tren de Aragua, a gang which Trump has labeled a terrorist organization. The deportation flights came despite a temporary restraining order from U.S. District Judge James Boasberg, who said, quote, any plane containing these folks that is going to take off or is in the air needs to be returned to the United States. Those people need to be returned to the United States, he said. But the Trump administration appeared to ignore the order and allowed the planes to continue to El Salvador. Salvadoran President Nayib Bukele, a Trump ally, tweeted, oopsie, too late.
Wow.
The comment was then retweeted by U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio and the White House Communications Director Stephen Chung. White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt said, quote, a single...
I mean, this is basically saying, this is Bukele saying, oh, whoopsies, might have some Americans here, but you know what? They're all slaves now, and they're not leaving. It's disgusting. I mean, this guy is genuinely, I mean, he's been accused of some horrifying human rights violations. And our country is just literally creating a pipeline from our country into the most, into the camp that has been accused of the most offenses of human rights violations. Putting people in, directly putting people into slavery. Like, sure, are we doing it here in our country? No, but we are literally doing it. You can't just wash your hands of it just because you gave it over to guys that, oh, well, so whatever happens, happens. We know full well, our government is 100% aware of what this guy fucking does, who he is, and what this prison has been accused of doing. And it's just fucking insane to think that our government is doing such a thing. Without, completely extrajudicially, right? None of these people are getting hearings, you know. Oh my God.
Communications Director Stephen Chung. White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt said, quote, a single judge in a single city cannot direct the movements of an aircraft full of foreign alien terrorists who are physically expelled from U.S. soil, she said. We're joined now by Lee Gallant, Deputy Director of the ACLU Immigrants' Rights Project. On Saturday, he argued the motion that led to the temporary restraining order blocking the Trump administration from removing the immigrants from the U.S. using the Alien Enemies Act. Can you respond to what the Trump administration said, that this judge doesn't have the right to stop these people from being deported?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me again. This is a very, very dangerous statement. I think we're on very dangerous ground generally. Federal courts have the right and the duty to police what the executive branch is doing if they violate the law. And that's exactly what's happening here. Is this is ultimately a separation of powers case, as you were talking about with the congressman before. Congress could not have been clearer. They're granting this authority to the president. I mean, it's over 200 years ago, but granting this authority to the president only if there's a foreign government, a foreign nation involved. That's not what's going on here. So the president has overstepped the authority Congress has given him. So it's creating a classic separation of powers question. The federal courts have to be able to say you've overstepped the law. So the federal courts can review whether the Alien Enemies Act is being used illegally, and they have to. In terms of defying the court order and sending the planes anyway and not turning them around, we're trying to get to the bottom of that. The government filed what they called a clarification notice yesterday that left more questions than it answered. And so we filed something at 2:15 in the morning last night, asking the court to order the government to file sworn declarations stating whether they had defied the court's order by.
And I'm afraid, that's not even, even with this, even with the ACLU doing what they can, it's not going to get those people out of that prison and onto a plane and back into the United States. Not yet. I don't even see how that's going to happen. Donald Trump's going to call him Bukele and say, "Hey, can we have some of those prisoners back, please? That's my bad. It's my bad. I thought this was a good idea, and now the courts are saying it was naughty."
Illegal.
Now, if you missed it, apparently when the White House, what's it called?
United States asked that. Mary.
Shut up, Caroline.
Thanks, Caroline. I wanted to ask about
shut
the
up.
video I saw this morning set to the tune.
So yeah, if you didn't see that video, the White House reposted it. It was highly produced, incredibly fascistic looking, and the White House reposted it with the song "Closing Time" over the footage. Truly, just, what's the word for this? Apropos, but in as negative a connotation as I can think of. I know there's a word for what I'm trying to say right now. Cannot think of it right now. Point is, it just a little too on the nose in this moment. The fact, and it's like this sort of almost like jovial, like mocking of these people that they're engaging in. It's disgusting. But Caroline's got an explanation for why they did this. Come on, Caroline, explain it to us.
United States asked that. Mary.
Hey, thanks, Caroline. I wanted to ask about this video I saw this morning set to the tune of, I believe, Closing Time, about deportations of illegal migrants. What's the strategy behind the White House's videos they've been putting out on this, and can you kind of talk us through the thinking on these videos?
Sure. I think the White House and our entire government clearly is leaning into the message of this president. And we are unafraid to double down and to take responsibility and ownership of the serious decisions that are being made. The president was elected with an overwhelming mandate to launch the largest mass deportation campaign in American history, and that's exactly what he is doing. And to this very day, we are now, I think, 56 or 7 days into the administration by my count. The president still receives an overwhelming public support for the policies that he is enacting. So we are unafraid to message effectively what the president is doing on a daily basis to make our communities safer. And the specific video referenced, I think it sums up our immigration policy pretty well. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Go ahead.
Wow, it's just effective messaging. Don't you get it, people? It's just the government gleefully messaging their accomplishments to the world.
A U.S. judge on Monday.
That's all it is. Just effective messaging. Is it?
We're going to obviously start off on our news coverage with the Burger Reich. It is upon us. It is here. Very much so. It is incredibly damaging. The Alien Enemies Act is being used for the first time ever in U.S. history when there is no active war happening. This is devastating for many different reasons, but it is one of the darker chapters of American history when we had Japanese internment camps here in the United States of America, as you guys might recall, during World War II. Instead of learning from those lessons and vowing to never repeat them again, Donald Trump has now decided to use that same act, this time against Venezuelans that he actually brought here, Venezuelans that had to escape Venezuela as a direct consequence of the sanctions regime that he implemented against Venezuela, and then also offered temporary protected status to. Donald Trump was such a fan of TPS that he actually offered an extension on the TPS, temporary protected status, that he had afforded to the Venezuelan migrants coming in from Venezuela, the refugees, on his way out. Now, 4 years after that fact, when he's back in office, he's back with a vengeance. He's now decided that if you are of Venezuelan descent in the United States of America with a temporary protected status, which means proper documentation, mind you, as a refugee, he will revoke it. He will treat you as a hostile enemy combatant, and he will falsely smear you and claim that you are a part of the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua. And even if judges decide that this is illegal and try to hit a TRO, temporary restraining order, to stop the administration from falsely shipping Venezuelans not to Guantanamo Bay this time, but instead to the CCOT facility in El Salvador, which is a direct concentration camp, the Trump administration will still follow through. They do not care. It is a new era of fascism. Earlier this morning, I said, I think that an even darker chapter of American history might be upon us. People might turn around and say, what do you mean, Hassan? America was founded on indigenous genocide. America was founded on ethnic cleansing and upholding chattel slavery. America was built on white supremacist slavery. You're right. And yet I still think that this next chapter in our history might be even darker than that, truly, because it kind of feels like we are moving into the new fascist movement here in the United States of America, like straight Nazi Germany. We have a lot more technological prowess to be able to engage in industrialized death, and we are officially there. Let's take a look.
Over the weekend, the Trump administration deported hundreds of Venezuelans that it says are gang members, despite a judge's order to turn the flights around. The law at issue dates to 1798. A constitutional clash is likely looming. Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce is tracking the story. Good morning, Mary.
George, good morning. Well, we are now seeing a real showdown between this administration and the judicial branch. The White House this morning is celebrating this move, insisting the president is acting within his authority to speed up deportations, despite that directive from a federal judge that these Venezuelan immigrants be returned to the U.S. immediately. Illegal. This morning, hundreds of alleged Venezuelan gang members are waking up in prison in El Salvador after the Trump administration rapidly deported them, ignoring a federal judge's directive. This video shared by El Salvador's president shows the...
It's sad that we will never ignore injunctions or court orders at the behest of a greater good for the public. Like the what are you going to do about it mentality should have been ever present when the Biden administration was following the letter of the law and using its executive powers to abolish all student loan debt, right? Can't do that. No, we can't do that. Those are institutions that we must defend. Okay. Here's how you do it for evil. It only goes in one direction.
The alleged members of the Tren de Aragua.
Yep. That is why we have immigration courts, right? You know, you do something like this, many of those people, you know, there's no one doing this. All right, we're going to move from Hassan. What Hassan thinks is a new, darker era chapter in America's history. A new fascism being ushered in by the Trump administration. I think I agree. In many ways, I think I agree. If you missed this, in a very unusual move, Chief Justice John Roberts came out and made a statement on the moves of the president. Something which he's only done, I think, one other time in his illustrious tenure as Chief Supreme Court Justice.
Big news out of the Supreme Court. The Chief Justice of the United States of America just issued a rare statement on President Trump's call to impeach the judge in his Alien Enemies Act case. I want to go straight to Paula Reed. Paula, wow, this is a very big deal.
This is a huge deal. Here you have Chief Justice John Roberts appearing to push back on statements President Trump made earlier today, suggesting that a judge, James Boasberg, who of course temporarily blocked deportations by the Trump administration, or at least tried to, should be impeached. And here the Chief Justice writes, for more than 2 centuries, it has been established that impeachment is not an appropriate response to disagreement concerning a judicial decision. The normal appellate review process exists for that purpose. Now, this is, of course, a very short statement, but it says so much, Dana, because earlier today, in a Truth Social post, President Trump sort of went on a tangent about how angry he was at this judge and saying this judge, like many of the crooked judges I am forced to appear before, should be impeached. And this comes just several days after Boasberg tried to temporarily block some deportations by the Trump administration, and the Trump administration did not abide by his order to turn around 2 planes that had already taken off. And in a pretty heated hearing yesterday, the Justice Department insisted that they did not need to abide by the judge's oral order from the bench, something the judge took issue with.
Words.
And then even when the judge had issued a written order,
Words
they
mean
still
nothing
did not
unless you write them
comply.
down.
And in court yesterday, they were arguing that the reason they did not need to comply with that written order is because they said that President Trump has a broad executive authority when it comes to foreign affairs. And the reason that this whole case is significant, Dana,
Foreign
is
affairs.
because this is not...
I love how they're calling it foreign affairs. This is an internal matter, right? These are immigrants to the United States, whether undocumented, documented, or whatever else. Like, it's not a foreign affair. We have a system of supposed rules and laws that say anybody here can't just be deported without a trial, or at least like a hearing with a judge going through the proper avenues. And they're just fucking completely circumventing it. And now lashing out at federal judges to the degree that even John Roberts had to come out and say something, which is truly astounding. I think she said that. I agree. Astounding is absolutely the word. Because, I mean, never happens. Never fucking happens. John Roberts is the guy who voted to give Donald Trump unlimited, get out of jail free cards and say you can't commit a crime. You can't prosecute a president. Oh my God, it's insane. That's how far we've come.
Of Trump's expansive use of executive power. It is also a test of the extent to which he and his lawyers believe.
And I think this is the thing. John Roberts is a fucking idiot. Okay, the fact that any of these judges claimed that a president can't. They usurped themselves, right? And now I think Justice John Roberts is actually seeing. Because it must not have much of an imagination. That's probably why he's a constitutionalist, an originalist. Because he apparently is incapable of interpreting anything. Or foreseeing into the future what might happen if any president thought they were above the rule of law. Right? of, able to do whatever they want without any backlash. No power can be checked. And now I think he's starting to see actually what this brings, and he's getting worried. He's like, "Oh no, my beloved judicial, oh God, not the judicial system, my sacred judicial system." And he's almost trying to walk that back, but he can't just actively walk back the decision itself. And so now he's I feel like he's fucking hyperventilating over there over this. Oh God, did I make a bad decision? Oh no, the Constitution failed me. Or you just read the Constitution wrong, apparently, because that was never intended that presidents couldn't be fucking criminals, right? They couldn't be prosecuted. They just basically undid everything in one go last year. In that case. Fucking hell.
He can be checked by the court. So here, Judge Boasberg getting some support from really the most senior justice in the land.
Yeah, your eyes are going wide, David Chalian.
It's astonishing, and I don't want to diminish the importance of the specific case that
but this
Paul
is about that.
It is, obviously, but it's so much bigger than that, too.
Yeah.
This is, I just want to step back here, because there are so many people, I think, that said in the last couple days of, well, are we in a constitutional crisis or not? And are they really defying an order? Or let's parse whether it was a written order or a verbal order.
I don't want reality.
It's too early. It's too soon to get worked up about this or concerned about this. And John Roberts, who does not choose to jump into the political fray at all if he doesn't have to, says, no, it's not too soon. I am the guy that sits atop one of the three co-equal branches as designed by the Constitution, and it's not too soon for me to say, back off, Mr. President. You should not be talking about impeaching a district judge, a district-level judge, because you don't like the ruling. That's not the way the last 2 centuries have worked. And
Exactly. But hold on, we got to read this. This is a Donald Trump truth you must read. The capital radical, capital L left, capital L lunatic of a capital G J judge, a troublemaker and agitator, who was sadly appointed by Barack Hussein Obama, was not elected president. Wait, what? Who wasn't elected president? Barack Obama or the judge? I guess he's talking about the judge. It's hard to be sure. I guess, if I go by the commas, I guess he's talking about the judge. He didn't win, all caps win, the popular all caps vote, in parentheses, by a lot, exclamation mark. He didn't all caps win all 7 swing states. He didn't all caps win 2,750 to 525 capital C counties. He didn't all caps win anything. I won for many reasons in an overwhelming mandate, but fighting illegal immigration may have been the #1 reason for this historic victory. Those are all caps. I'm just doing what the all caps voters wanted me to do. This judge, like many of the crooked judges I am forced to appear before, should be all caps impeached. 3 exclamation points now. I'm pooping really hard right now on the toilet, the golden toilet. That's where I truth from, do my best truthing from the toilet. All caps for the rest of this goddamn thing. We don't want vicious, violent, and demented criminals, many of them deranged murderers, in our country. Make America great again. This guy is fucking deranged.
I think, he doesn't get involved very often. The fact that he's chosen to step in here, you see he's responding to what Trump put in that Truth Social this morning.
Right, which I'll get to in a second.
But also just the aggressiveness to push back on Trump this way, choosing to speak and speaking the way he did in this statement. We should all take note of this moment.
Okay, I'm not sure if we have it yet because we just got it to put up on the screen, but I'm just going to read it one more time, and the it being John Roberts' statement, which we just got.
We already read that statement. Okay. Let's go away from Dana. Old Dana Fash. Okay. Let's go see what Bernie Sanders. Wait, was this a Dana interview too? I think it was. Let's go to Bernie. See what he thinks about all of this. This was 2 days ago. I'm so sorry for the back-to-back CNN vids. It happens very infrequently, but we got a lot of videos today to get through. A lot of topics.
My lead source tonight is the independent senator from Vermont, Bernie Sanders. And Senator, it's great to have you here because you issued your own rebuke, as I'll call it, and basically said that you think President Trump needs to turn off Fox News and, quote, read the Constitution.
Look, the guys who wrote the Constitution back in the 1790s were nobody's fools. What they wanted to do is have a separation of powers between the executive, the legislative, and the judiciary so that one person could not assume enormous power. And what you are seeing right now is a president who is authoritarian. He just attacked the media the other day. I think he called CNN illegal because I gather that now and then you criticize him. He is trying to encroach on the constitutional responsibilities and spending powers of Congress. And now he's going after the courts. Look, if somebody is a corrupt judge, that person can and should be impeached. But not because you voice an opinion. That's why these guys have life terms. So they are immune from these types of attack, and they can be objective in their judgment.
The greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
In the last number of years, and I'm not a great fan of Chief Justice Roberts, you have had decisions from the Supreme Court on Citizens United, which allow billionaires to buy elections. One of the worst decisions in the history of the Supreme Court. You didn't see a whole lot of people saying impeach Roberts and members of the court. You had this horrible decision on Roe versus Wade, taking away women's rights to control their own bodies. Again, we live in a society of rule of law. Supreme Court has its power. Judges have their power. And it should frighten every American, whether you're conservative or progressive, that you have a president who does not respect our Constitution and wants more and more power for himself. Very dangerous.
What does it say that the Chief Justice, who...
Yeah, Bernie seems to think that this is a horrifying overstep. And, I mean, I said it last stream. What was it? Tuesday. Jesus, what did I miss Wednesday and Thursday? But yeah, I said it on Tuesday. We're officially in a constitutional crisis. Okay? That's where we're at. That's what this has created. If we didn't have one already, we do now. Anybody still saying we're not there yet is a fucking idiot. Now, this has never happened before. But we are about to watch 3 CNN vids in a row. I know. It's disgusting. But Chief Justice John Roberts had, of course, responded to Donald Trump's calling for this judge to be impeached for disagreeing with something he decided to do. But Donald Trump turned his sights on Justice John Roberts, his good buddy. I mean, he patted John Roberts on the back at not the Supreme Court, at the fake State of the Union.
President Trump, how do you respond to a very...
Remember that? He's like, "Thank you so much." And he patted John Roberts on the back. And John Roberts looked super awkward about that. Like, I'm not political, I'm not political, I'm not political.
Give me a joke.
And Donald Trump has apparently turned his sights on John Roberts now. Here's CNN on the story. First on the story, 2 days ago.
So if you're President Trump, how do you respond to a very rare scolding from the Chief Justice of the United States, basically to stop attacking federal judges? Well, you attack a federal judge. This has to do with the case involving the White House efforts to deport what it calls Venezuelan gang members using an 18th century law. President Trump is calling for the judge in this case, calling for his impeachment. This prompted the extraordinary statement from the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, actually the Chief Justice of the United States, John Roberts, For more than 2 centuries, it has been established that impeachment is not an appropriate response to disagreement concerning a judicial decision. The normal appellate review process exists for that purpose. Let's get to CNN's Kevin Liptak at the White House, who will convey exactly what the feelings are from the president. Kevin.
Yeah. I can tell you just what Trump said. He essentially tried to shrug off the Roberts criticism, saying that he didn't think Roberts was talking specifically about him because he didn't name him in that statement,
It's
which
not
is a little
about
beyond
me.
the realm. I think it was pretty unambiguous what Roberts was saying there and who Roberts was talking to. But I do also think it's notable that the president is not trying to jump into a feud directly with the Chief Justice of the United States. Of course, so much of Trump's agenda is heading towards the Supreme Court, and he will need, at the end of the day, Justice Roberts if some of these items that he's been trying to enact are upheld by the highest court in the land. So Justice Roberts is one judge that President Trump does not seem to be interested in picking a fight with directly at the moment, but that's not stopping him from going after this other federal judge in Washington who has blocked the deportations under the Alien Enemies Act, but also, very notably, has cast some very intense skepticism on the administration's rationale for not turning around the planes of those alleged gang members, even though he specifically told them to. And so I think we do have some of the sound from the president. Let's listen to what he said in response to Justice Roberts.
He didn't mention my name in the statement. I just saw it quickly. He didn't mention my name, but many people have called for his impeachment, the impeachment of this judge. I don't know who the judge is.
Many have called. I don't even know who it is.
What do you do when you have a rogue judge?
I don't even know who he is, but many have called for his impeachment. How do you know that many have called for his impeachment if you don't know who he is? Anybody capable of explaining that one to me? Because I'm a little confused.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
That we're talking about, you look at his other rulings, I mean, rulings unrelated, but having to do with me, he's a lunatic.
So not backing off at all against that criticism.
He is a lunatic. Lunatic radical leftist judge. Now, wait, hold on. So yeah, I may have misspoken, because technically Donald Trump didn't turn his sights on John Roberts, but he doubled down on his criticism of this judge. This was his truth. If a president doesn't have the right to throw murderers and other criminals out of our capital C country because a capital R radical, capital L left, capital L lunatic, capital J judge wants to assume the role of president, then our capital C country is in very big trouble and destined to fail. So he basically he didn't attack John Roberts, but basically ignored John Roberts, continued to do things that John Roberts told him not to do, pretended like John Roberts wasn't talking to him. It's insane. Of course, he doesn't want to upset John Roberts because the Trump administration is banking on John Roberts backing them up in the Supreme Court, right? And they don't need him, the Chief Justice in the land, to suddenly take a different tone with the Trump administration than he has in the past. I mean, he's given them more leeway than any judge has ever given a president in history. And so Donald Trump still wants to be able to say whatever the fuck he wants, but he's just gonna. The only way he's gonna be able to do that is by ignoring reality.
I don't want reality.
Okay. What are we doing on time? Oh, okay. Let's take a quick break. Before we go to the full break, I just want to clear something up because we're in the middle of a galactic crisis right now. This may be a continuing message now for a little while. But unfortunately, today I went to start the stream. my audio interface, which is a piece of hardware which I use to route my microphone through, ceased to work. It will not turn on. I'm going to see what I can do to fix it on my end. But right now, resources are limited, and whatever else is going on with all this is, certainly, it's going to be tough for me to try and fix it. So for now, I'm using a very bad internal microphone that exists on my computer. So if my voice sounds fucked up, that's the reason. If you would like to help us in this crisis, please contribute to Cash App or PayPal so that I can get a new interface, essentially, so we can get back to having good mic audio quality. Oh, God. And it is bugging me that I don't have it right now. Of course, the links for Cash App and PayPal are in my bio. Anyway, let's get to the actual break. Well, I hope everyone is enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Maybe even hit the little bell icon as well so you get the latest in galactic content and notifications. Now, while you're doing all that, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are funded by viewers like you. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support for GNN. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships. Twitch, bits and subscriptions, even on-screen celebrations now these days. Cash App and PayPal, I just mentioned. Great ways to circumvent giving either of those two guys a cut of that money, which you are so graciously donating. But the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars, some say in the entire Milky Way galaxy, is become a patron on Patreon. Only $3 a month, and you can get access to an unworldly amount of benefits. So go onto the website and see what awaits you. Things like avatars, shoutouts, and much, much more. Anyway, chat, enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. You know what that sound means, chat. Time for us to get back to the stream. Content incoming. Okay. Let's get back to this ongoing situation regarding deportations and this new constitutional crisis. Because really, I mean, when Donald Trump started usurping, let's be real, it was already basically a constitutional crisis when Donald Trump started usurping the power of the legislature to distribute funds as they legislate to. But this is truly the new constitutional crisis. Constitutional crisis 2.0, if you will. By the way, I was going to respond to something. Oh, right. Donald James X, I think, said it. Something about a DAW. No, unfortunately, I have software. I have plenty of audio software on the computer. Maybe too much. Some might say too much. The problem is I don't have an audio interface, right? It's the audio interface that broke today, or at least in the last 48 hours since the last stream, right? Sometime between then and now it broke. It won't turn back on. It's a physical piece of hardware. Well, people, I feel like you would know what I'm talking about here. But yeah, it's like I could hook up a guitar to it right now. I could hook up any number of instruments, but it's what I use to route my microphone through, as well as my headphones, usually, for multiple reasons. But it gives me the ability to control my headphone volume and not have it affect the stream volume. Stuff like that. I can, it's an audio interface, right? It's got like 8 channels in the back of it. I've had it for like a dozen years. It's like a piece of the part of the family, really. The Galactic Space Station feels wrong without it functioning. And relegated to this awful mic coming out of the computer. By the way, we are slowly devolving in terms of memberships right now. That's no good. It's no good. And the fact is, I'm not shocked too much, but I just want to say that the fewer members that we have on YouTube, the harder it is going to be for us to get more emotes. Now, do we have a plethora of galactic emotes? Sure. We could have more. I don't even know if there's a limit, technically. So, do consider strongly becoming a member if you haven't, or gifting memberships, which are now working again. I'd point out they've been working lately. And also, great point. Before I get carried away, Mono pointing that we have almost 90 likes, but only 5 emotional support characters. That's a 5. I rolled for 1 during the break, but I forgot about rolling for more. I didn't realize. I thought we had last time. I thought we had 60. I was doing it for that. Apparently, we are much further along. What were those again? 5. Okay. Oh, I also wanted to say, I noticed a couple people donated on Cash App before the break and before the but after the the goal ended, which means we get all the content. We might have been short by 1. I think we got 4 out of 5. But somebody donated. Multiple people donated. I won't mention your names unless you mention yourself in chat, but thank you. You know who you are. To those of you who contributed on Cash App earlier, thank you. Thank you, Monop, for the condolences. I appreciate it. It is a difficult time in space right now. You know, this is something that I had when I was basically a kid. And it's gone now. Well, maybe not gone. But it's going to require, who knows how much, probably, my guess, more than it's worth amount of work to fix. And financially speaking, time-wise speaking, it'll probably be, even though it's going to cost me a bunch of money to do, cheaper to just buy another one. I'm going to try it. Now, in the meantime, I am going to, at some point in my free time, try and take it apart, look at it, maybe take it to somebody to look at in the audio repair business I know. But those kinds of repairs are expensive. Right. Especially on older audio devices that are no longer being made. This one is no longer being made. In fact, it's so old that it's no longer being even serviced software-wise. Oh my God, people immediately taking that opportunity, me mentioning that we have a deficit in memberships, immediately making up some portion of that. Oh my God. Morbius Dragon. 1 gifted membership. Slagator Fantabulous. That's a great name. Gotta say, I don't think I've ever seen this chatter before. Great name. Great YouTube name. Congratulations, Slagator Fantabulous. Galactic membership received. Sasha G with 5 Galactic News Network memberships. Increasing our membies greatly. Big Rage Brujo gifted a membership. This is Jen's Cats, of course. I'm sure she'll be very pleased to hear that. Will in Detroit also will probably be glad. Charlie Martinez and Vincent Morales both getting Galactic membies. Just beautiful. Truly beautiful. Rob Skelts immediately after that. I mean, it's just more memberships notifications than chats. Rob Skelts, thank you. Bernie with a U. Autumn Leaves. Well, I don't think I've ever seen one of these chats. But it's nice to actually know that he's subscribed. Rose T. Brenneman and Monica G also gifted Galactic membies. Truly beautiful outpouring of support from all of you. I appreciate each and every one. Oh, God. Okay. That got us closer. But yeah, we had sank beneath the level we were at, like, over the last week or so. A couple of weeks, maybe. Slow decline. Not that bad. And I'm going to have to look at how close we are now to getting new members, but it's at least helping out in that moment. Let's go on. Now, back to the Ministry of Truth. White House press briefing room. Caroline Levitt. She came out to yell about this same judge. Here's 6 ABC Philadelphia. Same day Donald Trump doubled down on his calls for impeachment against this radical left-wing judge doing judge stuff. Caroline came out, back him up. Ministry of Truth here to tell us the truth. Okay? Don't listen to John Roberts. Listen to Caroline. She's got the truth for you. 90 likes? Is that true? Is that true? 90 likes? How are we supposed to do the stream when we're getting so many likes? We're going to have to stop the stream and just do emotional support characters from now on, I guess.
The White House is escalating its battle with the federal judge.
Excuse me.
Okay.
No.
On recent deportation.
Why do you have to lag on the first click? So annoying. Okay. You have an 8-track component deck that still works. That's good. And it's helpful. It's very helpful. By helpful, I mean helpful in spirit, but not so much in reality.
I don't want reality.
Yeah, that's okay. I don't want reality. That's fine. God, I gotta do another emotional support character. I'm almost gonna forget. You know what? I better. I can remember 4 numbers. What am I talking about? What am I talking about? That's stupid. That's dumb. Why is this so quiet? Oh, because we just got done with the break. Testing. A little loud. That's probably true. Autumn is probably sleeping throughout these streams. That's a fair point. It's a fair point. I feel like there's plenty of times where I've seen Autumn like sleep in on Majority Report. Like he'll sleep in until until the Majority Report starts. Maybe cycling. I don't know. It is early. It is early. What was I going to do? Oh, right. We're going to Caroline, but we have to do the emotional support characters before we... I'll do it while we do this. Let's go.
Today, President Trump continued his attacks on that judge, calling him a radical left lunatic. It was language like that which earned a rare public rebuke yesterday from the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. But this afternoon, the White House press secretary doubling down.
The judges in this country are acting erroneously.
Erroneous.
We have judges who are acting as partisan activists from the bench. They are trying to dictate.
Wait, is it erroneous? Or is it partisan? Or is it erroneous because it's partisan? It's just confusing. Because she's saying it's an error. This judge has made an error.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Oh, that is loud. That is loud. Is that loud? It feels loud. And yet, I feel like this is going to be too quiet. I never run it at this level. Maybe, it's because I'm running my fucking headphones through here instead. Oh, that's why. That's why it's wrong. Yeah, I don't get the same audio fidelity through this tiny jack. It really sucks. Okay, everything's fine. Has Autumn shown up to this chat before? Donald James seems to think Autumn has shown up here before. I don't think I've ever seen Autumn leaves in the chat. And it's possible I missed it.
Policy from the President of the United States. They are trying to clearly slow walk this administration's agenda, and it's
unacceptable, even though it's exactly what they're there for. It is unacceptable that the judges judge what Donald Trump is doing from the bench. That is too much.
That's too much, man!
I was taking you seriously, Bob. I had a feeling you had an 8-track. For whatever reason, I was like, Bob's holding on to that 8-track. Hoping 8-tracks come back. Yeah. Just waiting for the day that they bring it back. Any day now. That and Laserdisc. They're both coming back. Anytime now. It's just a cycle. It's a circle back. That's how technology works. All right, now let's talk about immigrants some more. We're going to be going back and forth between what happened with this judge and what's been happening with this judge this week, because there's been, we're going through it all because it's end of week report, and I didn't delete a single video from this At least the ones that didn't feel like, all right, maybe a couple, but not many. Like, because the weekend report, we try and do all this stuff, especially because we miss Wednesday and Thursday. Let's go here. We're not going to watch this whole thing. I watched it. It was pretty emotional watch, honestly. But a group of activists came out in support of another activist. An activist who was also an immigrant. An activist who essentially, regardless of their immigration status, who actually made it known what their immigration status was throughout their activism. And they haven't just been an immigrant rights activist, but this person has been detained by ICE. So supporters of this activist came out in her defense and rallied in Denver in pretty bad weather.
This is quite a crowd. Thank you for being here. This is very, I want to say, community-led. So I think in a few minutes, we can probably do like something that resembles a legal update. And then I think we can do something that resembles like things you can do to support Jeanette. But until then, why don't we have folks who would like to share a little bit about what Jeanette means to you, just come forward and do a little bit of sharing. Sound okay? Great. And then we'll have a much bigger sound system set up in the near future. So for folks here from the media, we're going to do a legal update in a minute, and then we're going to do ways you can support Jeanette. And then we'll just kind of intersperse that with some music, some songs, and also some people just sharing what Jeanette means to you. Great? All right. All right, who would like to go first? Jeanette's daughters are here and are super excited to hear from others. Let's say that. Great. I will share a little bit about what Jeanette means to me. One of the things that I really love about Jeanette is that she sees the intersections of all things. She sees the importance of fighting for liberation for all people in so many different situations. And she never stops.
Okay. Bob, you really own one laser. Okay. This is genuinely hilarious to me. Okay. Even like when I was in high school, Laserdisc was dead. I remember seeing one. Like, I was big into AV stuff too, right? Like when I was a kid. Like from the beginning. Like I was in the AV club and TV production class. Like I did like the morning like show like in high school and stuff, and like that was already a complete like just completely unused technology at the point that I was really dating yourself here, Bob. That Laserdisc talk. Sorry, buddy. Love you.
And that's important. And I think it's important that in these moments, we check in with ourselves and we take care of each other. We remind each other to eat, we remind each other to sleep, we remind each other to drink water. And those are also really good ways to take care of ourselves and each other in community. And that is something that I learned from Jeanette. So, someone like to share something they learned from Jeanette?
Hello, thank you everyone for being here. Jeanette, si ves este mensaje, Jeanette, if you see this message, estamos con usted. We are with you, and I am so proud of you. Eres un orgullo. You are somebody that makes me so proud. You give me strength, and you speak to what it means to be a mother. Eres una madre, y lo que es una madre es cuidar sus hijos, y todos somos contigo. Being a mom means you fight for everybody, and we're all with you. And Jeanette means to me that. I see her as a mom, as a reflection of myself, as a reflection of what it means to be a woman and what it means to be a mother. Anybody else want to share?
So I just want to say that I know Jeanette from the sanctuary movement. I worked with a nonprofit in California in the San Francisco Bay Area, also advocating for families who were detained in the first Trump administration, and that's when I learned about her activism in that sanctuary movement. She taught me from where she was at in the sanctuary. She taught me as a young undocumented activist what it means that even if you're going through very hard times and being attacked, your struggle is not your own. Your struggle is communal. And that's why we're here, because each of us are struggling still, but because we're united through that struggle, we overcome. And she overcame in her life because of the way she helped all of us overcome. So I just want to thank Jeanette for being that example that our struggle, her struggle, your struggle is not your own. And you are not alone, Jeanette, and each one of us is not alone. Thank you.
And hello everybody, I want to say thank you for coming out, and I just wanted to make an announcement that this wannabe reporter right here is trying to bring harm to this gathering. So I just want everybody to know that, because there's about 50 cop cars around the corner, and it's all because he decided to make an attack on an indigenous practice.
That's right. Shame! I saw it. There was CNN. Shame! Shame on CNN.
Supposedly with CNN. Watch yourselves around this guy. Everybody.
Okay.
Shame!
One thing I do want to say is that if we could come up out of the street, that would be good, because the cops go really fast down that way, and I don't want anyone to get hurt either. Oh. Okay.
Hold on.
Okay, so let's refocus for Jeanette. Is that okay if we kind of come together for Jeanette in this moment?
If people are getting distracted over here, I'm gonna move this forward. Oh, to this speaker next.
There's a lot of injustice. I caught a little bit of what Jeanette said while she was on the phone. She was saying that there's a lot of injustice in this detention center, and that she was going to help other people possibly advocate for themselves while they're in there, so that they don't violate their rights. That's what they do in there. They violate people's rights. This whole for-profit is unconstitutional, and it's just inhumane. People should not be locked up like animals in cages, and they need to free Jeanette. They know this is what they do. They know she's an asset to our movement. They know she's a part of liberation, and they know what she advocates for. This is an organized criminal organization that involves the media, the mainstream media anyway. We got people like Democracy Now! We got Miss Carol right here, YouTube journalist. Shout out Miss Carol Funk. Shout out Brother Jeff. Brother Jeff, I see you too. And yeah, let's continue this fight.
Good afternoon. Bienvenidos a todos. A thing that I learned from Jeanette is how to interweave everything. Una cosa que aprendí de Jeanette es como interlazar todo. Si tenemos una persona que no está invitada, if we have a person who's not invited, you can just stand in front of him with your hand, easily, while we focus on Jeanette. Si queremos interrumpir estas cosas, te pueden parar enfrente de este hombre con su mano enfrente de la cámara y seguir aquí por Jeanette. Nosotros somos capaces de hacer tantas cosas organizadamente. We know how to do so many things organized. Eso es lo que me enseñó Jeanette. That is something that Jeanette showed me. Desde una iglesia ella organizó adentro antes de que no se fue. If you want to, you can. Jeanette showed us that we are free to make our own decisions and protect our community. Jeanette nos enseñó que nosotros estamos libres para proteger nuestras comunidades juntas, así. You don't have to be violent about it tampoco. Ella nos enseñó eso, no necesitan ser violentos si no quieren. Si se necesita, ella también nos enseñó cómo hacer eso. If you need to, she also showed us how to defend ourselves. Nosotros no nos debemos olvidar las historias que ella cargue. We should not forget the stories that she carries. Ella nos recuerda que nosotros somos indígenas a un lugar en el mundo. She reminded us that we're indigenous to somewhere in the world. So en eso recuerden las historias que nos recordó ella. Remember the stories that she reminded us about. That's what I learned from Jeanette. Eso aprendí de ella.
Okay. Someone else would like to share with something they learned from Jeanette?
I'm a longtime friend of Jeanette's, and it's beautiful to be a friend with Jeanette, but it's not easy because she never stops. As soon as she's tackling one issue, she's on to the next. She's struggling. She's always fighting. She's relentless. She's a strong woman, a very strong woman. Some people have trouble with strong women. She's amazing. That's all I got to say.
Oh God, I'm trying to remember. Problem is, I just listened to this. I don't even know who said what. I didn't actually watch it. I listened to this whole thing. God, which parts do I want to listen to? I think it might. I think this is one of the parts I wanted.
All right. I'm Nita Gonzalez. Jordan, I made it. Even with the police over there. And I'm just glad to report that they released the indigenous elder that they had detained. And you know what it took? It took us calling our chief in Denver, calling their chief in Aurora, calling them. Wait a minute. This we always do this, and we respect this. So thank you. How many cops showed up over there? There were quite. How many were you with there? Like 11 cars or something, and they lined the streets. And the fire department came, and then they were okay and left. But it's Laura Naranjo, who is the elder that was detained, and a friend of Jeanette's. And Jeanette and her would always pray in that place under that tree for other people in the center, detained in the center. And she said that they told her that someone called the police to say there was a fire going on. That's how they aimed. So, so that tells you what we're dealing with in this community. But I want to just say thank you for braving the weather, because nothing can be more important than supporting my shiro, Jeanette Vizquerra. Who else? She's put up with so much for us. And she is us, and we are her. And this is not done till she's released, just like Laura Naranjo was released. And she needs to come home. Come home to her community to continue the work. She has a right to do the work for human rights, the work for people, the work for justice and equity. And I want to thank our city council president, even came out. Amanda, thank you. She also spoke to the police. She said, it's definitely not Denver. Well, but Denver still has work to do, but we don't let them forget that. Now we got to remember, we got to remind Aurora, and we got to remind ICE. No, you don't get to do this to us. That's right. And the only way that happens is we're here all the time, every time, and that we stand with her. And please keep the petition going. Do the GoFundMe. We've got to help her with her legal fees and the family. She is our sister, our mother, our daughter, our grandmother, our auntie, our tia. And that's how we have to treat. She is our relative, and we cannot leave her there. But she is just one example of all our relatives in this ugly, disgusting, horrible place. We have to speak all the time for all of them. And I'm grateful that everyone is staying together and unified and that we came out tonight. It doesn't matter if it was snow and I was coming. I didn't know how I'd figure that one out, but I
Winter is coming.
So we... yeah, that's right. Si se puede. 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 And one more thing. One more thing. Change the narrative they always place on us. She is not an immigrant, she is a migrant. This is her homeland. This is her homeland. This is her homeland. My father, Corky Gonzalez, said, we didn't cross the border crossed us. This is our homeland.
I don't know how I did that. That was the one I wanted. I thought that was a great speech. This is just one of many instances of this stuff happening. That was in Denver. I saw some people asking about where this was. Now let's go to Washington. King 5 Seattle from a day ago. Man arrested in by ICE. Alleges Spokane County broke state law.
Illegal.
On March 10th, it was near this intersection in Spokane Valley where ICE agents stopped Jason and Cesar Ruiz Rodriguez, two undocumented workers from Nicaragua. Jason's wife, Kayla Somariba, who was also in the car, says they were on their way to their court hearing related to criminal harassment charges when the agents surrounded their van.
They stopped us 2 blocks away from our house. It was like they were waiting for us to pass because it was right when we turned, they all came in and surrounded us.
In the video, you see agents breaking the windows as they try to pull the men out of the car. Last week, law enforcement analysts said what the agents did wasn't against the law because they had probable cause to arrest the men.
Probable cause.
Oh my God!
Probable cause. They were they were just two people in a vehicle. Well, they were brown. They were extra brown looking. What was it that gave you probable cause? They're extra immigrant looking. They looked like immigrants.
Illegal.
Ariba says she thinks the agents used excessive force.
You know, they're tasering him and, you know, just doing stuff that it's like, why are you guys being so, you know, so brutal?
She also got suspicious that local cops must have been involved. The ICE agents knew where they would be, when they would show up, and exactly who was in the car.
They specifically, Jason and Cesar need to get out of the car. So they knew who was going to be in the car at what time.
This caught the attention of Kyle Madsen, Jason's attorney in his criminal harassment case. He says, quote, the fact that ICE was waiting for Mr. Ruiz Rodriguez while he was on his way to court clearly showed that someone shared this information.
In the discovery I received, there were reports from certain sheriff's officers, investigative analysts, detailing conversations they had with various federal agencies. It was pretty clear they were collecting immigration information, which under Keep Washington Working is a violation of the law.
Madsen's motion included this report from a Spokane County Sheriff's digital analyst last year. They discussed the immigration status of Ruiz Rodriguez, their country of origin, and how they entered the U.S. through Florida. Madsen alleges his client was denied due process for his criminal.
Okay, here we go. like I was saying, this is something that's happening to all sorts of people. Right now, well, let's keep it going, because we got a lot to talk about with this. Now, courts asked for more information from Donald Trump on the individuals who, like, beyond having been ordered by a judge to turn around those planes, bring back those people to this country instead of bringing them to Venezuela extrajudicially. The courts have been asking for more information, just generally, because they were not given the opportunity to look over the information of the people who are being deported. But the Trump administration, well, they'd rather not.
That's too much, man!
They were deported to El Salvador over the objections of a federal judge. In court Wednesday, the Trump administration argued that judge is improperly intruding on the president's ability to handle a sensitive national security matter.
The judges in this country are acting erroneously. We have judges who are acting as partisan activists from the bench.
The White House continues to walk a fine line between disobeying the court and outright defiance of the law. On social media, Trump has said the judge who attempted to block the deportations should be impeached, drawing a rare rebuke from the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, who wrote in part, "For more than 2 centuries, it has been established that impeachment is not an appropriate response to a disagreement concerning a judicial decision."
Well, he didn't mention my name in the statement. I just saw it quickly. He didn't mention my name.
In an interview with Fox News, Trump seemed to walk back from the brink of a full-blown constitutional crisis, insisting he would ultimately abide by court rulings.
Very bad judges.
Global news. You're wrong. Wrong, Global News. Just wrong. What he said does not change anything, actually. Because those people have already been deported to a foreign country, to a slave labor camp. I can't even watch the rest of that video after that. I'm so pissed off. That does not walk us back from a constitutional crisis, stupid. Those people have already been illegally deported to a different country. Oh, you're just going to undo it? You're just going to undo it? That's fine. That's not a constitutional crisis? Yeah. And, yeah. Wow. Right. Yeah, I'll abide by the courts, even though I've already not abided by the courts in a very real and concrete way. That's, all signs point to undoing it may be difficult. What are you going to do? Invade El Salvador? I mean, to bring these people back that Donald Trump doesn't want in the first place? Really? No, that's not going to happen. All right. Now let's go for the breaking news from a day ago. Because Tom Homan, well, he went on to some very weird, sort of, what do you call it? Like a talkie thing, where people, they had a microphone, and they're sitting in seats, and they're sort of talking to each other about stuff. What's that called? It's like a gathering, but bigger.
Czar, give us an update on where we are on the wall.
First of all, the government give me flashbacks. I've been more pissed off for 4 years under the Biden administration. I'm getting flashbacks. I love my job now. I worked with the greatest president of my lifetime, Donald Trump. Where are we at? In 4 weeks, we arrested more criminal aliens in the interior United States than Joe Biden did in a year, first of all. Second of all, the border numbers right now are down 96%. 96% decline in 6 weeks. We did in 6 weeks, but Joe Biden refused to.
You know, I love the decor around here, I gotta say. It's like a TED Talk for fascists, right? Like, is that not what this feels like? It's a TED Talk for fascists. Got the nice golden plush chairs with the beautiful patterns on them, all in gold. You know, nice wood, nice finished wood stage. You know, a palm tree. Gotta get an American flag in there. You know, but then of course you got the backdrop with the connection to a computer, so you can get little graphics up there. Nice little sparkling water on some golden tables. I mean, is this at Mar-a-Lago or what's happening? What the fuck is this place? Oh my God.
4 years. And what we needed as a president articulated during the speech, all we needed was a new president who took border security seriously, and that's what we have in President Trump. 96% decline on border crossing. But here's the most important part, what I think is most important.
This is insane.
Gotaways. Under Joe Biden, we got 2.2 million people cross the border, weren't apprehended, weren't fingerprinted, weren't vetted. 2.2 million people came into this country, and we got them on video, drone traffic, sensor traffic. They weren't apprehended because Border Patrol was too busy changing diapers, making baby formula, taking care of the humanitarian crisis of people coming across that border by the millions. 2.2 million people cross the border. We don't know who they are, where they came from, why they're here. Gotaways by average were 1,800 a day under Joe Biden. 1,800 people a day crossed this border and weren't apprehended because they were Border Patrol so overwhelmed. The gotaway number yesterday, 41. 41. 1,800 to 41. That means less people are entering this country than that we don't know who they are. When you have the border, and here's where I keep preaching, but the left keeps pushing back. When you have a 96% decline in illegal border crossing, when 96% less people are coming, how many women and children aren't being sexually assaulted? How many children aren't dying crossing that border? How many pounds of fentanyl is not getting into this country to kill Americans? How many people...
Jesus fucking Christ. This guy is fucking insane. Where did the migrants go, George? But I like deportations. Now, of course, Tom Homan, completely ignores the fact that border crossings were at an all-time low while Biden was president, after his order to shut down the border, right? So the border crossings declined precipitously in the late 2024 statistics, and Donald Trump was given a border crossing rate lower than the one he had when he was president back in 2020. But Tom Homan, not a big fan of the old facts and figures. I don't like statistics. I failed statistics. What's it called again? But Homan was asked a bunch of questions here at this TED Talk for Fascists. He was asked about birthright citizenship, among other things. Let's hear what he had to say about that.
Side of history, it means you really are on the right side of history.
Is that what it means?
The incentives are a real issue, and I think the biggest incentive, and I'll go to you.
They're a real issue. They're not a real issue.
What about birthright citizenship?
They are not a real issue. For a second, I didn't know what he was talking about. I remember what he's talking about. You're talking about like Social Security, the thing that, of course, you know, the undocumented immigrants can't get, right? There is no incentive structure. Like, they all think they're like living on Medicare and Social Security, you know, 20-year-old undocumented migrants working on a dairy farm. You know, they're all living off of these government incentives that literally don't exist, that they pay into but don't receive money from. But okay.
You just get across the border, you get here, and then you're born here, you're a citizen. Is that something that needs to change?
Oh, I see.
Well, I'll say this is a
right.
replacement. It's a magnet for more illegal immigration.
The magnet.
For example, under President Obama, a lot of families came across, a lot of single females came across, and Jay Johnson was the secretary at the time, and I respect Jay Johnson. I didn't agree with him all the time, but his door is always open. He heard me out, right? So despite all the hate on Trump, President Obama approved a family operation where these family groups who've been ordered removed because they lost their case. And 90% of people at the border will end up with order removal because they simply don't qualify for asylum.
Now, when I heard him say this, I was like, dude, that cannot be right. So I had to double check it. And unless it's changed between the last time I checked it and now, it's almost the polar opposite of what Tom Homan just said. As it turns out, according to my cursory research on this subject, 76% of people who apply for asylum are granted asylum. So he's trying to use this fake number he just pulled out of his fucking ass. But of course, Tom Homan likes butt stuff. Eric Adams, better watch out. We'll be in his office right up his butt. Pulling stuff out of his own butt here. So 90% not a real figure. In a way to justify what they're doing with ICE and saying, you know, all these immigrants, they're just getting across the border, they're applying for asylum, they're never granted it, even though in almost all cases they are in fact granted it. Actually, it's a horrifying situation where really we're just giving their children, we're just people are just coming over here, they're having births in our country and they're never going to be citizens, and then we're going to have to take, oh my God, it's disgusting. I mean, it shouldn't be surprising to us that Tom Homan is coming up with figures that are completely at odds with reality, but you know, there's like a bunch of people. Right wingers are going to come out. They're going to clip this and say, "Look, Tom Homan, this guy knows what he's talking about," and so you know they'll. I mean, maybe they will. I mean, I don't know, but stuff like this, you know, this sort of contravention of reality, this administration is using to enact their illegal policies, it's completely problematic. But it's not. And look at Ron. I think even Ron knows that that's not true. Oh, God.
Coming in for a better life, I get that. But they're not escaping fear.
He's like, I wonder if anyone's fact-checking
government because of the race, religion.
You see the way Ron's looking around the room? I feel like he's literally thinking right now, I wonder if anybody's fact-checking this. Hopefully not. No, we're in a pretty partisan room right now. It's fine. This is a fascist TED Talk.
Affiliation to make a fraudulent asylum claim. So we had hundreds of family units that were ordered removed by the judge. The Obama administration approved us to go look for these people and deport them. We went looking for them. 44% of these family units, the mothers already had a U.S. citizen child or was pregnant with a U.S. citizen child. Despite all the hate that's out there and people attacking this, that is a driver for illegal immigration because they say illegal aliens don't take social benefits. Well, I argue with that. I've been doing this a long time. They do. But having U.S. citizens
they do.
Increases the use.
This guy is fucking hilarious. Oh, they're doing it. Even though all the studies say, no, they don't do it. Oh, they do. I'm telling you. I used to apprehend people at the border, which is why I know everything about Social Security. Whether undocumented immigrants are on the system. I don't even know what to say about this guy. Like, he's got to be one of the dumbest people, and I know that's saying a lot. But this shit is just so pathetic. And of course, I'm sure they won't be putting much effort into checking out Italian immigrants like Ron DeSantis, checking out Irish immigrants during either the Irish or Italian diasporas. It'll just be a certain kind of person, right? If you got certain beliefs, or you're too brown, or maybe you said some nasty things about Trump one time and you're too brown, something like that, some combination of those sorts of things. I don't know. This is just, it's breaking me inside. The fact that all of this is seemingly going on unchecked, that we have Chuck Schumer having, over this last week, given over, in the last week, just completely given over the last rein, the last lever. And staring into the abyss can be bad for your health. It's true. So, like we talked about before, the judge asked for more information on these El Salvador deportation flights. That deadline came and went. Here's CBS News from yesterday.
Illegal.
The deadline for the Justice Department to provide information about whether it defied a judge's order against sending deportation flights to El Salvador, that's now passed. A judge had given the DOJ until noon Eastern time today. And the Trump administration insists it did not ignore the order and is continuing to criticize what they call an activist judge. CBS.
That's not what ignoring an order means. But I love that attempt. It really is funny. Wait, are we missing a support character? Are we at 90? No. Okay, no, that's right. We're only at 87. Oh no, we are at 90. We are missing one. Oh God. We are at 90. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I gotta give you an emotional support character. We have that one. I am flabbergasted. I love that. It's a very interpretive. It's like an interpretive dance, right? We're not ignoring it. We're truthing and tweeting about it. How can you ignore something if you're talking about it? I mean, that's clearly not what's meant by ignoring an order. Just because you're talking about it, it does not mean you're not ignoring it. I love that.
I don't want reality.
News legal reporter Katrina Kaufman joins me now. What specific information is the judge looking for, and do we know if the Trump administration gave it to him?
I do not yet know if the judge has received that filing, but Kelly, what he wants to know is more details about these flights, because he had given an order that they weren't supposed to deport anyone from the country under the Alien Enemy Act. And if any planes were in the air, they were supposed to turn those around. But 2 planes went to El Salvador anyways. So he wants to know, what time did they leave? When did they leave U.S. airspace? When did they land in another country? Was there anywhere else on the way to El Salvador?
Because the White House press secretary has claimed that they actually did take off before that order was signed, correct?
It's true, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they complied with the order. Okay. And they have been very, very reluctant to give this information.
Yeah, and my understanding is only one of those planes actually had taken off, and the other one was still on the tarmac, about to take off. So they definitely ignored this order. Just because they were talking about it and yelling about it on Truth Social doesn't mean that it's not ignoring it. Or a plane being in the air somehow takes it out of a U.S. military plane is always under U.S. jurisdiction. That's just a fact. And it's fascinating that somehow Donald Trump thinks that it's not. Especially when it's being used for domestic purposes. People who reside in the United States of America. And I haven't given you your emotional support character.
Winter is coming.
That's not what I meant to hit. Was it? Oh, no.
How rude.
It's the same color. I should switch that. That was a... Actually, I don't even need... Oh, I just realized. Oh, I should take... I'm taking that off right now. Oh, shit. My other mouse is charging. God damn it. What was I saying? Oh. There's still... Who was it? Oh, right. It's a good thing I put down the dice on the last character I rolled, or I would forget these things. Okay. But yeah, the White House pretending like talking about the judge's order is the same thing as complying with it, which is obviously not true.
I don't want reality.
But things have continued to devolve, or evolve, depending on how you want to see it. Both, actually. I guess you could use both. Let's go here to CBS News from yesterday. More students being deported. So, you know how earlier we talked about how the United States choosing to cut funding to prestigious, and just like generally speaking, not even prestigious, just all of them, to all of the different institutions that they're cutting funding to, like with NIH grants for colleges and such, and how that's going to cause people to maybe choose to go to school somewhere else, right? There's some other things that might cause people to do that, right? Like Mahmoud Khalil being arrested, or maybe this next guy we're about to talk about. CBS News from yesterday. What to know about ICE arresting a Georgetown researcher on student visa.
Illegal.
A Virginia judge has blocked a Trump administration from deporting a Georgetown University researcher. Now, earlier this week, immigration authorities detained Badar Khunsuri. He's an Indian national and postdoctoral associate at Georgetown. Now, Suri has been studying and teaching on a student visa. The university says he obtained that visa in order to continue his research on peace building in Iraq and Afghanistan. Now, remember, this all follows the ICE detainment of a Columbia University graduate and green card holder, Mahmoud Khalil, earlier this month.
I don't think it should be a shock to anyone that this man, who is now under threat of being deported, who's been detained by ICE, happened to be researching and studying places like Iraq, okay? I mean, what does Donald Trump or any of these people think about it? We already know whatever we need to know about Iraq and Afghanistan, okay? They're shithole countries, and who cares about them? Might actually take them over at some point, but aside from that, not a lot of reason to care about Iraq or Afghanistan.
I don't want reality.
It's not like we have occupied either of those countries for much, if not all, of the 21st century.
Graduate and green card holder Mahmoud Khalil earlier this month. Now, Khalil was involved in pro-Palestinian protests at Columbia in 2024. For more, let's bring in CBS News Homeland Security correspondent Nicole Skanga. Nicole, thanks for being with us. What can you tell us about Suri's arrests and the government's accusations against him?
Yeah, absolutely, Kelly. And there is a very hefty lawsuit filed on behalf of Surrey, habeas corpus, an unlawful detention lawsuit, which reveals some of the moments leading up to Surrey's arrest, namely that on Monday, DHS agents, presumably agents from ICE or HSI, Homeland Security Investigations, surrounded Surrey outside of his home in Roslyn, Virginia. They were masked. He had no prior notice given. He was returning from Iftar. He had just broken his fast from Ramadan. And although he was initially admitted to the United States on a J-1 visa, that's a visa typically given to professionals and scholars who are working for...
Yeah. Spreading Hamas propaganda, promoting anti-Semitism by speaking against genocide.
How rude.
You know, I'm glad that the stream's at least working and people are willing to listen to this, even though my microphone is now much worse than it usually is. And even though this piece of hardware isn't working, we managed to get through 5 hours of this stream already. And yet we still have so much to go. It feels like we barely started. In many ways, we really have only just begun. How long will the stream go? Who knows? I might be dead before it actually ends. I might just be watching a blank screen at some point. Oh, God. It's just, we are in such a troubling time right now. Trying to encapsulate this week into one stream. It seems like it gets harder and harder. Week after week. It just gets worse and worse. Let's go to one group of people in the United States who happen to know quite intimately how dangerous the use
Back
of...
here at home, San Francisco.
Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. You interrupted my monologue. What was I saying? Ah, yes. Let's go to NBC Bear from yesterday. We talk about one group of people in the United States who are intimately familiar with the danger of using the Alien Enemies Act. Japanese Americans who gathered in San Francisco earlier, I think it was, like I said, yesterday, to denounce this illegal use of the Alien Enemies Act.
Illegal.
Back here at home, San Francisco's Japanese American community joining city leaders to condemn the Trump administration's use of the Alien Enemies Act. They're raising concerns that the move echoes the historical and unjust treatment of Japanese Americans after the bombing of Pearl Harbor. Here's NBC Bear's Christy Smith.
In 1941, our religious leaders, our community leaders, our school teachers were branded criminals when President Roosevelt invoked the Enemy Alien Act.
In San Francisco, people gathered at the Japanese Cultural and Community Center of Northern California with a message.
Many in our community have often talked about we need to ensure that history does not repeat itself. And yet here we are.
They denounced the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 invoked by President Trump to deport people who the administration argued were members of a Venezuelan gang. It's a wartime power that allows non-citizens to be deported without being given an opportunity to go before a judge. The administration argued the alleged gang members pose such a danger the extreme measure is warranted, but a judge temporarily halted it.
This community knows all too well that invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to deport without due process over 200 Venezuelan immigrants is dangerous.
Today, people spoke up.
This is an effort to silence dissent and disappear our community members without any semblance of due process, without any hearings.
They shared their concerns about what's happening now and offered insights and stirred memories of what happened in the past.
That is something that it not only has a deep historical resonance to what Japanese American communities went through, to what my great-grandfather went through when he experienced a knock on the door from the FBI shortly after the attack on Pearl Harbor and was then branded an alien enemy and taken away from his family.
My parents were living right here in Japantown when they were removed from their homes and taken to the Tanforan racetrack for temporary detention. My parents were both American citizens.
The message today was peaceful resistance and to keep speaking out. In San Francisco, Christy Smith, NBC Bay Area News.
Yep. And in this same instance, I mean, this law was used in a clearly racist manner, right? Because initially it was suggested that also Germans and Italians be interned en masse. But after it was determined to be an unpopular thing, 96% of all people interned were Japanese immigrants, even though the Japanese population was much smaller than that of German and Italian people in the United States, right? And it's the same thing now. All these things are mostly being used against two groups of people. People from either South America or Latin America, or from Arab countries, Middle Eastern countries, right? It's just, it's just a repeating of history, but this time, there's no justification for it even. Not that it was justified. I certainly don't think it was justified. What I'm saying is like, under the law, yes, I'm being pedantic right now, but under the law of the 1798 Alien Enemies Act, we were technically at war, right? And that was one of the contingencies under which this law operated. In this instance, we're not at war. We're just not. We're not at war. Unless you want to count some of the things that we're doing wrong. But we're not at war with Venezuela. And I mean, honestly, this act should have been done away with a long time ago, probably, but it hasn't been. It's only been used 3 times. War of 1812, World War I, and World War II. It's just horrifying repetition of history we're going through right now. And like Hassan was saying earlier, I fear that considering how much democracy has been eroded, we're entering a potentially darker phase of American history than we are prepared for. I've been trying to come to terms with what it even means, and what my job is, what our sort of responsibilities are in this moment. All right. Now I just figured we would hit this up while we're here talking about immigration. Apparently, the mayor of Denver and his staff are being accused of using an encryption app to discuss immigrants. An encryption app which not only encrypts messages but also has an auto-delete function on it, circumventing the law, essentially, that makes communications through they're supposed to be publicly available and preserved, not the opposite of that, encrypted and deleted. Let's go here.
To an exclusive Brian Moss investigation that is uncovering behavior within Denver Mayor Mike Johnston's administration that one critic calls toxic. The mayor and his top appointees have been using an encryption app to communicate for months.
They've used it to send and receive messages about immigration issues. Then those internal messages were intentionally deleted by the mayor's office. Brian Moss joining us with the latest on this investigation tonight.
And Brian, you say the mayor was directly involved with this.
The mayor was involved with this, along with 14 of his top advisors, appointees, and attorneys in his administration. Mike Johnston pledged to be a transparent mayor, said that was one of the fundamentals of his administration. But open records experts say what we've uncovered here was the opposite of transparency. Johnston's administration says their actions were because of President Trump and how his administration was dealing with Denver.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for inviting me to testify today.
When Mayor Mike Johnston testified before a congressional committee this month about immigration issues in Denver.
So if Denver can find a way to put aside our ideological differences long enough to manage a crisis we didn't choose or create.
There's something these congressional representatives didn't know.
It is deeply offensive to me.
CBS has learned Johnston and his administration had been using Signal, an encrypted messaging app, to communicate amongst themselves about immigration issues, and initially had set the app up to automatically delete their conversations.
Illegal.
Now, I honestly don't know anything about the Denver mayor, but these communications are supposed to be public, and it's problematic regardless. All right, let's talk about a different mayor, or potential mayor, I should say. Zoran Mamdani. He went on to CNN. Now, I found this to be, honestly, just the fact that he was on here being asked about stuff by CNN felt good. Not gonna lie. When I saw his face on the thumbnail at CNN, I was like, oh shit. Here we go. We're gonna get a socialist Democrat mayor. Oh god. Please, pretty please. Let's have that now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Let's go here. CNN from 14 hours ago. NYC mayoral candidate shares shocking voicemails. Oh right, I forgot about this. Shocking voicemails after confronting Trump supporters are, oh boy, everybody prepare yourselves. Trigger warning. Some very, very, very offensive and problematic things are about to be said. Oh, God. Our country. I wonder if what I'm going to hold on to that comment.
Immigration is a clear flashpoint. Case in point, meet Zoran Mamdani. He's the brash Democratic socialist who's internet famous for bringing the fight to the Trump immigration czar. Watch this.
How many more New Yorkers will you detain? How many more New Yorkers without charge? Do you believe in the First Amendment? Do you believe in the First Amendment, Tom Homan?
But with that new notoriety, Mamdani is now the target of vicious, vulgar attacks.
Go f*** yourself, you terrorist. Matter of fact, you're gonna wash my European feet. You filthy f***ing sand. Hey, you f***ing Muslim piece of f***ing shit. I hope a f***ing illegal puts a f***ing bullet in your
Jesus Christ. Is this terrorism?
So a lot of this is coming from...
Is this terrorism? Somebody tell me. Wait, no, not that part. This part. Because... Okay, we just got told that people protesting Tesla are terrorists, right? This guy just threatened violence against a mayoral candidate.
Hey, you f***ing Muslim piece of f***ing shit. I hope a f***ing illegal puts a f***ing bullet in your head. Get out of my country.
Is this terrorism? What if this happened to Elon? Would that be terrorism?
So a lot of this, Zoran, is coming from in the wake of a lot of these arrests that actually have had to do with pro-Palestinian activists and protesters, but also the broader immigration issue has really hit this city hard.
Yeah, and I think we've seen that when a New Yorker who's a permanent legal resident of this country was dragged, disappeared, and detained without charge. And those are the reasons that I asked those questions of Tom Homan, which is at the forefront of many New Yorkers' minds. Do you believe in the First Amendment? What are the charges that you're holding Mahmoud Khalil on? And how many more New Yorkers will you detain? And when I said those things, these are the messages that I received, and it's just a glimpse into what was flooding into my office the day after and the days after. But I'm not intimidated. I shared them to show what happens when a Trump administration that ran on cheaper prices, on lowering the cost of living, and on a message that resonated with New Yorkers on Fordham Road and Hillside Avenue, has instead shown itself completely unable and uninterested in delivering that, and instead is pivoting to the one thing it can do, which is deliver cruelty to its perceived enemies.
I mean, if Trump were doing as he said he would do and focus on the criminals, that would be one thing. But there is also a lot happening where criminals, people who are...
I love how they brought Mike Lawler here for this conversation. No blackface Lawler. Woo! Come on now. All right. There was more to this, but it's mostly Mike Lawler saying some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Bowman got in there a little bit, if I recall. Yeah.
And maybe the argument on your part is
legislation.
Yeah, speech is a means to revoke someone's visa, and if that's the case, the administration should absolutely say so that can be litigated.
When you are engaged in propaganda on behalf of a terrorist organization, yes, that is a problem.
Not.
Sorry.
Brother Mahmoud Khalil is here legally.
Mm-hmm.
He is a student.
Nobody is arguing that.
Okay, so he's here legally, engaging in peaceful protests, and he was detained. We have no idea what the charges are. You don't arrest and then try to throw charges at the wall to figure out what sticks to try to get him deported. Thank God there was resistance and he was not deported. You mentioned the Secretary of State in the broad jurisdiction there, but you used the key word, perceived. If the Secretary of State has an agenda like this administration and they perceive someone to be a threat because they use language that they don't like or understand, they can lock them up and possibly deport them. Free speech is free speech. Brother Khalil did not engage in any crime, did not hurt anyone physically. Free speech is free speech, and it's under attack under this dictatorship. And if you question the agenda of this particular administration, Elon Musk used a Nazi sign at the inauguration.
Exactly.
This is what we're dealing
with. Exactly, Jamal. I mean, they did the same thing with that Georgetown guy, Suri, right? They said the same thing. He's committing anti-Semitism while just ignoring all of the blatant anti-Semitism going on in their administration and in their periphery. No, it's just a certain definition of anti-Semitism, which sort of bucks up against facts.
I don't want reality.
But hey, whatever. I'm sure there's got to be some Republican out there who is livid about this. Not Sager.
There's a debate here between Sagar and Crystal.
Oh, I forgot to say.
Maybe digging into for a few minutes. The story of Judge.
I totally forgot about this. Okay. Now, we're going to a channel. I ruined it. God damn it. Come on.
Come on.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
My audio's... Oh, yeah, right. What Mo said. Yeah. My audio interface stopped working today, so I have to buy a new piece of hardware. Speaking of which, if any of you have a couple extra bucks in your Cash App or your PayPal, do consider contributing in that way so we can ameliorate this bad audio situation. It is killing me as well. But some people, they're not bothered by it. But me, I'm about ready to lose it right now. I'm not actually. It's fine. I'm fine.
I feel like I'm taking crazy.
Everything's fine, even though I totally screwed up this transition. Because we're going to a place we've never been before. A channel that we have never seen. One that bucks up against the facts on the ground. Something strange. That's right. The Bradleckian Report.
There's a debate here between Sagar and Crystal that I thought was worth maybe digging into for a few minutes. The story of judge blocking deportations of Venezuelans under wartime law. And I think Crystal really holds her own here and holds Sagar's feet to the fire. And I think the ideology Sagar is expressing here, I mean, people call him right-wing. This is know-nothingism, sort of nativism of the 19th century. Like, I don't care where they go, just get them out of here. Sort of lack of on top of like sort of not caring about rule of law and like due process. It's we've seen this before, but here's Crystal.
Actually, I guess it's the Bradleckiander report. Sorry. Had to amend it.
Talking about this Venezuela story where James E. Boasberg, federal judge, issued a temporary order blocking the government from deporting immigrants.
This court order or not? And basically they decided not. Now they claimed, oh, it was already in over international waters, so you know it's out of our hands now. Of course, this is like preposterous and
why is
nonsense.
Wait, why?
Well, because
do you think?
But here's the thing,
first of all, read the quote in front of you. However, that's accomplished, whether planning it turn around or not being the operative word. Second,
however, it's accomplished.
The plane took off from Texas, which immediately put it over international waters within like 10 minutes. That was 6:35 p.m. The flight landed in El Salvador at 8:35 p.m., making it clear that actually it was over international territory and not over the waters of the United States. Now, do you really believe that some federal judge here in Washington, D.C. has the authority to tell the executive to turn a military aircraft around? You believe, okay, well, then we'll test that at the Supreme Court. We will test that theory at the United States Supreme Court. And if you're right, then we can import these criminals back here.
How do you know that?
I like the test it at the Supreme Court as if that's like
Yeah, and this is basically the same line we keep hearing from people, right? Is essentially, oh, we'll let the courts decide, while Donald Trump has already done the thing, right? Like, he didn't wait for the courts to decide. He circumvented the courts, and then circumvented the court's orders. Like, you know, like first, initially circumventing immigration courts, right? Like first, you know, going around the immigration courts, the asylum hearings, and all that should have happened probably, or may have already. Who knows? They may have already been granted asylum. There is no way to fucking know because we have zero information on these people. They've already been extrajudicially taken from this country and sent to a labor camp in El Salvador. How anybody, I don't care what your fucking political affiliations or beliefs are, how anybody that isn't just a genuine Nazi can say this is okay. Well, I don't know. I don't understand it.
Act with the type of people that Saga represents here.
Also, are the international waters he's talking about? I don't know what the flight pattern was, but this is one of the one. It seems likely is the international waters where they hold no jurisdiction over that they're talking about. The recently renamed Gulf of America. I mean, they don't have any jurisdiction there except if they want to rename it. Except if Trump wants to rename it, then that's all on them. I mean, come on.
They're looking at every excuse possible to try to justify this as anything other than an incredible violation of the Constitution. Because even for they don't want to lose like that portion of the Republican base that actually cares about stuff like that actually cares about like following like the law, the law and order Republicans who like initially held their nose for Donald Trump despite being like a known criminal, which I think is cool generally, but not in this specific case. And so like they have to they construct all of these hoops, like, oh, it was a military flight. Oh, in fact, it wasn't even a flight that was an American flight at all. It was from Colombia, so it was a Colombian flight with Colombian pilots, and oh, it was over international waters too, and oh, it was on a Sunday, and you can't pass on a Sunday. Judges can't adjudicate on a Sunday.
It's a military plane.
It's a military plane. All things that like they think
it's a bird. It's a plane.
To like convince at least a portion of the Republican base that this is okay.
It's
And
a bird plane.
maybe like the online Reddit Republican types who are always looking for like any kind of excuse, any kind of justification, it'll play. But anyone with like,
as we all know, according to bird law, a judge cannot order a bird plane in any direction. Okay. I mean, I'm an expert in bird law, actually, constitutional bird law, especially.
Brain cell,
my forte,
which will understand that this was like a wild violation of people's like civil rights in America, and that it will, more importantly, spread to other groups who they might care more about.
Well, first of all, I mean, this is where, look, you said something earlier, which I think is important. You think your country is being taken away from you because 300-something Venezuelan illegal immigrants were deported to El Salvador.
How do you, what proof do you even have of that?
What?
I mean, because here's
that
the
they were
thing.
deported to El Salvador?
No.
Or that they were illegal immigrants?
Yeah.
Shut up, stupid.
They all entered the country illegally.
How do you know that?
According to the government. I mean, listen, I think that is probably true, but here's what you're defending. Hundreds of people who we don't know who they are disappeared into a foreign prison known for torture.
What happens when Seder gets picked up off the street? I'm not saying it's actually going to happen, but I just, I feel like that's the only way for this guy to ever. That's the only way he'll ever speak up for immigrants, right, or for rights of people, is when it affects him. Like, if ICE were to accidentally pick him up, he'd be out there saying, ICE is illegally detaining a U.S. citizen right now. But other than that, because, I mean, I'm not saying that he's an immigrant. I don't know a lot about Seder, but I'm pretty sure he was born in the United States. I'm just saying. Like, this guy can't see past his own nose. Like, he can't, he's, like, unwilling to just do the very bare minimum. And say, maybe the Trump administration should follow the law. Maybe they shouldn't, deport people without having gone through the regular process, so that we know who's being deported. Maybe randoms shouldn't be getting picked up. And maybe we should be able to identify who's being deported from the country. Like, it's the bare minimum. It's like the most bare minimum you could possibly be. It's like, I want to get rid of all the immigrants, of course, but, it's like, I mean, I just don't understand how anybody's justifying this to themselves. Like, literally, at this point, none of this is justifiable, not even close to justifiable. They're not even trying to prove that it's justifiable. They're just screaming from the rooftops, look, we've got them all, and then giving zero evidence to support that, while doing something that is genuinely dangerous to everyone, including Seder.
Where no lawyers or journalists could possibly go and find out who they are and whether the government story adds up, with zero due process. That's what you're defending, is that Trump can summarily say, these people, they're gone. I'm putting them in this prison in a foreign country indefinitely at my discretion, and you don't get to say anything about it. That's what happened here. So I just don't see how you
can't say anything about it.
I don't see how you can defend that.
I think it should be easily challenged to the United States Supreme Court, and I think that within the context of clearly the invocation of the Alien Enemies Act, from what I've been able to review, he seems well within his rights to be able to do this from a State Department or a terrorist organization.
Oh my God.
Listen, you're arguing semantics. I'm talking.
No, I'm arguing the law. Are we at war right now?
I mean,
this has been invoked 3 times.
As in, you look in the past.
War of 1812, World War I, World War II. Those are the 3 times it's been invoked. All 3 times, especially during World War II, quite shamefully in the internment of Japanese citizens. You think it's okay for our government to round up whoever, claim they're criminals, and imprison them indefinitely in a foreign prison to be tortured.
Well, I'll flip it around.
That's insane to me.
See, you seem much more concerned about that than the importation of 8 to 10 million illegal immigrants under Joe Biden. That seems to me like something my country's been taken away. So this is what I'm saying. Like, we can.
Wow.
Yeah. I want to say, like, Sagar is younger than me. You can't tell by the attitudes he expresses sometimes, but that shit, to me, is entirely phony. You look around at what's been going on in this, whether it's this country, whether it's Western civilization, whatever these losers, like to fetishize these days, what's been going on, and you think the problem is foreigners? You think the problem is foreigners? That is ridiculous. That, like, we have an issue where capitalists are driving society into the goddamn ground. And this anger here, like, it's one thing if you're in like a border community and your public services are being taxed, because it frankly should be a federal effort to make sure that we can deal with refugees and asylum seekers and stuff like that. I understand that. You're a media professional like Sagar is, and you're going to say that the problem is foreigners? I'm sorry, man. I think that's so ridiculous.
I took some like criminal justice classes, throughout my education, and like one thing that always stuck with me from that I learned was like the idea that the U.S. justice system, in the U.S. justice system, it should be that it should be seen as if 10 guilty parties were to go free and found not guilty, that's better than a single not guilty, like innocent party going to prison wrongly. And he's basically arguing.
What if they're
for the
not
opposite.
Citizens, Bender? What if they're not citizens?
How do we know they're not citizens?
In that analogy that I learned, they made no determination of citizen or non-citizen or anything like that. Simply guilty or not guilty or innocent. I mean, he's advocating for the opposite.
Because there's a court system in place to deal with all of this that they are once again circumventing. It's called immigration courts, which are once again served. There was already not enough justices to deal with it. And the Trump administration, we covered this weeks ago, the Trump administration fired like almost, what was it, like 20 immigration judges or something? Further backing up the system. And now that they can't get them these through the courts, they're just deporting people without using the fucking immigration system. Which, I mean, it shouldn't shock anybody considering what's led up to all this. But it's just, I mean, even I am shocked to some degree just how brazenly they are circumventing the law, the Constitution, regulators, judges, legislators. I mean, it's just, it is insane. We are living in a genuine dictatorship right now. He said dictatorship day one. He wasn't kidding, and he meant he was going to start on day one. And I don't think it's ever going to... We're going to have... I mean... Oh, boy. Might have to do some drastic shit in the future.
Of it. Send as many people away as possible, innocent too, as long as we get one guy in prison. I mean, it's just one possibly guilty party in prison. I mean, it's ludicrous, and it's against everything that supposedly being American and loving America is supposed to all be about. I mean, it's ridiculous.
I mean, he's clearly grifting too, and all these people. Like, I'm reminded by that Jubilee debate that Sam had with those 20 jokers, and that the one blonde lady who turned out to be Canadian or something was saying all this about Western values, all this stuff about European values, but then they express stuff like this that goes against the founding documents of most Western countries that are based on Enlightenment ideals. Now, agreed, we definitely have laws on the books that are archaic, like the one that they're referencing that should have been abolished, that go against the values and spirit of those underlying ideology.
That Thomas Jefferson voided when he came into office right after it.
Exactly. But when you expressed so full-throatedly that you just disagree with people getting due process, you disagree with people having the right to their day in court, because we know that's what the Trump administration is doing. They're keeping people from their days in court. They are shuffling them around to more sympathetic jurisdictions to avoid having them be tried in the jurisdiction that they live or reside in, so that they can have a more favorable outcome for themselves. They're denying the orders from judges judges to stay or provide more information. Like, these are things that, like, you know, our founding fathers had many issues, and our politicians since then continue to have many issues. But it's clear in the Constitution. It's clear as day. And they'll still like come up and say things like, "Oh, well, you know, I'm in favor of America," and the other people who agree with it, it's like, no, you're not. You're not in favor of America in any way that would be understood to like anyone who founded America, other than like the racism, obviously. But the things that you espouse that should happen to people who are citizens or who are at the very least humans who are within our borders, who the Constitution applies to, would be foreign to the way that they considered like the ideal for the United States.
Yeah, maybe the dismantling of the government itself and the power of the legislative branch or the judicial branch. All of these things that they're doing are completely counterintuitive to my understandings of the Constitution, the framers' intentions, all of it. Fucking all of it, dude. It's out of control. But, you know, people like Seder are just doubling and tripling down on this nonsense. At some point, it's going to come back to bite them.
Hear something that doesn't sound right to me, like based on like my limited understanding of the world or my experiences, then it must be wrong or suspicious in some way. And I don't still need to look into it to know, because my gut instinct is so finely tuned to stuff like this. But I can tell, like, it's the underlying, it's the like the undercurrent of most right wing propaganda that like you can just you know, imagine that something doesn't sound right to you. Like Jewish Nazis, black white supremacists, that doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right. So it can't be true. I'm so very smart.
Was brought to Guantanamo Bay, okay, imprisoned in Gitmo. The Trump administration made the same, oh, these are gang members. These are the worst of the worst. Some of them didn't even have criminal records at all. Some of them, who they claimed were in Tren de Aragua, it was because of either they were from that state of Aragua in Venezuela and actually, like I said, had been fleeing the violence from this gang, or they happened to have a tattoo that made them think like, oh, they're just in the gang. One of the people who was part of this group is a LGBT Venezuelan who was in prison, according to his lawyer, because of his tattoo, was assumed to be in a gang. That's what we're talking about here. So there is no reason.
Why is he being gay or whatever? How is that relevant? Like what?
Because how do you think it's going to go for him, Sagar?
What?
He's an artist. How do you think this is my whole
so
point?
he's magically allowed.
Why is he smiling?
Okay, then don't care.
President of the United States, no, you fucking Nazi. He's allowed due process.
What I think shocks me to this day, I mean, I guess it hasn't been that long for me to adjust to all this, but for some of the most horrifying thing, these guys and gals, the Republicans, like that recent Jubilee debate with Sam Seder, it just gives me these horrifying, like vibes when they smile through defending and or almost mocking concern in many cases over these just overtly illegal acts, which clearly are going to have human consequences across the board. And like this amidst this lack of empathy, it just makes you, man, just I feel like I have like an almost undying well of faith in humanity, but stuff like this makes me really distrust people, and really lose faith in people. Anyways, we got enough of this. I mean, Sager just basically goes on, and it just struggles to genuinely find a good justification for all this, but it doesn't slow him down at all. He continues to at least claim that it's justified, while Crystal continues to spit facts over and over again in his face. All right, we're gonna move topics. Switch topic. And actually, probably a good time to take a break. We'll get back to this on the other side. I cannot believe how slowly this is going right now. half of the slowness has to do with the fact that I took so long for us to figure the mic issues, but there's just so much to cover today. Hopefully things will get better. The fourth app? Are we already on the fourth app? That's bad. We haven't even gotten close to leaving the United States. Not even slightly. I'm going to be streaming all through Saturday. At this level, at this rate, we're this is, if I don't find a way to speed this up, this is going to go for 24 hours, I swear to God. Okay, well, if you've noticed, my microphone sounds a little weird today, and that's because my audio interface broke. The machine, which I route my microphone through and moderate some of the levels on. So, if you've got a couple extra bucks on Cash App or PayPal, that would be a great time to send that money over to the Galactic News Network so we can solve this situation.
Immediately, if not sooner.
That's right, Trumpy. Immediately, if not sooner. Anyway, here's a few galactic messages for you. That's right, break time. Hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Both very important things that will lead you to great places. Now, while you're doing that, I would also like you to consider contributing to the Galactic News Network in one of the many ways we have available: YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, Twitch, got the bits and the subscriptions, helping you avoid those horrifying Bezos ads, Cash App and PayPal. And of course, the best way to get the most Earth benefits, space benefits, in the entire galaxy for your Earth dollars. I spelled that wrong. Patreon. That's right. Becoming a Galactic Patreon. One of the best ways to get those space bennies. Only $3 a month. Get yourself an avatar, hang out in the pool, maybe the bar, maybe a boat on the lake. Maybe you just want to hang out down in the galactic streets. All good ideas. Only way to do that is to become a patron. Anyway, chat, there's a hell of a lot more benefits waiting for you on Patreon, so go check them out. Link is in my bio on YouTube and Twitch, as well as in the chat on YouTube. Anyway, enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Well, chat, I do believe you know what that sound means. That's right, it's time for us to get back to the stream. Better get in those seats, Space Fams, otherwise you're gonna miss the latest galactic content. Okay. What do we got next? That's right. Still in the United States. This time we're going to shift to Tesla and Elon Musk, of which there's a great deal of things to talk about. Let's go back in the past to 5 days ago. All week, people have been protesting in varied ways, showing their dislike for Elon and his billionaire takeover of the government.
We're hearing one thing very often here. Don't support a Nazi. They're calling Elon Musk a fascist, a Nazi, because of that gesture.
Oh, the gesture.
Made in one of the events in the inauguration earlier this year about also his association.
I love that. I still love that. We watched this show. We watched this one earlier this week, probably 5 days ago now. But this was hilarious to me when CNN's like, "Oh, that gesture. I don't know what to call it. It could be a Nazi thingy. I don't know. Too hard to tell."
Alternative for Germany, the German far-right party, they're telling people, trade in your Teslas, sell your Teslas, drop your stock. We need to boycott Elon Musk, and this is one way of fighting his policies as well in the Department of Government Efficiency. What have you just done?
I'm in the process of getting my car repaired so that I can sell it.
You have a Tesla?
I have a Tesla. I have a Tesla Y. I've had it since 2022 when they first came out. Has 82,000 miles on it, and I'm tired of Elon Musk and all this garbage that's going on. So I'm getting rid of this car because I'm embarrassed to drive it.
All right, this was 4 days ago in Colorado.
Superior now, where some Coloradans spent their weekend protesting Elon Musk and his Department of Government Efficiency at a Tesla dealership.
President Trump asked the CEO of Tesla to find government waste and slash federal spending. Supporters of DOGE see the efforts as a way to control spending at a time when the federal debt is spiraling to an all-time high of $36 trillion.
And then things sort of, well, don't know if escalated is the word. I mean, it continued, but of course, there's been peaceful protests, and then there's been some number of people out there who felt peaceful protest was not enough and decided to do things like this. I haven't tested the levels of this. I have no idea what it sounds like for you right now. Hopefully that'll be better. All right. And then more Cybertrucks were lit on fire. Here's NBC News from 3 days ago as well.
Tonight, authorities investigating what they're calling a targeted attack on a Tesla repair center in Las Vegas. This dramatic video showing multiple cars in flames. According to authorities, the suspected arson occurred early this morning. When police arrived, they found 5 vehicles set on fire or damaged, and the word resist spray painted on the front of the business.
We believe the suspect approached the business wearing all black clothing, and he used what appear to be Molotov cocktails and a firearm to conduct his attack.
Just hours before in Kansas City, 2 Tesla Cybertrucks set ablaze at a dealership there. Tonight, the FBI stepping in to help local police investigate both incidents.
To those who might think that something like this is justifiable or potentially even admirable, we want to let you know it's a federal crime. We will come after you.
While authorities say the identities of the suspects and the motivation behind the attacks are still unknown, it comes amid at least 16 reports of vandalism to Tesla vehicles and dealerships across the country as people nationwide protest Tesla CEO Elon Musk and his prominent role in the Trump administration.
We're out here because we're defending democracy.
President Trump sending a warning to those who vandalize Tesla property.
You do it to Tesla and you do it to any company.
Any company.
We're going to catch you and you're going to go through hell.
Tesla stock seeing a sharp drop, down more than 40% this year. Tonight.
There you go. Okay. Let's go to 2 days ago now. I'll talk more about that FBI investigation.
This morning, the FBI is investigating after several Tesla vehicles were shot at and set on fire in Las Vegas. Attorney General Pam Bondi calls the attacks nothing short of domestic terrorism. There have been attacks on Elon Musk's Tesla dealerships across the country. President Trump makes clear who he blames.
Do you consider this an act of domestic terrorism?
I think so.
Why?
I think that if and when they catch the people, and I hope they do, the good thing is they have a lot of cameras in those places, and they've caught some already having to do with that. I think that you will find out that they're paid by people that are very highly political on the left.
All right, he didn't provide any evidence of that. Let's get to CNN's Josh Campbell for the latest.
The FBI
George
and local
Soros
police are
is funding
investigating
it.
yet another act of vandalism at a Tesla facility, this time in Las Vegas. Police responded to 911 calls early Tuesday morning, reporting gunshots and flames at the Tesla repair center. Upon arrival, they found multiple cars set on fire.
This was a targeted attack against a Tesla facility. We believe the suspect approached the business wearing all black clothing, and he used what appear to be Molotov cocktails and a firearm to conduct his attack.
Authorities say the word resist was spray painted on the building.
We do not believe that there's any further threat to the general public. However, as a precaution, like we do on many of these types of incidents, we've increased our police presence, in particular at Tesla locations.
While police say they believe this was an isolated...
You want to know what... this guy just debunked the entire argument that any of this is terrorism. He just said, we don't believe there's any threat to the public. He literally just said, there's no threat to the public, right? Even though protests are ongoing, right? So that basically negates that argument we keep hearing about. Anyways, really listen to this whole thing. FBI is investigating. Cash App Patel on the case. That's right, Cash App. That's his real name. Look it up. It's also a great way to donate to the Galactic News Network, especially in this trying time of not having a proper microphone. As the audio interface is down, the microphone is sitting there in the corner looking at me very angrily. It's not my fault, okay? Stop looking at me like that. It's very rude.
How rude.
Very, very rude. Now, something has happened. This one's pretty huge. Whether or not this will be abided by the Trump administration, it's as much a debate as any of these things that Donald Trump has flagrantly or not flagrantly ignored. Up to this point, what orders have come down? Federal funds frozen. Sorry, I can barely talk. Federal funds were unfrozen, supposedly, by that judge, right? But then Donald Trump, the Trump administration came back and said, we can't unfreeze it that fast. Oh, we're not very competent, actually, was there. And then when it came to this latest round of deportations, which were done completely extrajudicially to El Salvador, is, the planes are already in the air. We're following orders. We're not ignoring them. We just can't undo it. And so I'm just saying, this next one should be interesting, to say the least. It certainly is the very thing I've been calling for to have happen pretty much since the beginning. I think I've said this 2,000 times in the last 2 months, that we need a definition on Elon Musk's jobs, duties. We need this explicitly laid out. We need more information on what DOGE is.
I'm joined now by Norm Eisen. Norm, thank you so much for taking the time.
Brian, you just rudely interrupted me, but that's okay. But Brian Tyler Cohen did an interview with this guy, Norm Eisen, who is a lawyer that is, working to do just that and has won a landmark court case in all of this. Here's BTC from 2 days ago.
Brian, thanks for having me back.
So you are once again in the news, this time not because Trump has decided to call you out during some speech to the Department of Justice, although the news that you're about to bring may be cause for him to try and do it again. Can you explain what just happened in court?
Yes, Brian. We at State Democracy Defenders Fund, my nonpartisan nonprofit organization, brought a lawsuit arguing that under the Constitution, Elon Musk and DOGE are not authorized to operate. That's because anyone who is acting as a principal officer who has significant authority, making decisions on their own with massive impacts, is supposed to be confirmed by the United States Senate, like cabinet members. Well, Elon Musk is a kind of a super cabinet member. Obviously, he's never been confirmed. No accountability, forbidden by the Constitution. He's also running the DOGE, which with him is tearing down agencies like the U.S. Agency for International Development that Congress says must be allowed to operate. So that's a violation of the constitutional idea of separation of powers, that the executive branch can't ignore the dictates of the legislative branch. Article 2 can't defy Article 1. And today, a judge found for the first time in all of these 100+ cases that have been brought that Elon Musk and DOGE are violating the Constitution, violating the Appointments Clause, violating the separation of powers. It is a landmark.
Illegal. Okay, so I have two questions here. One, what is the immediate remedy? And two, do you expect that this will be appealed, and what does that process look like moving forward?
The judge entered a preliminary injunction where he has ordered the a series of things that happened that really destroyed USAID have to be unwound, or other remedies have to be granted. So we're going to see relief. Our clients in this case, 26 brave USAID employees all over the world who spoke out against the unconstitutionality, they and many others are going to get relief. No more illegality. And as to whether it'll be appealed, we're expecting there's going to be a prompt appeal, and we're ready to keep fighting. We think we're on strong legal grounds, and we think this landmark case will be picked up by other courts to deal with other aspects of Elon Musk and DOGE's illegality. So it's a very big day for the Constitution and the American people.
With that said, Norm, we've seen that the Trump administration will get handed a ruling that they don't agree with and they refuse to comply. Just days ago, Judge Boasberg handed down a ruling that said that these suspected or alleged gang members weren't allowed to be flown to El Salvador, and Donald Trump's White House just opted not to comply with that ruling. And so now more court proceedings are happening with Judge Boasberg, and there is the prospect of contempt on the table. But how certain are you that the Trump administration will actually comply with the remedies that are set forth by this judge?
You know, the Judge Boasberg example is such an important one, because today there are reports that innocent people were swept up in that raid and put on that plane. So there's innocent people who've been stuck in a prison in a foreign country. I mean, that's why we have these rules. That's why you're supposed to obey court orders. I think that what you're seeing is massive public outcry, the press and the public, about these court orders that do appear to have been defied, that were issued here in D.C. on this mass deportation that we now reportedly know includes some folks who did nothing wrong. And the courts are going to stand up for their prerogatives. We talked about Article 1, Congress and their rights. We talked about Article 2, the presidency. They can't invade Article 1. Guess who the referee is? Article 3, the courts. And today, the umpire, and when he was confirmed before Congress, he said he would call balls and strikes. He called a strike on Donald Trump. Chief Justice John Roberts fired. You might call it a high heart one, threw a fastball at Trump's head. He said, because Trump had been talking about impeaching Judge Boasberg, Roberts said, the way we deal with disagreements in this country is in court is through appeals, not through impeachment. So that was an extraordinary rebuke. The Chief Justice of the United States suggesting that Donald Trump doesn't have the votes on the Supreme Court to cover up this illegal behavior of ignoring court orders. And Brian, the last line of our opinion was that the government shall obey the orders of this court. In my appointments clause case, the judge put that in there because he sees that they are playing footsie.
And so what happens in the event, for example, given that that Trump's refusal to comply with court orders is so obvious and so egregious and so well established at this point that it's causing judges to even add these addendums to their opinions, saying that it's incumbent upon the administration to actually comply with the orders that are handed down by these judges? What happens in the event that he opts not to and says, you know what, we were handed down this ruling by what we view as a corrupt, radical left, Marxist, communist judge who wasn't elected by the people like I was elected by the people, and we're just going to appeal this and wait to see what happens in the appeals court, but we're not going to move on this so long as it's with just a lowly trial court judge?
What you're going to see if they do that, you're going to see an escalation of multiple pressure points that I believe will bring the Trump administration to heel. First of all, they don't dare to say they're just ignoring the court's order. So what the White House actually says is, well, we're complying with the court's order. Then they provide various excuses, loopholes, off-ramps.
Yeah, I mean, what did Caroline Levitt say earlier? What was it? She didn't quite say it this way, but look, we're paying attention to it. We're talking to you about it right now. You know, or I can't remember exactly what it was. Like Donald Trump's been talking about it on Truth Social or something. As if that's the same thing as complying with an order, not ignoring. You can't ignore something when you're talking about it. But the fact is, this win in court, which has to do with the appointments clause, is huge. Okay, and I've been talking about this ad nauseum for like months now, like 2 months straight, ever since DOGE became a thing. It's like, please, we need an explanation of what the fuck Elon Musk is and DOGE. Something which we've been going without this entire time. But, you know, we've gone, having been told multiple different instances of what Elon is. He's an employee. He's a special government employee. No, he's not. He's just a guy. He's a consultant. He doesn't run DOGE. He does run DOGE, right? And we have zero actual words on paper as to what the fuck Elon's job is and what DOGE is. And that's a problem. And hopefully this does force them to actually explain all of that. We're already in a constitutional crisis. But if that doesn't happen, everything we've been saying about this is true, right? He is an illegal. He is an illegal immigrant bureaucrat, okay? I'm not saying he's an illegal immigrant, but he's an illegal employee or illegal actor within the government. Not even an employee, because he has no designation. He has no powers, but he's acting with impunity within the government. But he went on to Fox News recently. To complain and cry.
Elon Musk was on Fox News. Surprise.
Whoa.
Apparently, people have been going around and vandalizing Teslas.
What?
And I know this is upsetting. This is very upsetting to people. Elon Musk is having a lot of problems with Tesla shareholders now. I think there's one member of the board who's come out and said he should resign because Tesla sales are cratering in Europe. They are cratering in this country. People are running to trade in their Teslas because they don't want to be associated with this guy. I seem to remember when Elon Musk was very upset about Bud Light because of one of the ads they had.
What you talking about?
Right? And he was telling people, don't drink Bud Light because of one of their ads.
Oh, and they were buying Bud Light cans, and Kid Rock was machine gunning them.
On the other hand, Elon Musk is cutting funding for people going through cancer studies. He is cutting funding for kids. And granted, some of these are not American children who are starving, cutting funding for them to get essentially ground peanut protein so they don't starve to death. And then, of course, now he's also cutting means to get Social Security. He is cutting flu preparedness. He is stealing all our data. But he doesn't like the fact that people are responding, against his product. And people are really showing a lot of meanness.
I watch all of this, and I have to ask, why? Why do I see people like I woke up this morning and saw that Teslas
God.
were put ablaze in one of your dealerships
not the Teslas.
in Vegas.
Leave
I've
the
seen this
Teslas
happen all
alone.
over the country. Bullets are being fired. Charging stations are put ablaze. Teslas are being put ablaze. You have experienced assassination, threats of assassination for you and your family. What have you done that warrants this?
Pause it for a second.
Did
he mean? Pause it. Did he mean to say that?
It's a good point. It's a good question.
Musk's family has received assassination threats, or that Musk's family has threatened to assassinate him?
Unclear. But maybe then he should, if he's really concerned about his safety, it might be a good idea to stop bringing out his young child everywhere he goes when he might be facing some criticism.
Are you saying he's using as a human shield?
Human
That's
shield?
weird. I did see that. What was that? The movie. It was like based on I think a Stephen King about the or maybe it wasn't Stephen King. I can't remember. There was a candidate who used a child to shield himself at the end of it. It's an old movie. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's really come as quite a shock to me that there's this level of really hatred and violence from the left. I always thought the left, or the Democrats, were supposed to be the party of empathy, the party of caring, and yet they're burning down cars, they're firebombing dealerships, they're firing.
I love the guy who was just seen at CPAC with a chainsaw screaming in a seemingly drug-fueled fucking rage about cutting people's benefits. I would say it's interesting to hear about empathy from a guy seeming to lack all empathy for anyone but himself. Feel like I'm both being gaslit as well as projected onto at the same time. It's a gasjection, okay? It's a gaslighting / projection. Simultaneous from Elon. You're the asshole who has no empathy. Okay? You joking me, pal? Oh, no empathy for me. For Teslas.
Down cars, they're firebombing dealerships, they're firing bullets into dealerships, they're just, smashing up Teslas. Tesla is a peaceful company. We've never done anything harmful. I've never done anything harmful. I've only done productive things. So.
Wait a second. Okay. I don't want reality. Hold.
Never hurt anybody. Now, of course, Tesla self-driving has, in fact, killed people. Multiple people. And many of those crashes, Elon and Tesla have attempted to keep crash data from these crashes, from the Department of Transportation. I'd call that bad. Just saying. Or like when he blows up a rocket in the atmosphere, blasts a hole in the stratosphere. Stuff like that seems bad. Or, the numerous accusations of unsafe working environments on so many levels. I don't even have time to go down the list. Or maybe,
I certainly hope that people are not firing into Tesla dealerships when there are people there.
Illegal.
Can you have empathy for a car? I'm just curious.
Well,
like technically speaking, I know I'm being a little bit of a, what is it, a pederast?
No.
No, I mean
pedant.
A pedant.
Pedant.
The Transformers, they're a little bit anthropomorphized, or the Cars Pixar film.
But doesn't empathy require to understand others' feelings?
Yes.
And cars don't have feelings.
My cars have feelings. They've
Right?
never done anything wrong.
I know I'm being a little bit, because I'm just saying.
So just a question: are these
I
things
can't think of the word
cutting
pedantic.
off HIV medication? So tens of thousands of kids in Africa get HIV for no reason. allegedly segregating your Tesla dealership by race in California. Which is that part of why he moved to Texas?
Well, there's another quote on empathy from Elon Musk that I would just like to enter into the record. This is something he said on Joe Rogan's podcast. I believe in empathy. I think you should care about other people. But you need to have empathy for civilization as a whole and not commit to a civilizational suicide.
Interesting.
Perhaps, do you think that's the empathy that these heroes, I mean, horrible people that are doing this to the Teslas, do you think that's what they're deploying here?
I listen, I have no idea. And I am just...
empathic.
It is really, this lack of empathy for vehicles is horrific.
Yeah, watch Cars.
Yeah, exactly. Go back just a little bit and let's
watch Cars. That's a good one.
Here we go.
I always thought the left, Democrats were supposed to be the party of empathy, the party of caring, and yet they're burning down cars, they're firebombing dealerships, they're firing bullets into
empathy for you, chainsaw for me.
Dealerships.
Ooh,
they're
Jesus,
just
really
smashing up Teslas. Tesla is a peaceful company. We've never done anything harmful. I've never done anything harmful. I've only done productive things. So
court said it disagreed.
I think we just have.
Aren't I a good guy?
A deranged. There's some kind of mental illness thing going on here because this doesn't make any sense.
Oh, mental illness.
Yeah, and I think there are larger forces at work as well. I mean, I don't know who's funding it and who's coordinating it because this is crazy. I've never seen anything like this.
Which one is it?
For a second. Now I'm confused.
Yeah, me too.
Is it mental illness or is it completely like a lot of people working in concert and in a whole production that somebody's funding?
It's odd. Those same puppet masters.
See, what Sam doesn't understand that I understand is actually the puppet masters, right? The coordinators. They are going out, right, to mental institutions and stuff like that. And that's where they're taking them out and they're putting them on the streets. They're going to the mental institutions and they're bringing them to Tesla dealerships.
Illegal.
So these people must be. So they are paid. They are paid, and they are. There's absolutely a hugely coordinated effort, but of mental patients. They're all these Tesla owners are mental patients, actually.
Completely cratering approval ratings.
It's hard to imagine that this guy didn't really work out what he was going to say, and he went from both it's crazy and there's mental illness associated, and also obviously a concerted effort by multiple people who have planned this whole thing out in a very rational way. It's interesting. I want to get to the bottom of this.
I've never done anything wrong. The rockets that exploded, that was supposed to happen.
Look at the allegations.
You know what?
Racism to his free.
You know what Emma just reminded me of? You know how Elon's saying he's never done anything wrong? Well, what about this?
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Tesla factory. Some of the most shocking, like almost Nazi-esque type allegations I've seen about what they were calling their stations that black people worked at.
2 years ago, Tesla broke U.S. labor law by silencing workers' official rules, and that's just the tip of the iceberg.
Also the Neuralink monkeys.
Yep. Oh, and all the people that have died because of self-driving cars being used on our streets as a testing ground.
Contractor deaths, as Greg Casara is on the case for.
Why are all the mothers of his children going on Twitter to ask him, saying, I wish this didn't have to be public, but I need support for our sick child?
Yeah.
Think about his family, Sam, that he never sees, and what this might be, how this might be impacting.
Think about
them.
the multiple women who, just carried a child for him, but have very little relationship
it's
with him.
Weird.
Besides
All I'm saying is I wonder if he's accusing them of being behind this. It's hard to know. I wish he would be more specific. Let's play a little bit more.
The left, Democrats were supposed to be the party of empathy, the party of caring, and yet they're burning down cars, they're firebombing dealerships, they're firing bullets into dealerships, they're just, smashing up Teslas. Tesla is a peaceful company. We've never done anything harmful. I've never done anything harmful. I've only done productive things. So I think we just have a deranged. There's some kind of mental illness thing going on here because this doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
And I think there are larger forces at work as well. I mean, I don't know who's funding it and who's coordinating it, because this is crazy. I've never seen anything like this.
You actually tweeted out, and I'll put it on the screen, the level of violence is insane. It is deeply wrong. Tesla just makes electric cars and has done nothing to deserve these evil attacks. You just rescued 2 astronauts that have been in space for 286 days. They were only supposed to be there 8. You helped the people in North Carolina, Tennessee.
So helpful. So helpful, that Elon Musk. It's not like he got paid for that stuff. Wait, he did? Oh, weird. Very weird. So why should we thank him? Shouldn't he be thanking us? Thank you for your business. Thank you for... what's the word? Thank you for patronizing SpaceX. Shouldn't that be what he said? Let's go to some more of this interview, though, that he did with Hannity here. Trump's intermediary to the world. Well, it was, at least, until he got his own social media company. Poor Hannity.
Now listen to what the president had to say about claims that he defied the court order on those deportations.
Would you defy a court order? Because that we all know that, and that was outrageous.
I never did defy a court order.
And you wouldn't in the future.
No,
I never did
do that. However, we have bad judges. We have very bad judges.
The worst judges.
These are judges that shouldn't be allowed. I think at a certain point you have to start looking at what do you do when you have a rogue judge.
It seems to me, Todd Pyro joins us. You know, Todd, the president sneezes, they're going to take him to court for something.
Oh, yeah.
It's lawfare, which we saw in his campaign for president, just continuing as president.
I love this. He's comparing Donald Trump deporting 300 people extrajudicially to sneezing. That is a sick analogy. That is a disgusting fucking analogy to make. I don't even care what this guy has to say to that. Nobody should feel okay saying things like that. Shit. Where is the Elon quote here? I know there is one here. Where is it? It's fucking idiotic. Yeah, that is... I mean, it's beyond idiotic. It's maybe one of the most... inept comparisons I think I've ever heard. Sneezing and deporting 300 people extrajudicially. Same thing. Same thing.
Hannity last night. I want you to listen to what he had to say about the fraud uncovered by DOGE.
The government, the government waste and fraud
the government
is so high that it's causing a $2 trillion annual deficit. So
maybe we should stop paying for all those fucking rockets you're blowing up, Elon. How about that, pal? Maybe we should stop paying Tesla for government contracts, too. Maybe we should just stop funding things, Starlink, whatever else you got going on. It sounds like we're spending money improperly. I think you're the first place to start.
is going bankrupt. It's just, a country is no different from a person. If a country overspends and doesn't spend wisely, just like a person, a country will go bankrupt.
Oh, okay.
So the reason I'm here is because I'm very worried about America going bankrupt.
Oh, are you?
Due to
Why?
The corruption.
Why would that matter to you? This dude, it wouldn't, literally, if the United States went bankrupt tomorrow, it would, aside from him getting money for his companies, right, grant money, and whatever else, payments for SpaceX trips to the ISS, it would change nothing. And even that would probably change very little for him, genuinely, at this point. He's so fucking rich. He has 3 different citizenships. It's not like he could not go to one of those other countries, South Africa, I think, what is it, British citizenship? I can't remember what the third one is. But I mean, this guy's got 3 different citizenships. He's not even he's not a natural born American. And he, unlike any other American, Even the richest Americans. He has more ability to just pick up and leave than any other person out there. It would not affect him whatsoever, and he's acting like he's so concerned about it. And like it's not about just enacting his will on people or helping fund a tax cut for himself. It's disgusting. It is fucking disgusting. Let's go back to talk about those Tesla protests. Here's BBC News from yesterday. At least we're getting to the most current of news on all of this.
Tesla was once a tiny Silicon Valley startup with big dreams to revolutionize the motor industry. Today, it's grown into the world's biggest producer of electric vehicles and a leader in sustainable technology. CEO Elon Musk has been at the heart of Tesla's success, but he's also been a controversial figure, and some of his recent actions are now raising questions about the company's future. With me in the studio is Theo Leggett, our international business correspondent. Theo, we've seen so much on Tesla, who is buying it, who is perhaps not buying it, who's selling their cars if they've got them. Politics and business have collided, haven't they?
They have, and that's largely because of the role currently being played in the US government by Elon Musk. If you step back a bit, what Tesla has achieved in little more than 2 decades is truly remarkable. It was just a handful of people with, as you said in your cue, big dreams.
By the way, at no point do these guys point out the fact that Elon Musk bought this company. Didn't invent any of it. Just sort of, benefited from his massive amount of already existing capital.
They wanted to produce electric cars and revolutionize the motor industry. Arguably, they've done quite a lot of that. They took electric cars from being seen as pretty uninspiring, mundane, short-range things that you wouldn't want to have on your drive, to being exciting and fun, putting them in the mainstream. I mean, I remember when I first drove a Tesla Model S back in 2012 or 2013. It blew me away because it was completely different from anything we'd seen before. So Tesla has grown massively, and Elon Musk has been a big part of that. He's been the absolute central figure.
I just realized I never gave you your 100th support character or applause for attempting to push your way towards the record. We don't need this one. I remembered it. I meant to take this one out. It's more like a Tesla commercial than anything. I think this lady might have freaking stock in the company or something. But, speaking of Tesla stock, this is probably bad. Because Tesla has apparently recalled every single Cybertruck sold in the US over the last 15 months. And I don't think it's been out for much longer than that. Let's go here to Bloomberg Television. What was I about to do? Oh my god, what did I just
This is actually the second time that Tesla's had to do a recall for pieces of trim coming loose. And so...
Wait, did I roll for it? My brain is broken. I don't think did I roll for a support character for you? I gave you applause. I don't think I rolled.
This is actually the second time that Tesla's had to do a recall for pieces of trim coming loose. And so it's maybe a little bit of a source of embarrassment, because it's one thing to have an issue pop up that I think for all automakers, even the best ones, they occasionally will have recalls that are a tad embarrassing. In this case, to have it happen twice, granted it is a different part of the vehicle, but this truck, of course, was so sort of famous for Elon Musk's decision to clad it all in stainless steel, and apparently they're having trouble with the adhesives to keep that steel stuck to the vehicle.
Craig, generally speaking, what's the, if I were to go to Consumer Reports, what's the general feeling out there in the auto world about the quality of a Tesla vehicle?
I mean, I think for the Cybertruck, it's really interesting that this is the 8th recall that they've done.
Okay, that answers it, I guess.
You know, and to be fair, you know, some of them have been, you know, for minor issues. My favorite one last year, they violated a font size rule in the U.S. where you know, when you warn a driver that you know, of safety critical data, you've got to do it in a large enough font, and Tesla you know, violated that. So you know, that of course is not a particularly, you know, I guess it's not unserious, but it's, you know, a relatively minor thing. Some of these fixes that they've made, they've been able to handle them via over-the-air software updates. But an issue like this trim defect, you know, they will have to, you know, have customers come into the stores or into the service centers, have a look at the vehicles, and in some cases have to do some repairs that will cost the company some money. And, you know, I think generally the reputation, I think early on for Tesla, there was a lot of, you know, noise within the auto industry about, oh, this company makes vehicles with, you know, big panel gaps. A lot of people didn't really necessarily care about that. And I do think, to Tesla's credit, they've gotten better on quality, but
they still needed to do this recall. Interesting. Was it November 2023? That's almost exactly 15 months, right? Wait, no. November. Oh, it is really close to it. It's like, wow. Well, Elon continuing downhill slide. All right, let's go here from 21 hours ago. Last discussion of, well, that might be going too far, but the direct Elon discussion right now. This came out yesterday. Yesterday, I mean Friday now. But early morning Friday, it was leaked that Elon Musk received top secret plans from the Defense Department for a potential war with China.
China!
And if you're wanting to, I feel like many people will probably think to themselves, that sounds wrong. That sounds illegal. Well, yeah.
Illegal.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. Pretty sure this is some of the most sensitive government this is information possible. Let's see what Tim Walz had to say about all this. He was on MSNBC 21 hours ago.
Governor, since we've been on the air tonight, a story has broken in the New York Times, and it has broken since I have been on the air, and so I'm not fully read in on this, but I know that you've at least seen the headline, and I want to ask you just for your reaction to this. It's a pretty shocking story. The headline is, Musk, meaning Elon Musk, set to get access to top secret U.S. plan for potential war with China. The lead is this: the Pentagon is scheduled tomorrow, Friday, to brief Elon Musk on the U.S. military's plan for any war that might break out with China. One official confirming to the Times that Musk is to be at the Pentagon on Friday, but offering no details. Mr. Musk, of course, has extensive financial interests in China, and so this, I think, is raising lots of alarm bells for a lot of different people. The Pentagon's war plans, known in military jargon as O plans or operational plans, are among the military's most closely guarded secrets. If a foreign country was to learn how the U.S. planned to fight a war against them, it could reinforce its defenses and address its weaknesses, making the plans far less likely to succeed. The top secret briefing.
You know what's most, before we get to Tim Walz's response to all this, you know what's most shocking to me is that amidst the ruling, which just came down 2.5 days ago or so, regarding the appointments clause and Elon Musk's job being defined legally, they are doing something like this. It is beyond the pale.
for the China war plan has 20 to 30 slides that lay out how the U.S. would fight such a conflict. It covers various options on what Chinese targets the U.S. could hit over what time period. And these would be the options that would be presented to Mr. Trump for decisions. For some reason, they have decided to show Elon Musk this level of detail about a potential war with China while he operates the largest car factory, I believe, in China, and has immense financial interest in that country and contacts with that country's government that he has not disclosed to the U.S. as part of maintaining his security clearance. I just got to get your reaction to that, sir.
I mean,
well, speechless would be the word. I don't know how to convey. I don't possess the language ability to convey how far out of the norm this is. Like nothing.
Yeah, and I should let him go.
People listening, like, look, this is those of us who served, the background checks from the FBI, just to receive clearance as an artillery enlisted soldier was extensive to get that background. And then the level of information that you can get, or as a member of Congress, to be able to have access to this type of information. These are closely guarded secrets because our national and our global defense depends upon them. And once again, we have this, I don't know, the character, the world's richest man with the world's most fragile ego. And I don't understand where the Republicans, where are Lindsey Grahams, where are these people who know how this works?
Yeah, and one thing I just wanted to point out to everybody before I lose this thought. Just think about this scenario for a moment, because we are right now in the midst of a trade war with China. Donald Trump came to office 2 months ago and started going insane with the tariffs on China, right? China has returned fire on tariffs at us, at our allies like Canada. And in the midst of that, something like that, you give a guy who has already sworn, like in documents, to the CCP previously that he won't do anything to harm China. What happens when Xi Jinping or a representative from the Chinese government says, hey, we heard about you seeing the potential war plans, show it to us, or we shut down your factory? They've shut down factories many times in the 21st century for other things, smaller than this, in my opinion, much smaller. And this is a huge lever that the Chinese government possesses. That fucking factory we heard about earlier. He runs the biggest factory in China, the biggest electric vehicle factory in China. And his, Tesla's biggest factory is in China, right? So,
I have to have my China.
Elon has to have his China. What happens if and or when the Chinese government's like, hey, we heard that you have access to plans about an invasion of China or war with China. We would like to see those now, or we are going to repossess your factory. We're going to shut it down. We're going to give it to BYD.
To not be terrified of where this is at. And again, seeing the Commerce Secretary today tell people to go buy a specific stuff.
I do want to point something out. I mean, I agree. I get what you're saying. Violet Quinlaw. I would like to point something out, though. Because, I get what you're saying about you suspect that it's more than... And I also said the same thing. There's definitely more than the tax cut. He has ideology as well. But let's not forget that last year, the Tesla board approved a $56 billion pay package for him. Right? So, that's some portion of that's going to be counted as income. I don't know the breakdown on how that's being awarded to him, how he's being paid. But he was awarded $56 billion pay package last year. Sure, some of it includes stocks, which will be exempt from tax until he sells it. But you know, there's going to be some money there that you'd have to pay. He has plenty of other obligations, tax-wise, I'm sure. But no, you're right. He absolutely has, you know, Nazi fantasies too. It's a combination of both.
In not jesting, not in that. And look, I have to be very careful because
it's a lot of
I'll
messages.
be candid. I think this guy is deeply damaged, a buffoon, but I also don't want to elevate him. He is unelected. He does not know how this stuff works. And Donald Trump is being reckless with the most sensitive data. So,
yeah. Yep. He absolutely is, Tim. All right. People have been pretty upset, just generally speaking, about what Donald Trump is doing. People have been going to town halls week in, week out now, yelling at GOP lawmakers. Now, some protesters decided to go outside of Fox News headquarters in Washington, D.C. to voice their opinions out there, since Fox News keeps calling them all paid protesters, out-of-state leftists, and other shit like that. They decided to go to Fox News, let them know they're real.
That guy is a 70-something, almost 80-something-year-old pedophile, traitor, con man, diaper-wearing, rapist, psychopath.
Psychopath!
Small, soft hands and a dirty diaper. There's never done anything harder than hold a fucking golf club.
That's right!
Donald Trump isn't strong and he isn't tough.
He's a boy!
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
And the media doesn't need to be scared of him. You need to be scared of us.
That's right! That's right!
Wow. Media needs to not be scared of Donald Trump, but in fact the people. Love that. Love that vibe. Now let's go to some of those town halls I was talking about. Here's one from, I think it was yesterday. what's her name? Harriet Hagman, at least, was one of the people we're about to talk about.
Breaking overnight. Anger and frustration boiling over at town halls across America. Officials on both sides of the aisle drawing large crowds and harsh critique from constituents. Republicans continue to be blasted by voters demanding answers about President Trump and Elon Musk's gutting of federal jobs and programs and agencies. Now Democrats are feeling the heat as well for their inability to push back hard against the DOGE purge, though it was a different issue that took center stage last night. Pro-Palestinian protesters took over Illinois Democrat Dan Castan's town hall in the wake of Israel's strikes shattering the fragile ceasefire with Hamas. Castan faced a barrage of vocal, borderline physical attacks, so much so, police stepped in and asked the congressman to end the event.
What you're saying is I'm not going to get my way when my people are being slaughtered, and I want you to stop funding them.
If you would like to run for office, run for office.
That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. You are the most soulless piece of crap I've ever seen.
That's your opinion.
Soulless. Soulless.
Sir, get off the get off the stage right now.
And
oh my God, he sounds scared.
Harriet Hagman was showered with booze after seeming to downplay the sweeping cuts to federal jobs at the hands of Elon Musk and DOGE.
Here's the only thing that DOGE has done, which is it's so bizarre to me how obsessed you are with federal government. But here's the thing. Going to have a heart attack if you don't calm down. I'm sorry. You're having heart attacks. Just really over the top. What DOGE is doing is it's the closest thing to it is the closest thing to zero-based budgeting that we've seen. Why would you be opposed to us looking on a line-by-line basis? Whatever.
That is not what's happening. Oh, look at Harriet Hagman running away. Oh, actually, I think she's doing a Karen. I think she's going to maybe one of the... who's in charge? Isn't she in charge of this event? I feel like she's going out over here to say, hey, can you do something about all the... something about all that... nasty yelling?
I don't want reality.
Wow, CNN's Arlette Saenz is with me now. Arlette, this is a trend that we saw.
We have seen this trend. We have seen it quite a lot. And it seems to be getting much more vibrant, I guess is the word that I would use. All right, now let's go here, talk about those pardons that Donald Trump wants to undo. I don't know if you've heard, but Donald Trump is trying to undo all of the pardons that Joe Biden put into place before he left office. You know, in the exact same way Donald Trump did it before he left office. But Donald Trump has a problem with other people doing it. So only I get to do the pardons. People of the family, sir, you're the very best pardoner. No one else should have the right to pardon, except you.
Liz, last night the president posted on social media, this is on another whole other story, he said, quote, the pardons that sleepy Joe Biden gave to the unselect committee of political thugs and many others are hereby declared void, vacant and of no further force or effect because of the fact that they were done by auto pen. In other words, Joe Biden did not sign them, but more importantly, he did not know anything about them, end quote. Now, obviously, the auto pen, it's a device presidents of both parties have used to sign documents when they don't have the time or inclination to sign it by hand. It's not clear if President Biden did that or not. I understand you were not involved in those decisions, but can a president void his predecessor's pardons regardless of the circumstances? Does it work that way?
Anderson, yeah, to be clear, the Office of the Pardon Attorney where I worked had no role in the decision making around that pardon. And I think we could have a legitimate debate about whether the president should or should not have the power to issue preemptive pardons like that one. But what is established is that the president does, in fact, have that power. And once the president makes the decision to do that, it is unprecedented. There is no authority for a subsequent president to try to undo the pardon. I think that tweet is really just a distraction. It's really just one small example of the fact that the president is determined to demolish the rule of law, and he is prepared to steamroll anything or anyone that's standing in his way. I want to note that one of the most, I think, solidifying moments was when he appeared in the Department of Justice on Friday and gave a speech in the Great Hall in which he declared that he is the chief law enforcement officer in this country. That is unprecedented. That is the job of the Attorney General. And the Attorney
Anybody telling you that the constitutional crisis hasn't happened yet? Wake up. Tell them to wake up. It's already happening. And Democrats are doing nothing. Well, most Democrats aren't doing anything. I should have meant that. There's a couple who might be working.
A week or two ago, we saw reports that Richie Torres was, I'm trying to remember what the words were, resented and resented and objected to the implication that they Democrats weren't doing anything. Hakeem Jeffries has had a problem with the groups and happy that he's being protested from the extreme left and the extreme right.
Give me a joke. Like move on.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. And then we had the State of the Union.
It's not just the extreme left. He's using the extreme left in the way that Republicans use it, I feel like. It's everyone from center left all the way to extreme left who are criticizing him. Oh, God.
I don't want reality.
Al Green, among others, protested. Al Green was the most sort of vocal about it. He was protesting cuts to Medicaid. And apparently the Democrats establishment leadership is very mad about this. And this also comes on the heels, obviously, of the reporting about Chuck Schumer deciding we want Slotnick in there, who seemed to feel that the best way to appeal to a national audience is to say that she's glad Reagan was president when she was 12 and not Donald Trump. She was 12, is my understanding. I was older. I missed voting for Reagan in the second time by about 3 weeks. So I'm a little older than she is. And I can tell you, that's a very savvy person to be excited that Ronald Reagan was president when she was 12. I mean, good for her. And so she must really have a sense of what people her age were excited about. But,
finger on the pulse.
What is it? What? Give me your sense of this, because you and I were part of this in the aughts, where we watched the Democratic Party completely be docile and sort of play possum, even though they weren't playing. Really, just be possums for the Republicans. And it was in the wake of 9/11. There was like still like almost like the country was still in a state of shock in many respects. But how can they think this is a good idea? And they don't seem to have a plan.
No, their plan was laid out right by James Carville in that New York Times op-ed where he said Democrats need to take a strategic retreat or whatever and just kind of step back and just let Republicans run the country and just see what happens. I think that kind of advice is lapped up by Hakeem Jeffries, who doesn't really, want to do anything. The party was so flat on its back.
God has
that
us
you're talking about
covered.
it. You remember that a nobody governor of Vermont, named Howard Dean, was able to almost snatch the Democratic nomination because people just wanted somebody who would tell George Bush that he sucked.
Yep.
And he was willing to do it. And so he very nearly pulled it off as a result of that. Didn't quite get there, which is the history, always the history of the Democratic Party. They just managed to hold on to power within their own party and then lose it to the other party. So yeah, we're ripe for a Howard Dean-like figure who is not actually that radical.
Howard Dean's politics were not particularly, they were on the sort of conservative Dem. He was against the war, but he was also sort of like pretty conservative on a lot of other things that didn't really play that much in that race. It was really his big innovation was that he was the first one to get small donors.
Yeah, right. He had that baseball bat, and he would
and
say,
the 50-state strategy too, right? Like
that was how he ran for DNC chair.
Yeah.
After that, kind of amazing that he doesn't get any credit, by the way, for being DNC chair. Basically the only time that Democrats won
with the 06, right?
06 and 08.
Yep.
Yeah,
like arguably the greatest work of
pretty good
nonfiction
years for
of the
them.
20th century.
Yeah.
So what do you think happens now? I mean, what is your sense? Are you hearing stuff? I mean, it does not feel, do we want to play this clip of Swazi?
I didn't end up finding a good soundbite for that, but I listened to a little of Tom Swazi's town hall yesterday, which he held. He was one of the 10 Democrats that voted to censure Al Green, and it was a variety of different callers people who called into his town hall, outraged over not pushing back against Trump enough, and also specifically outraged of voting to censure Al Green. And he's going back and forth with them, and he's like, some of these people in this town hall aren't even my constituents or whatever. But they're feeling the heat, and this isn't something that we're imagining, right? There's been multiple instances of polling showing how Democratic voters and lean Democrats, it's a majority position that they don't think Democratic leadership is meeting this moment. And then there was a poll that came out from the liberal firm Blueprint, Politico put it out there. It showed that it's the plurality position that the Democratic Party has no strategy whatsoever for responding to Trump. Only 10% said the party had a solid technique for dealing with Trump. And this is coming from a liberal firm that is backed by Reid Hoffman.
I think if Bernie Sanders were like 10 years younger, he could actually probably win the nomination this time around.
Yeah,
because you'd have enough partisan Democrats who are like, you know what, let's try this.
I mean, we may be seeing it in New York. Mamdani is polling very well in New York. Andrew Cuomo's just jumped into the race. And Cuomo, obviously has a lot of name recognition and a lot of sort of relationships, and his father, et cetera, et cetera. So we'll see. But Mamdani is doing quite well in the polling, and I think it's a reflection of sort of normie Democrats going, we need something. I mean, the amazing thing is that you've always it seems to me quite obvious that a plan is better than no plan, right? I don't remember who it was that said that, but a plan always beats no plan, always, because if you have a plan, even if it is a bad one, at one point you can adjust. If you have no plan, you have no idea. You're always starting at zero. And are you hearing anything in terms of like people are like there is a broad-based problem with the leadership, either in the House or in the Senate. I mean, somebody told me that a Talking Points Memo podcast, which is, I think like about as sort of like solidly normie Dem as you can get. They were talking about Chuck Schumer being in danger of being knocked off in 2028 when he runs again. And I mean, from Talking Points Memos podcast to God's ears. But is there a sense that, I mean...
Yeah, I mean, there's also chatter, you would know this better, but there's chatter in Brooklyn that Hakeem Jeffries could actually be vulnerable this time. Like if they can find the right candidate, because they've wanted to challenge him, but he's got the machine locked down. He's a good local politician, so he's got, obviously has the money and the endorsements. So the left kind of never came for him in that district, even though he like baits them, like, come on, bring it. What do you got?
It's a different, his district is an interesting district. It's almost the shape of like a fat boomerang. And it goes from like, almost like, I think, to Brighton Beach almost, all the way around the outer boroughs of Brooklyn, and then back into places like, I think it goes as far as Fort Greene. And so, and these are a lot, there's gentrification that's happening there. There's like, if you get out towards Coney Island, there's a lot of like sort of Russian immigrants who are rather conservative in some respects. I mean, so it's a very mixed, and then in between you have a lot of immigrant populations and Hasidic Jews, and it's a wide mix of voters. And it would be interesting to see if somebody could try and knock him off.
Yeah, and all this lack of action in the Democratic Party is causing people a deal of distress. I think a lot of people expected them to have a plan. It doesn't seem like they do have a plan at all. Sam is right. Now let's go to frequent Majority Report guest, Elie Mystal, who actually went on to Democracy Now! A couple of days to talk about the fascist dictatorship that we are now living in.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Dictator, day one. Oh my God, Violet Quinlaw, it's a lot of messages.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Supreme Court Justice John Roberts has issued a rare statement Tuesday criticizing calls by President Trump and his allies to impeach federal judges that rule against him. Chief Justice Roberts wrote, quote, "For more than 2 centuries, it's been established that impeachment is not an appropriate response to disagreement concerning a judicial decision. The normal appellate review process exists for that purpose," end quote. Chief Justice Roberts' statement came after Trump repeatedly attacked U.S. District Judge, that's federal Judge James Boasberg, who ordered the Trump administration to stop using the 1798 Alien Enemies Act to deport immigrants. It has only been used 3 times before in U.S. history, and those times during war. On Saturday, the administration ignored Boasberg's order to turn around 3 deportation flights bound for a maximum security, privately run prison in El Salvador. One social media post, Trump called for the impeachment of Boasberg, who he described as, quote, radical left lunatic of a judge and a troublemaker and an agitator. Now, this is the federal judge who ordered the release of Hillary Clinton's emails, just to give you a sense of who Boasberg is. Numerous Trump officials have openly threatened to defy court orders. This is Trump's so-called border czar, Tom Homan, speaking on Fox News.
Where did he go, George?
I'm proud to be a part of this administration. We're not stopping. I don't care what the judges think. I don't care what the left thinks. We're coming.
White House advisor Stephen Miller appeared on CNN Monday and said Judge Boasberg has no authority to...
It is horrifying to hear a man who's been given authority to essentially just deport, detain whoever he likes by the Trump administration, saying he doesn't give a shit what judges have to say. Wow.
Illegal.
His ruling on the 1798 Alien Enemies Act.
This judge violated the law. He violated the Constitution. He defied the system of government that we have in this country.
During a hearing on Monday, Judge Boasberg accused the administration of adopting an approach of, quote, we don't care, we'll do what we want, unquote. This all comes as the Trump administration continues to face more setbacks in court. On Monday, a federal judge blocked President Trump's transgender military ban. Another federal judge ruled Elon Musk's efforts to dismantle USAID likely violated the Constitution in multiple ways. Trump responded to the Musk ruling on Fox News.
We will be appealing it. We have rogue judges that are destroying our country.
As fears of a constitutional crisis grow, we're joined by Elie Mystal, the nation's justice correspondent. His new piece is headlined, Trump is trying to create his own personal legal strike force. Elie's also author of the upcoming book, Bad Law, 10 Popular Laws That Are Ruining America. Elie, thanks for coming back to Democracy Now! What is happening right now with this presidential attack on judges?
We live in a fascist dictatorship. That's what's happening right now. That's what it feels like. This is where we are. There's not a coming constitutional crisis. We are in the constitutional crisis right now. Thank you, Elie. Because
what I've been saying this whole time.
How can we call ourselves a democracy? How can we call ourselves a nation of laws if one man and one man alone, Donald Trump, is able to defy the other two branches of government? And that's what we have here. And that's what Trump is promised to do, and that's what he is, in fact, doing. Amy, you played the clip. You mentioned John Roberts' statement, and you rightly pointed out that it is rare for John Roberts to say anything at all. But let's look at what the man said, and let's look at what the man didn't say. Right? It was one of the weakest statements that he could have possibly made. He's running around with his, clutching his pearls over like, don't impeach federal judges. That's wrong. He didn't say nothing about actually following the orders given by those federal judges that Roberts doesn't want impeached, right? He didn't say anything about Trump's blatant violation of multiple federal court orders. He didn't say anything about that at all. So again, Roberts is not your friend. Roberts is not the one coming to help us. He's as afraid as I believe that Roberts is as afraid of Trump as the rest of the government is. And that's, again, I don't know any definition of fascist dictatorship other than the one we are all experiencing right now.
And Elliot, in terms of the qualitative difference between the current situation and past confrontations between the executive branch and the courts, of course, back in the 1800s, there was a famous battle between Andrew Jackson and the Supreme Court over the relative sovereignty of the Native American peoples. And FDR had his conflicts with the courts. But this is, as you say, multiple federal judges all around the country coming up ruling against the Trump administration. What's your sense of the difference between this and all prior historical battles?
Well, here the Trump administration is directly saying, you just played that ghoul Stephen Miller, directly saying that the federal judges don't have authority over this administration. So that's number one. That's the biggest break from the past. They're not even pretending to acknowledge the authority of the federal judiciary to restrain or control this administration, right? So that's number one. Number two, when you look at those historical examples, you're talking for the most part about military funding, right? You're talking about, Andrew Jackson saying the judges made his order, now let him enforce it as he's committing genocide against the Native Americans. You're talking about Teddy Roosevelt sending the Navy halfway out into the Pacific and saying, like, Congress, I'm sure you will fund them to bring them back, won't you? You're talking about the executive branch executing its large control, the commander-in-chief exercising his large control over the American military. This ain't that, all right? This isn't a military situation. This is Congress-appointed money for USAID, put the money back on, turn the money back on, and Trump saying, no, I ain't. Absolutely not. This is a judge saying, turn the planes around and bring those people back, and Trump saying, nope, won't do that either. This is straight up, again, this is straight up authoritarianism. This is.
Ellie is right, as usual, on this one. I'm glad that his estimation of the situation is the same as mine, or at least similar to mine. Alright, let's go back to the majority report and talk more about the disaster that is Charles Chucky Schumer. Chuck, out of here.
So, speaking of Chuck Schumer, if you feel that Chuck Schumer is not up to this moment, to the extent that you have any say in it, it is achieved by calling your congressperson, if they're a Democrat, calling your senators or senator, if they're a Democrat, and saying, hey, it's time for new Senate leadership, and I want you to carry that message. That's all you really have to say. This is not an ideological issue. Everyone from Hakeem Jeffries to union leaders to Nancy Pelosi to Seth Moulton to AOC to others in the Democratic Party have realized that Chuck Schumer is just not up to the task. Here he is last night on Chris Hayes, his second time on Chris Hayes in 5 days.
Yeah, and both interviews devastating and very well done by Hayes, I gotta say.
Oh, I will also say, Chris Hayes is not on Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So he was on Friday night and Tuesday night.
But this
Chuck
is for
Schumer.
the book tour.
Chuck Schumer realizes that he is in trouble.
Yeah.
And he still cannot make a rational explanation for what he did. And Hayes, by the end of the interview, figures out what the problem is, at least in terms of, from Hayes' perspective and others. But here is how Schumer started off that interview. This is what he had to watch.
To a more of a tactical decision, because there was something that happened here that doesn't normally happen, which is they knew they needed Democratic votes and they cut you out entirely. Now, when that has happened before, Republicans have filibustered successfully and forced Democrats to the table. And so just purely at the level of how the tactics brought us to this point, I want to play some of the criticism, again, not from like backseat drivers or not from me on cable news, but people like Hakeem Jeffries or Nancy Pelosi. Take a listen.
Look, Chuck and I disagreed as it relates to the approach and outcome.
I think there is a deep sense of outrage and betrayal. And this is not just about progressive Democrats. This is across the board, the entire party.
I still support Senator Schumer as leader, but I think the only way that we are going to be effective as a caucus is if we change our tactics.
I would have liked to see when Chuck Schumer had leverage here to say we need A, B, C, and D for the Democratic Party.
Josh Shapiro.
And force the Republicans to meet him halfway on those issues.
I myself don't give away anything for nothing. And I think that's what happened the other day.
They said, okay, he said leverage.
Okay, that's not fair.
Oh.
That's not fair. That's not fair. Later in the interview, and we've gone through all his rationales of this, Hayes tries to get to like the nub here, because Schumer keeps arguing this is just like in 2017. And I would argue it is, it is a subjective analysis as to whether we are in a constitutional crisis, or we're on the verge of a constitutional crisis, or a constitutional crisis is inevitable. Certainly, we are watching what Elon Musk and Trump is doing right now is unconstitutional. And the courts are slowly catching up to it. However, and we'll talk about this in that continuing resolution that Schumer basically allowed to pass, it gives Trump a lot of leeway to continue to do what he's doing. But where we are on that trajectory in terms of democracy is subjective. But clearly Schumer cannot differentiate between 2017 and today.
But before we play, I just want to say that was prior to January 6th, prior to Project 2025. In Trump's first term, he had like guys like Mattis or Tillerson at the start, or Reince Priebus at the start. More traditional Republicans.
He also didn't. He also won by less votes in the country.
Right.
He didn't have the popular vote.
Well, right. But I mean, part of what he's not understanding here is that Trump 2.0 is a much graver threat for the reasons that Democrats were saying prior to the election. But if you wanted to take his explanation at face value that the government shutdown, which is what he keeps arguing, would have created an even greater constitutional crisis, it still doesn't justify the lack of cohesion with the caucus. And this is where I think he's being disingenuous, and Hayes gets him on that.
Still, let's hope it stays.
Well, here's what I'm saying is that all of those things you enumerated, which all sound like good politics to me, are the kinds of things that you'd be doing if Mitt Romney were president. That, like, there's this weird asymmetry right now, which is that they are acting in this totally new way, in which they are ambitiously trying to seize all power and create a presidential dictatorship in the United States of America, and the Democratic opposition is acting like, well, if we can get their approval rate down a few points, then what? What happens?
Well, what happens is, look, first, we get it way down. He's going to have much less. This worked in 2017. You say it didn't. Now it's a different government.
It's different, though.
Oh, it is different. But healthcare, we beat him. Taxes, we beat him. And guess what we did? Guess what we did, Chris?
Pause it. Wait a second. Taxes, we beat him. What? Healthcare, you beat him because, yes, John McCain. There's nobody even remotely close to being John McCain. And we beat him by this much on healthcare. But taxes?
But on healthcare in this continuing resolution.
What is he even talking about? What tax fight did Democrats win with Republicans? I would love to know what he meant by that. We don't get clarity on that, unfortunately. Sorry, I'm just trying to keep this moving because I am looking at the time. I'm like, dude, 7.5 hours. We're still firmly in the United States right now. I might be insane. I may have overshot what it is I'm physically capable of doing. Remember when I started the stream early yesterday? 8:30 is when we started. 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. This is how I know. Aside from everything else I pointed out, this is how I know we're in a constitutional crisis right now. Because we've spent 8 hours on the United States. And we're not done. Somehow we're not done. And granted, I'm covering the whole week, but we've done enough. We've done enough weekending reports. I think we all know this is a little out of the usual weekending report type of level of fucking content. Oh my god. Oh, whatever.
Which is a separate healthcare conversation.
I'm losing my mind.
That's in the budget resolution for the next one, not the continuing resolution.
Okay.
The House and one in the Senate, and then we were allowed to do all those good things. This is not the only tactic. We have to stand strong in certain instances and not give them the votes at all. But there are instances with this. The two work together.
Okay. Again, I don't disagree with any of that. But the difference to me between 2017 and now, and I've been at this desk for both of them.
It's different.
It is a full-fledged assault on the constitutional order that has not been seen again.
Well, that's
certainly in my life.
That is true.
But the question then becomes.
But that's not the spending part.
That isn't. But then the question becomes, what is the role of the minority in resisting that? That's distinct from we're going to beat them on healthcare, we're going to beat them on spending Medicaid.
Look, if our democracy is at risk,
it is at risk.
Sorry, it is certainly at risk.
Jesus.
But if
pause it for a second. Can we go back to that?
This guy is so useless.
Does that sound like a guy? Now look, listen.
It sounds like Chuck Schumer sounds like a librarian, like re-cataloging the fucking Dewey Decimal System or something right now. He's not talking like things are at risk. He's talking like he's here to complain about The fact he had to cancel his book tour because people are complaining and yelling about him.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Oh my God. He's talking about the Constitution and the government being at risk of being in a constitutional crisis the same way I would expect, somebody's grandpa to describe model trains or something. There seems to be zero sort of urgency in this man's voice. If anything, the only urgent thing in Chucky's mind right now is getting that book tour back on the fucking road. Now, seems like everybody is concerned.
I'm Mehdi Hassan.
That,
I am here with Paul Krugman.
Excuse me.
And
Mehdi, I'm talking. Shouldn't have clicked. It's my fault. I shouldn't have clicked it yet. I got ahead of myself. But it seems like everybody, not just in the United States, but around the world, educators, lawyers, constitutional scholars, academics, podcasters, children, mothers, fathers. Everyone seems concerned about the state of our democracy right now. God. Let's listen to a little bit of this Sateo live stream that he had on a guest to talk about the oligarchy and the kakistocracy of the United States. And that's right, kakistocracy, a great word describing the moment that we are living in. The rule of the incompetent, those lacking the merit most. We were promised meritoriousness and have been handed a kakistocracy. Why? Here's Sateo.
I'm Mehdi Hassan. I am here with Paul Krugman, and we are going to be talking a lot about what is going on in America right now and in the economy right now. Lots of people are joining. Thank you all for joining. Paul's here. It's an honor to be here with Paul Krugman, Nobel laureate, is now joined Substack. I've already been on Substack for a year now with Sateo. We're coming up to our anniversary. Thank you to Sateo subscribers who are joining. Thank you to Paul's subscribers who are joining. If you're not subscribed to either of our Substacks, please subscribe today. I'm looking forward to this conversation for a while, partly because the economics of the moment are coming to the fore. Paul, we've talked a lot in media right now about Donald Trump from all sorts of angles. But the economic angle, which is supposedly why he won, is now coming back to the forefront. We are focused much more on tariffs. There's talk of an impending recession. The DOGE cuts are kicking in pretty harshly. Unemployment. A lot to discuss. I want to start with tariffs, Paul. What do you make of Donald Trump today saying, all right, I'm going to pause the Canadian-Mexican tariffs again?
Yeah. First of all, it's kind of like Monty Python, run away, run away. This is now
brave Sir Robin.
Months in a row now. He said this is absolutely it. It's happening, and then pulled back. Presumably, I don't know, probably the market. But it's one. Here's a weird thing to say. In some ways, this maybe we're having tariffs and maybe we aren't is worse than actually just doing it. Because if a 25% tariff on everything from Mexico and Canada is disastrous, it's catastrophic because there isn't a U.S. economy. There's a North American economy. Our manufacturing bases are so closely integrated that disrupting that is terrible. But suppose that you're a business executive, manufacturing, you're an auto executive, and you're trying to make plans. And there's one set of plans that, if it's going to be a world of high tariffs, okay, that's miserable, but we can start to plan around that. We can, start to rearrange our whole production structure for that. If it's not going to happen and we're going to maintain this, free trade agreement that we signed, agreements are supposed to matter. Well, we have already planned for that. If we don't know which it is, what do you do?
Yeah.
Among other things, a lot of what you do is nothing. You don't invest, you don't build, you just sort of put everything on ice, which is one of the reasons that we're suddenly starting to talk about recession. Not quite there predicting it, but if you had to ask, what is the biggest single factor right now? It's this incredible spike in uncertainty because Donald Trump his word is good for about 30 seconds.
30 seconds is generous, Paul. Generous estimation there. Sometimes he switches statements within the same sentence. But you're right. He screws people over. He's unreliable. The chaos, it's always about the chaos. The first term, something I said last year to a lot of people was, in this country, we have the memory of a goldfish, right? We can't remember beyond a few seconds ago, let alone last week or 5 years ago. His first term was defined by chaos, the pandemic. We're coming up to the 5-year anniversary of COVID. Chaos, right? He could not, it's not that he's a right-wing ideologue like an Orban who's got a horrible vision that he executes. It's that he's all over the place, as you say. Is it tariffs? Is it not tariffs? Just out of interest on the tariffs front, you were an economist who's obviously taught about this subject. He's got people around him who are economists, some more qualified than others. Do they believe the shit that he says about, tariffs, the foreigners will pay, you won't have to pay? Is there anyone in his team who actually believes this is an economically viable way of running the country?
I think there's basically one person. There's this guy, Peter Navarro.
Yes.
But actually they basically went on a search apparently on, Amazon Books to find PhD who is actually hates China as much as we do. And the rest, I'm not sure that they actually are even honest enough with themselves to say that with this.
Whoops.
This is nonsense. But no, this is all about saying yes to the boss.
Yeah, and a boss who doesn't know anything. It's insane. It's insane. And he's right. I mean, the fact is, if you look through all this, who has been given positions in this administration? RFK. You got an anti-vaxxer at the head of the HHS. Linda McMahon. You get an entertainment executive in charge of the education department. You put a guy, not a general or somebody actively involved in the military. No, you get Pete Hegseth, a Fox News commentator, right? A Fox News commentator, former Army major or something. Not even close to making it to general. You get, you get just so many incompetent people being put in place. People who lack merit in so many ways for the jobs that they're being given. Even though we were promised merit, we really were being promised whiteness, I guess. Well, there's a couple of black nominees. Or is it just one? No. And then, of course, we got Kash Patel in there, too. I guess that counts as DEI. Equity and the crazy. Let's go and see what France 24 thinks about our problems over here. Yep, all the way in France, people are concerned.
This is apropos. The dispute has prompted...
I was hoping to watch more of that, but we're just so deep into this stream right now. We need to get out of the United States immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Otherwise, the stream is literally going to go longer than the longest stream we've ever done. It's lining up to be that right now. I hope you know this.
Give me a joke.
This is apropos. The dispute has prompted concern that Donald Trump is further pushing the boundaries of executive power at the expense of the federal judiciary. The White House is accusing judges of usurping the will of the president, who's called for the impeachment of a judge who ordered the suspension of high-profile deportation flights. The magistrate is now warning the Trump administration that it could face consequences if he finds it violated his order, temporarily blocking the deportation. With the details, here's Kara Scotland.
It's the latest escalation in a tussle between two branches of US government, the executive and the judiciary. After Donald Trump called for the impeachment of a district judge on Tuesday, Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts issued a highly unusual public rebuke.
For more than 2 centuries, it has been established that impeachment is not an appropriate response to disagreement concerning a judicial decision. The normal appellate review process exists for that purpose.
Federal judges are nominated by the president for life and can only be removed by being impeached by the House of Representatives for high crimes or misdemeanors and convicted by the Senate, something extremely rare. Trump's disagreement with Judge James Boasberg centers around the administration's move to deport alleged Venezuelan gang members. Over the weekend, Boasberg ordered the suspension of the deportation flights, but the planes went on to land in El Salvador anyway. As justification for the move, the White House had invoked wartime legislation from the 18th century known as the Alien Enemies Act. The law has only been used 3 times, all during congressionally declared wars, and allows the deportation of foreigners without following the usual legal processes. The case has emerged as a flashpoint in a larger debate over presidential power and the role of the courts in reviewing executive actions. Some observers fear Trump will openly defy the judiciary, triggering a constitutional crisis.
For more on what's at stake, we're joined now by Reed Brody, human rights lawyer and prosecutor. Reed, thanks very much for being with us on the programme this evening. How far is the United States from entering a constitutional crisis at this point? Some observers say we're already at that point. Would you agree? And do you think that it's perhaps what the Trump administration is actually seeking?
No, I do think that democracy is under threat right now in the United States from a president who wants to be a dictator. I mean, we have seen a series, each day brings a new unconstitutional action by the president, dismantling agencies that were created by Congress, refusing to spend money. Congress has the power of the purse to decide which monies are spent, and he's been refusing to spend money allocated by Congress. The theoretical ending of birthright citizenship. Every day as well brings a new judicial order saying that Donald Trump has exceeded his constitutional powers.
Illegal.
Just yesterday, 2 decisions, one by a federal judge saying that the dismantling of USAID was probably unconstitutional and ordering a halt. Another case in which a district judge said that Trump's order to ban transgender soldiers from the armed forces could not be enforced. And now we're seeing, as you've well described, the president saying, I don't have to abide by court orders.
I don't want reality.
Calling for the impeachment of a federal judge. The Vice President, J.D. Vance, has tweeted that judges have no right to constrain the president's legitimate authority. The border czar, in response to this case of the deportation, has said, we don't care what judges are going to do. We're going to go ahead and do it anyway. So I believe that there is a real constitutional crisis underway.
And are we approaching a scenario, do you believe, where the administration might actually say that it's no longer going to be complying with court orders?
I'm afraid, well, we've seen de facto that that several courts, they've been at least seriously dragging their feet on a number of occasions, and they've announced.
Yeah, as you can see, people are concerned, not just in the United States, but abroad, about what all of this means. And what it means is the United States is genuinely slipping into a fascist dictatorship. It is already living in one, but it's just slipping deeper and deeper into one as we watch it in horror. But what we have to do is fight back. That's what 2 individuals in our government are doing in quite a tremendous fashion. Let's go hear CBS News from yesterday talk about the Oligarchy tour.
The Democratic Party has been facing growing backlash and calls for a new leader as it tries to find its footing in the new Trump administration, especially after last week's government spending showdown. And two prominent progressives are now taking that momentum on the road. So starting today, Democratic Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Independent Senator Bernie Sanders are hosting rallies in Arizona, Nevada, and Colorado to highlight the base's anger, ramp up support in their fight against what they are calling the oligarchy taking shape in Washington. Former chairman of the Democratic National Committee, Jamie Harrison, spoke to CBS News about the need for the party to come together.
If you don't have all the votes yourself in order to get the legislation done, then that means you got to build a coalition in order to do that. And, you know, for Democrats, we got to let Republicans, if they can't do it, let them own all of this mess that they have created.
CBS News political correspondent Nydia Cavazos is in Las Vegas, where AOC and Sanders will rally today. Great to have you on. I have to ask you, I mean, AOC, she's always been outspoken, leading to some division among Democrats. She voiced her frustration with Senator Minority Leader Chuck Schumer after he allowed the GOP's funding bill to advance and has been very vocal about pushing back against the Trump administration. What's your read? Could she be the new face of the movement?
And that's exactly the question that many are asking. Is AOC going to be the new face to this movement, or will also other Democratic leaders, especially on Capitol Hill, also join her in this movement? And of course, there's also much speculation as to whether AOC is also setting herself up for a potential future run. But what we do know for a fact today is that she is joining Senator Bernie Sanders for multiple stops as part of the Fighting Oligarchy tour. And of course, this is a reference to President Trump and his advisor, Elon Musk. They're out here, especially in swing districts that are currently being represented by Republicans on Capitol Hill, to make sure that their message and how to fight back is getting to thousands and thousands of people. Right now,
this line is amazing. This line literally goes around an entire park. People waiting to get into this event. This is insane. Look how many people are here. Lined up around the block. Incredible. All right, that's it. We're going to talk about that. Ha! Just kidding.
Give me a joke.
Just kidding. But we are going to take a break as we are approaching 8 hours. And I need to shove some food in my mouth since I haven't eaten for more than 8 hours now. So I'm going to try and do that here on this next break, which we're about to take. Before we get there, just want to remind everybody that if you're wondering why the audio sounds weird, it's because my audio interface hardware, which allows me to use a different mic, is broken. I tried to start the stream today, it was broken. And now I have to figure out how to replace it. Unfortunately, this is very sad. RIP audio interface. I've had this interface since like 2012. It's been like 13 plus years. And it's like a part of the galactic family, part of the galactic space station, and really a sad moment in galactic history. And if you want to help us replace Motu here, do consider contributing on Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon, becoming a Patreon member. Same idea, because I'll get that money immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Helping us get a replacement. Otherwise, I'm going to be forced to use this horrifying mic. Well, it's not a mic. I mean, there's an internal mic inside of this computer. And it sucks real bad. You're glad the mainstream media is covering this. Yeah, it is progress in a way. Some of the things I've seen them doing, it's almost like they realized that they fucked up, even if it's too late. Anyway, enough of that. Let's get to the real break. Alright, well, I hope you're all enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe, both very important, both very helpful. Maybe even hit that little bell icon as well so you get the latest in galactic notifications. Now, while you're doing all that, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. That's right, completely funded by space fams. We need your help in this moment. Especially with the loss of the galactic audio interface, we're in more dire straits than usual. So, pick one of the many ways to help with the galactic funding. YouTube, we got super chats, super stickers, and memberships. We still got to get those member numbers up to get more emotes. That's right. We must fight for more space emotes. Twitch, we got the bits, we got the subscriptions, the on-screen celebrations. We got Cash App and PayPal, as well as Patreon. Becoming a Galactic Patron, of course, gets you access to a multitude of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn galaxy. So go down to the... What are you waiting for? Get on to Patreon. Show your support. Become a little bit more galactic than you are currently. Get access to sweet space benefits. Like an avatar to hang out at the pool or the bar. Maybe a little space yacht for the lake. It's up to you. You choose your own galactic adventure. Anyway, chat, enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Well, chat, you know what that sound means. Show is going to get started shortly, although I'm still trying to finish cooking, so it's start slightly less shortly than usual. I'll give you this for now. "30 seconds. Okay. Actual back. Actual back. Just had to throw some stuff together. I'm eating like a king today because I've been doing a fair amount of cooking to make sure I can adequately feed myself. So galactic quesadillas it is. Gooey, gooey, cheesy quesadilla. Oh God, I needed food so bad. My body was angry at me. All right. Let's get to the Oligarchy tour, which has been really drawing a crowd, as we saw earlier. And it seems like those crowds are growing day by day. As AOC and Bernie travel the country, it almost looks like a presidential campaign or something right now. And a really hot one. Like, I feel like if there were polls right now, might be able to get these two into office. Start in Vegas. They did go to two places. They went to Vegas and they went to where was it? Tempe, Arizona. Start in Vegas. That's right. Sin City.
For having me. My name is Alexandria. Some of you may know me as AOC. I'm so happy to be back in Las Vegas. You know, my home is a ways from here, but in truth, the distance between us is a lot shorter than we think, or even that we're told, And I want to thank each and every one of you for making the effort to be here today. Thank you all so much. I know a lot of you have had to make lots of plans and carpool and figure out how you're going to get here. It's not easy. And we don't... pardon? Louder, okay. Okay, thank you. People in the back, thank you for helping.
Who's in charge of the sound at this shindig?
All right, thank you. And I have to tell
Potato quesadillas. Delicious.
How many of you here, is this your first political rally?
Ooh, wow.
Thank you all so much for getting in the game.
Wow. Now that's huge. That right there is fucking huge. And this may be, I mean, in terms of change, this could be very good. If this is that amount of people clapping is representative of the number of people who are showing up to these rallies, who have never been to a rally before. I think it says a lot about what this Oligarchy tour is in fact doing right now. It's speaking to people who are currently disengaged and feel like they've been ignored.
And I want to thank who here is also getting in the game after not being as involved in politics, not knowing so much, who feel called and compelled. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. And I want to be the first to say, I don't care who you voted for in the past. You may have voted for Donald Trump in the past. You may have voted for Kamala Harris in the past. You may have not voted at all in the past. But I want you to know that, but you are here, regardless of all of that. You are here today. And I want to thank you for that. In fact, we're all here together because we share in the frustration and the heartache that comes from watching those in power actively tear down or refuse to fight for everyday working Americans like us. And we are here together because an extreme concentration of power and corruption is taking over this country like never before. But we are also here today because we know that a better world is possible. But to get there, we need to be honest about where we are. Because we are witnessing an oligarchy in America. And that is when those with the most economic, political, and technological power destroy the public good to enrich themselves while millions of Americans pay the price. And we are at a point where the wealthiest people in the world, like Elon Musk, and all the Republicans enabling him, are turning to loot what is left of Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security to bankroll even deeper tax cuts and sweetheart contracts for themselves, their fellow billionaires, and their corporations.
Wow.
And our political system right now is ill-prepared for this abuse of power. In fact, our political system enables it, starting with the role of money in politics. But I am here to remind you that we are not powerless in this moment. People are starting to put the pieces together. And ironically, the most divisive forces in our country are actually starting to bring more of us together. And that is important because the billionaire and the elite class derives their power from dividing working people apart along lines of left or right, race and gender, creed and culture. They will throw every label and judgment and cultural debate at us in the book to keep us distracted and from realizing that the only division that is truly hurting our country the most is the endless greed by those at the very, very top at the cost of everyone else.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
That's why it has always been up to us, the working class of America, power comes from remaining focused, together, and building a movement where there is a place for everyone. For all the big talk that Republicans and the Trump administration like to flap about working people, if you actually listen carefully, every once in a while they let the mask slip about what they actually think about us. You know, just last week, President Trump's lawyer, her name is Alina Habba, she went on television, and when she actually had to be faced with explaining her job, and when she actually had to be faced with doing her job, this is what she had to say. Quote, what intellectual thought? When she was asked about me, quote, what intellectual thought? You were in a bar. You were in a bar, AOC, and not to have a drink, but to serve one. And I want you all to understand, I don't care what this woman says about me, but...
Let's not forget, AOC may have worked a working class job at a bar. She's also a lawyer, so it's incredibly rude for Helena Habba to pretend that AOC, doesn't have as many qualifications as she does.
But I want you to understand that she isn't just talking about me here. She's talking about you. She's talking about all of us. Because the entire job of the president's lawyer is to speak for him. Trump hired her to speak for him. So imagine what it means for our country that the president's own lawyer cannot even conceive of a working class person being intelligent simply because of the job that they have. This woman could not even recognize the American dream if it was fed to her on a silver spoon. But understand that this kind of disdain for working people by the most powerful people in this country doesn't just come from not being raised right. It's a shorthand for Elon Musk and Donald Trump's entire political agenda and a certain ugly kind of politics, lying to and screwing over working people so that they can steal from our health care and Social Security and veterans care to pay for tax cuts for the wealthiest and bailouts for their crypto billionaire friends. There's a word for this: corruption. And seeing all of this stack up, how overwhelming and brazen and selfish this all is, and the constant barrage of headlines and phone notifications pinging all day long, it's enough to make even the best of us give up. It's enough to make anyone want to give in to despair. And trust me, I get it. And that is by design. That is by design. Because when the system is stacked against you, it's hard to feel like anything you do matters. It's hard to feel like we matter in this democracy. And it is easier to give in to despair. And I can tell you, for a while there, when I was working as a waitress, years never being able to get ahead, I felt that way too. I tried to stop caring. I tried to just keep my head down and work my shifts and accept that this is just how things are. But that is no way to live. It's no way to live. And what I do know is that the working class does not have to live like this. In fact, we cannot live like this. And Donald Trump sees the immense pressure that working people are under. But his answer is to create an America where every man is for themselves. Now that he's in power, we can see it clear as day. He's handed the keys to Elon Musk and is selling this country for parts to the richest people on the planet.
It's absolutely what's happening here. figured we'd also catch a little bit of this Tempe rally. See how many people showed up. Well, you're about to, actually. One thing they got to do is figure out the sound of this thing. They need to run like 2 different audio feeds to this, like crowd and like AOC specific audio would really help with things. To Tempe.
Ways from here, but in truth.
So yeah, AOC in a non-election year. Also went here to Tempe with Bernie, and they filled out a fucking stadium. Look at this. Listen to that. I mean, oh my god. Oh my. You literally cannot hear her over the crowd. Truly incredible. There are so many people out here. Oh my god, dude. You can even see it on her face. She's like, holy shit. I was not expecting my name to get that kind of applause right now. Oh man, I just gotta watch that again.
So much. My name is Alexandria Ocasio Cortez.
Oh my god, it's like she's... It's like she's Billie Eilish or something right now. She's BTS over here. Fucking kids, parents, grandparents, everyone in between, all here screaming for AOC. She can't even get a word in edgewise.
To be here tonight. I really sincerely thank each and every one of you. The energy in here is so amazing, and I want you all to know there's another couple thousand people outside in overflow. If you are in that overflow area, Barney and I are going to go say hi to you too afterwards. To come together. And, you know, we were bringing our rallying in Las Vegas not too long ago. And being here and being with each and every one of you, it just reminds me a lot. And it connects me a lot to my own story. And, you know, I came from a working class family, just like most of you. My mom cleaned houses, my dad was working to start a small business, and si se puede, my dad was working, si se puede, because like many of you all, they did everything they could to struggle and scrap everything together just so that I could have a chance, so my brother and I could have a shot, and we went to public school, and we worked as hard as we could. My dad was diagnosed with a very rare form of cancer. And by the time by the time I was 18 years old, he had passed away. And this is so emblematic. The thing about this experience is that while it is so impactful, it's actually not uncommon. They worked so hard their entire lives in pursuit of an American dream. And they were well on that way. They were providing a better life for my brother and I than the one that they experienced growing up. But then all of a sudden, you're just one event away from everything.
Who the fuck is this guy?
From the rug just being...
Why is this guy talking right next to the microphone? It is wildly rude and annoying.
Totally snatched. And that shouldn't be the way things are in this country. We shouldn't be one accident away from catastrophe, one natural disaster from losing everything. We don't have to live this way. And in fact, we are all here together because we share in the frustration and the heartache that comes from watching people in power actively tear down or refuse to fight for everyday working Americans like us. We are here because the extreme concentration of power and corruption is taking over this country like never before. But we are also here because we know that a better world is possible. But to get to there, we need to be honest about where we are right now. We are witnessing an oligarchy in America, where those with the most economic, political, and technological power destroy the public good in order to enrich themselves at the price of millions of Americans.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And the thing is, our political system is ill-prepared for this kind of abuse of power. In fact, much of our political system enables this kind of corruption, starting with the role of money in politics.
Wow. Quite a crowd. Quite a crowd showing up here. I feel like AOC can kind of see the future right now. She's like, is it time to run for president? I don't know. But boy, oh boy, is this quite a gathering of people here to see her and Bernie Sanders talk. She is getting an incredible amount of applause, incredible amount of yells and screams and whoops and hollers. All right, let's watch the end of this and see a little bit of Bernie, because we haven't seen any of Bernie yet. The last minute or so here.
Solidarity. Deserves respect. No matter who we are or where we come from, we are here to make a sacred promise to each other today, to take care of each other on our worst days, and to share in the successes of our best. So with that, I want to introduce to you all a man who has spent his entire life trying to bring us together. You know, I know that one of the things that inspired me to run for office for the first time is that when I saw Senator Sanders on television. And I was wiping tables down and saw the TV on and saying every person in this country deserves health care as a human right. us for the first time that this isn't something that we should earn. This is something that should be afforded to all of us because we are human. Because we are human. And I just want to thank him, and so let's give him the most earth-shaking round of applause. When we come out, everybody, Senator Bernie Sanders.
Oh my God. It's kind of incredible just how much support they're getting right now. Really polar opposite. I wonder if Chuck Schumer has seen any of these. You know? Pretty incredible. I heard there was 15,000 plus people in this arena. And like she said, there were thousands of people standing outside hoping to get in. But because of fire code, they had to stay outside. I mean, it's crazy. I bet if you were outside of this place, you could hear the crowd. Oh my God. What is this? The NBA playoffs? Holy shit, dude. You got people standing, like, in the, what do you call it? I can't think of the word right now. Like little halls that lead into these sorts of freaking arenas. Oh my God.
This is an unbelievable turnout. I think we got many thousands of people outside. And I'm especially delighted to be here tonight with Alexandria. You know, when Alexandria was a little girl, she helped her mom clean homes to make the money the family needed. And she is one of the members of Congress who has not forgotten where she came from. And Alexandria and I were in Las Vegas earlier today. Tomorrow we'll be in Colorado, and then we're coming back to Tucson. Because we have a message for Mr. Trump. And that is, we will not allow you to move this country into an oligarchy. We're not going to allow you and your friend Mr. Musk and the other billionaires to wreak havoc on the working families of this country. No, you're not going to destroy Social Security. You're not going to destroy Medicaid. You're not going to destroy the Veterans Administration. And I'll tell you what else you're not going to do. We're not going to let you undermine the democracy that men and women in this country have fought and died for. And every single day, Trump and his friends are ignoring the Constitution of the United States of America. You know, when we were kids In elementary school, we read about American history and about how this government, our government, was formed and the Constitution was written. I got news for you. Those guys way back in the 1790s were nobody's fools. They understood that in our Constitution and in our government, you have to have a separation of power so that no one person had it all. And then created an
Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. Quite a spectacle here in Tempe, Arizona. Pretty overwhelming crowd. But in a way, it gives me a little bit of hope, knowing that Bernie and AOC are working together to fight back against this while other Democrats and supposed leftists do nothing, or in fact enable Donald Trump and what's going on. It's good to see, gotta say. Holy shit. Alright, let's what next? How are we 8.5 hours in and we're still talking US politics right now? Alright, let's end it with this, then we'll move on to Canada. Secular talk from a day ago. Kyle Kulinski asking a very concerning question.
All right, guys, we got to talk about this. This is something that really caught my eye, and I'm curious what you all think of it. So Mind War is the name of this outlet by a guy named Jim Stewartson, and he oftentimes says things that pique my interest that, I have to look into. So what he says is there's already a tremendous amount of evidence that Trump is planning on declaring martial law on 4/20, April 20th. Now, he would do that via basically the Insurrection Act, which, remember, he tried to invoke the last time he was in office, but he was surrounded by people who are not insane, and they were like, we're not deploying, because the Insurrection Act would let you deploy the U.S. military in our own streets against our own people, right? It's martial law. It's what it is. And they said, we're not doing that. He tried to do it over George Floyd protests, and he was basically blocked by his generals, right? Thank God that he blocked him. But now, he's got all the sycophants around him, and nobody's going to tell him no. Nobody. All right, ready? Let's go into the evidence. In this deeply alarming opinion piece in the San Francisco Chronicle, Brett Wagner, who served as a professor of national security decision-making for the U.S. Naval War College, raises the specter of Trump invoking the Insurrection Act and martial law. So there's a San Francisco Chronicle article, and the title is Trump preparing to invoke the Insurrection Act? Signs are pointing that way. A joint Department of Defense and Homeland Security report will soon recommend whether or not to invoke the Insurrection Act over illegal migration.
Unbelievable.
So this guy wrote an article on this topic. Ready? In his day one fusillade of executive orders, Donald Trump signed declaring a national emergency at the southern border of the United States. This includes the following clause dictating that Trump's designated supplicants, Kristi Noem at DHS, and abusive crusader Pete Hegseth, submit a report with recommendations about whether to invoke the Insurrection Act of 1807. So a day one executive order he signed said the following. You ready? Within 90 days of the date of this proclamation, the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of Homeland Security shall submit a joint report to the President about the conditions at the southern border of the United States and any recommendations regarding additional actions that may be necessary to obtain complete operational control of the southern border, including whether to invoke the Insurrection Act of 1807. So he signed an executive order on day one saying, within 90 days, I want this report, and you guys are going to recommend do the Insurrection Act or don't do the Insurrection Act. Now remember, Kristi Noem and Pete Hegseth are some of the biggest psychos in the administration and some of the biggest sycophants in the administration. And likely what they're doing with this report is, what do we think Trump wants to hear? What do we think he wants us to say? And that's what they're going to put in the report. On Wednesday, and I can't believe I'm saying this with a straight face, Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, and Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard made a big show of landing at the border of Mexico, which is a pretty remarkable thing all by itself, Why would people in charge of our national defense be meeting there? The plan, as I've reported now for months, is to create a North American empire from Greenland to Colombia. Trump's tariffs and horrific abuse of America's neighbors, the belittling of Trudeau, the saber-rattling at Mexico, Greenland, and Panama, are all pretext. And so he's talked about this before in detail. There was this ideology called technocracy, which basically started, I believe, in the 1930s. And the idea was politics is too messy, democracy is too messy, politicians are too messy. What we basically need is to be led by technicians and engineers and like scientists, and they make all the decisions. And they came up with this idea called the technate of America. And the technate of America, ready for this? This is the scary part. The technate of America stretches from Greenland down through Canada, down through the U.S., and it goes all the way to, I believe, Colombia. Almost all of those places, Trump has been warmongering with. Panama, Greenland, Canada. So it looks like he actually is laying the groundwork to try to create the technate of America. Now, to make it even scarier, you have the grandfather of Elon Musk was a Nazi. He was interested in and believed in the technate of America, right? And it looks like it may have been the case. Elon was named after some character in some Nazi sci-fi book named Elon, right? And it looks like he may have learned either from his dad or his grandfather about this idea, which that guy deeply believed in, creating the technate of America. And now, of course, he's the shadow president and the co-president. And it looks like they're laying the groundwork to try to create the technate of America. Jesus Christ. All right, we're not done. Ready? Trump has effectively decapitated the military.
Yeah, I think that's enough for us, though. And it's a horrifying theory. And, you know, he's not wrong. There seems to be a lot of things pointing to the possibility of something like this. But the idea of declaring the Insurrection Act over immigration, that is fucking insane. That is genuinely fucking insane. Put military on the streets of the United States, declare martial law on all American people because they believe there's too many immigrants coming to the country, even though we're at a record, almost not record, but close to it, certainly within the 21st century, number of immigrants coming into the country. This would be, I mean, this would destroy America, if it's not already destroyed at this point. Okay. Let's leave the United States for a little bit. Talk a little bit about the people who fall under the technate of America idea. Canada. And you know what? Shockingly, we are starting off the Canadian news with Tesla news. Who could have guessed? Who could have guessed that that would have ever happened? Not me.
I don't want reality.
That's right, because there are questions, growing questions over the potential abuse of a Canadian tax credit over EV sales in the country. Let's go to CTV News from 2 days ago. Talk a little bit about that.
A puzzling story back in January when Transport Canada announced that it was pausing its EV rebate program. A handful of Tesla locations in Canada reported selling 8,600 vehicles, amounting to $43 million in government rebates in a single weekend. Sparking concern, did the U.S.-based auto giant exploit the system. It's unclear why this random parking lot in Laval, Quebec has row upon row of brand new Teslas sitting there parked. In Toronto, we found a similar scene at the parking lot of an abandoned strip mall across the street from a Tesla location.
All suggest a very unusual level of activity.
On Friday, January 10th, car dealerships across the country received this email from Transport Canada saying due to the high uptake, the IZEV program will be paused in a few weeks. That weekend, Tesla filed thousands of car sales, claiming tens of millions in federal rebates. 3 days later, on Monday, the program was paused.
It is very tough to put small businesses in these situations.
This car dealership owner, not associated with Tesla, asked we hide his identity. His independent dealership is one of more than 200 across Canada who say they're now out of pocket $10 million because they didn't have time to process their EV sales before the government closed the program.
We were completely devastated. In my case, we're talking over $400,000 loss is a huge, huge impact.
The IZEV program had dealers front the rebate to consumers on the promise the government would repay each dealership.
Questions have to be answered. Was the integrity of the program respected? Was Tesla tipped off? Was there a gaming of the system?
Earlier this month, CTV News paid this Toronto area Tesla location a visit.
Are you able to tell me when you can't say anything? You can't say anything at all. When you process a rebate, is that when the car's picked up? Can't say anything. Or when a car's purchased online? No comment.
Multiple emails to Tesla have gone unanswered.
So Canada had a system in which dealerships were relying on the federal government. Tesla abused that system, caused horrifying effects for Canadians. Abusing a system of trust intended to, improve EV sales in Canada. Apparently, Elon Musk must have just felt so entitled to those rebates even though he wasn't selling the cars. It's weird. Very weird.
Illegal.
This guy doesn't think laws apply to him anywhere on the fucking planet. And I am really sick of it. Oh, God. I cannot believe how long the stream has gone. I'm not sure I have the energy to get through this whole stream chat. I know that we've completed a goal tonight, but I am growing more and more tired. We still haven't even gotten out of Canada yet. And on to the environmental news, of which we have at least some. Space news, of which we have some. Earth news. The United States is...
Cyclone Cheeto.
Cyclone Cheeto is absolutely just ruining my schedule, I swear to God. Oh my God. I can't believe it just took me that long to unpack a week's worth of news from the United States. 8.5 hours. Fucking crazy. Let's see, let's see what new Prime Minister Mark Carney had to say to Trump. Here's CNN from a few days ago.
A sign of the times, perhaps, with Canada's new Prime Minister, Mark Carney, breaking with tradition and travelling to Europe, not the United States, on his first official foreign trip. Carney was greeted warmly by the French President Emmanuel Macron, and then in London, Carney met with his British counterpart, Sir Keir Starmer. The emphasis on Canada and Europe standing together side by side. And Carney did not hold back in his criticism of the US president.
Nobody's come out forcefully and said those comments about the 51st state are just not on. Do you think that our traditional allies are not sticking their necks out because they're concerned that if they say something that'll anger President Trump, that they'll be next?
I think I would take seriously what the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom said today. I don't think one needs to respond to every comment about another country. Look, we can stand up for ourselves. It's Canada strong. We can stand up for ourselves. We've called out those comments. They're disrespectful. They're not helpful. And they need to stop before, and they will have to stop before we sit down and have a conversation about our broader partnership with the United States. But we're Canada. We don't need other people to come to our aid. This trade uncertainty, the actual tariffs, but then also the uncertainty around what other trade actions could be taken by the world's largest economy are having an impact. They're having an impact on the United States itself. That impact on the United States will continue to grow. The impact of weakening U.S. economy has an impact on everyone else. But of course it has a direct impact as well on the affected countries. It's not welcome. What we see is a number of things, a number of measures that we can take ourselves. We can't control the trade policy of the United States. We don't pretend to control policies of other countries. What we can control is our own domestic economic policy. There's many opportunities in Canada. It's a very strong economy, but it could be much stronger. We could have one Canadian economy instead of 13. We can build the millions of houses that Canadians need. We can diversify our trading relationships. We can build new trading corridors, and we can fully realize what Canada is, which is an energy superpower.
There you go. Mark Carney saying Donald Trump is going to need to stop talking about the 51st state if he wants Canada to just sit down at the table with them. Also saying that he believes Canada can do just fine without the United States, and that the economy is not dependent upon the U.S., although I think that's only half true. But let's go to the Rational National. David.
We're getting our first look at a Canadian woman arrested by ICE after entering the San Diego border.
I am here today.
Jesus Christ. What was I saying? We probably already heard some of it. But David Dole over the Rational National. He's got some stuff for us here about the current state of U.S.-Canadian relationship. Might be too strong a word. Relations, perhaps.
We're getting our first look at a Canadian woman arrested by ICE after entering the San Diego border.
I am here today to say to Canadians to avoid travel to the United States if at all possible.
Well, the horror stories keep piling up. This time, a Canadian woman was detained and held by U.S. border security for 12 days. She's back home now, and she still doesn't know why she was held. So I'm going to get to her story as well as a recent interview that she did after returning home, and a couple of other stories. Like, there are countless horror stories now about people who aren't American and those who even are American getting swept up by ICE for reasons that appear to not exist. One thing is for certain. If you are not American, don't travel to the U.S. There is no reason to go right now. If you're Canadian, go visit another part of Canada or go visit somewhere else. If you're European, you want to visit North America, go to Canada. It's spring now. Things are getting warmer. It's nice. There's mountains. There's, places like Toronto where there's clubs and stuff. Like, there's plenty of places you could go.
Oh my God. I love how David is playing TripAdvisor for Canada right now. He's the new Secretary of Commerce. Oh God. Thinking about a vacation? Have you heard of Canada before? It's getting warmer. Spring does happen here, supposedly. Oh, God. Canadian spring.
That are not in
Breathe it all in.
So try and avoid it at all costs. And actually, a Canadian politician is now telling Canadians to avoid travel to the U.S. So we'll get to his comments as well. First, just to run through some of these examples before I get to the Canadian who was detained. So this German national, Fabian Schmidt, was who has a U.S. green card, was detained at an ICE facility. So he was arrested and interrogated at the Boston airport. According to his mother and partner, they say they don't know why he's being held in an ICE facility. There's this story of this tourist, 28-year-old Becky Burke. These are her parents. She was chained, quote, like Hannibal Lecter. So she was in the middle of a backpacking
Illegal.
trip, halfway through it, when American authorities snatched her up. Again, no one appears to know why. So she was held for 19 days before being allowed to go back home. And now we get to Jasmine Mooney. So this is a former actress. She now runs her own business. But she has a piece here breaking this all down. I'll link this below the video. This is in the Guardian. I'm the Canadian who was detained by ICE for 2 weeks. It felt like I had been kidnapped. I was stuck in a freezing cell without explanation, despite eventually having lawyers and media attention. Yet compared with others, I was lucky. So let me first start with this piece in a local ABC station discussing what happened to her.
Jasmine Mooney spoke to Team 10 investigator Austin Gravish in an exclusive interview today. Her detention by ICE has caused backlash, and at least one Canadian lawmaker is saying tonight he's concerned Canadians may not be safe when they visit the U.S.
I spoke to her during a video call in an exclusive interview from the Arizona ICE detention center where she's being housed in earlier today. And she's actually been in custody now for 11 days and says no one has told her how she can get released. She says she went to the San Diego border last week from Mexico to get a work visa. CBP denied her request because she had a previous visa revoked. Now, Lindsay, rather than turning her back to Mexico, she says CBP detained her for 2 days in a cold cell, and then ICE arrested her and placed her inside the Otay Mesa detention center. Now, Mooney is the third foreign national I've spoken to in just the past few weeks who's come to our border, had a visa issue, and then been placed in detention. Immigration attorneys tell me this is highly unusual and are not sure why visitors are not being allowed to go back to Mexico. Mooney says she's been horrified by the conditions inside the detention centers. She has been talking to women who were arrested in their homes by ICE for being in the U.S. illegally, and she tells me she's also met another Canadian who was taken into custody by ICE recently in San Diego, and she says that woman claimed she was married to an American but didn't have proper paperwork and overstayed her visa. She says that woman got arrested during a traffic stop in San Diego. Here's Mooney speaking to me from detention earlier today.
I really don't want this to be just for me because my situation is way better than everyone else's. I really want to be a voice for the women in here because what is happening is so unjust. And I know that there's a better way to do this.
And the detention center where Mooney is being housed tonight has not returned my calls. ICE says it arrested Mooney for failing to have legal documentation to be in the country. The agency says it processed her under President Trump's executive order on securing the border.
All right, so based on my read, it appears that border security is going through a power trip right now, as they have this Trump executive order, which essentially is giving them the green light to do whatever the hell they want, including detain people for weeks.
You know, I don't think this counts as making America great again. I wonder if, foreign nationals, Europeans, people in Asia, wherever, Canada, of course. I wonder if, people deciding to not come to the United States for fear of being detained for no reason is going to help with tourism. No, Dark Sparkle is saying it right now. No, absolutely, that was one of the points I was going to make. The people come to the United States for lots of reasons, and regardless of what those reasons may be, I think most people, when faced with the decision of having to, pick between whatever it is that they were going to do in the United States, and being potentially detained for weeks without any due process. I think most people are going to try and figure out a way to do whatever they were going to do in a different place. Utterly horrifying. Hold on, we got more of this. I'm just going to scoop it forward a little bit.
And she was, pushed aside about her paperwork. Then she said something strange. This is speaking to border security, quote, "You didn't do anything wrong. You were not in trouble. You were not a criminal."
Huh?
I remember thinking, why would she say that? Of course I'm not a criminal. She then told me they had to send me back to Canada. That didn't concern me. I assumed I would simply book a flight home. But as I sat searching for flights, a man approached me. "Come with me," he said. There was no explanation, no warning. He led me to a room, took my belongings from my hands, and ordered me to put my hands against the wall. A woman immediately began patting me down. The commands came rapid fire, one after another, too fast to process. They took my shoes and pulled out my shoelaces. "What are you doing? What is happening?" I asked. "You are being detained." "I don't understand. What does that mean? For how long? I don't know." And she goes on to say, that would be the response to nearly every question I would ask over the next 2 weeks. I don't know. So she goes on. I'll get to more details of the story afterward, but here is a part of her interview with Global News after she had arrived back home in Vancouver.
I was reapplying for a work visa. I had a work visa, and then I was reapplying for another one. And because my lawyer was in San Diego, I was at that border.
Regret going across the border?
I mean, yeah, of course. Like, if I knew that was even a possibility, that could happen, I would have never in a million years gone there. Like, I'm telling you, from the second I got there to now, like, I can't even process what just happened because there was no heads up. Next thing you know, I'm taken, and for 2 weeks haven't been told anything, moved in different cells, sleeping on cement, sleeping in different jail cells. Like, it just... nothing makes sense to me, and I'm still trying to process the entire situation.
All right, so I'm going to get to a bit more from that interview because there's a lesson that she took from her experience that I think is worth sharing. But some more details here about what she went through. For 2 days, we remained in that cell, only leaving briefly for food. The lights never turned off. We never knew what time it was, and no one answered our questions. No one in the cell spoke English, so I either tried to sleep or meditate to keep me from having a breakdown. I didn't trust the food, so I fasted, assuming I wouldn't be there long. Then they moved me to another cell, this time with no mat or blanket. I sat on the freezing cement floor for hours. That's when I realized they were processing me to a real jail, the Otay Mesa Detention Center. And this is after she thought she was going to get out. So, they were going through a process with paperwork. She thought she was going to leave. But no, they're sending her to an actual jail. I was told to shower, given a jail uniform, fingerprinted, and interviewed. I begged for information. "How long will I be here?" "I don't know your case," the man said. "Could be days, could be weeks, but I'm telling you right now, you need to mentally prepare yourself for months." So this over a visa that she had, she's worked in the US, she runs a company. So I'm going to get to later some more details of other stories, at least bits and pieces of other stories from A Great Peace in the Nation. But they go on to say that there's some speculation here that these border security is trying to meet quotas. So they're essentially, any excuse they can find to throw somebody in a detention center, they're going to use it because they're trying to meet a certain quota. Just following orders. So let me get to the last piece I want to share from this interview.
It was really, really hard the first few days, but then when I got to know everyone else in there and heard all of their stories and how long they were in there, I was like, okay, I'm not allowed to feel sorry for myself at all because every single person in here is in a way worse situation than me. So I just spent the rest of my time trying to console and help as many women as I could because there was one girl that was in there for 10 months. So 2 weeks compared to 10 months, how am I supposed to complain about anything, right?
And once again, I want to plug her piece in The Guardian that goes into more detail around that.
Okay. Let's talk some more Canada shit. Go back to Mark Carney. as he has officially called for a federal election. Something we've been saying will be happening soon, and this certainly happened pretty quick.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Here's CBC News from yesterday. Federal election call. Will Carney's gamble pay off? I don't even know what else to say about that last story, honestly. Like, that's why I'm like just moving into this next video, because I'm just so broken looking at what we're talking about here. Like, the United States has become so fucking isolationist in 2 months. I never could have predicted how fast this has happened. And this should all concern us, just how quickly just the state of play in the United States, let alone the world, with what we've done in this last 2 months. How fast it's changed, right? The Nazis took power in, what was it, a month and a half or something like that? Undid, like, many parts of the government within months. And that's what it feels like right now. You know, post-Reichstag fire, even though there's no fire, they're using the existence of immigrants as the fire right now. And it is horrifying. It is fucking horrifying.
In a way, Mark Carney had no choice.
Prime Minister Mark Carney will ask the Governor General to dissolve Parliament and will call a snap federal election this Sunday.
He's on the clock. Parliament has been on pause for more than 2 months now, but set to resume on Monday, March 24th. And on that day, his government would have to face down every other party leader who has sworn one simple thing.
New Democrats will be voting against this government for an election
to choose a new parliament composition.
Non-confidence motion at the earliest possible opportunity.
But even that, of course, may not be the real thrust of what might become the biggest political gamble of Mark Carney's career.
I think if Mark Carney could actually have the vote today, he'd probably do it because he has got momentum on his side.
If Mark Carney does call an election as expected, and he has any hint of a hopeful smile while doing it, this is why. What we're looking at here is an average of every publicly available major poll in Canada. Polling numbers that for nearly the last 2 years have predicted a crushing Liberal defeat, but that have since sharply turned around over just the last 2 months. The Liberals would have to go back years to find a time.
Wow, is that really? We have not seen this graph in a while. In like a couple weeks, I want to say. Look at that. They've converged. Incredible. I mean, in terms of numbers, this is utterly historic. Now, I know that, and you can see it in the graph, a lot of this support, at least from what I can tell, came directly out of the NDP and out of a number of the other smaller parties. Even the Green Party is seeing a downtrend in this moment. BQ too, which is the Quebecian party, if I'm not mistaken. This is isolationist or just hostile. I mean, you could use both words, I suppose. I guess what I'm talking about when it comes to the isolationism is, like, I mean, yeah, there's certainly an element of hostility to isolationism. I think all isolationism comes with a little bit of hostility, honestly. Haven't seen it exercised in too many instances where it wasn't hostile at something or someone. But in this case, I'm talking about just the broad-based isolationism, right? Like, and yes, some of that does include hostile acts, and you could sort of go up and down the list and figure out levels of hostility. But like coming out of NATO isn't necessarily hostile, right? You know, like, trade war, or tariffs aren't by themselves hostile. Certainly in combination with the way it's being done and other things that are going on, you could be interpreted as hostile. I guess I just mean is that we're doing all of the isolationist policies, every single one, pulling out of trade relationships, pulling out of defense partnerships, deporting anybody deemed to not be American enough, detaining anybody trying to come to the fucking country. Like, it's all just such a disturbing tapestry of garbage. It has got me just feeling all sorts of fucking ways about this. But, you know, we talked about a lot of the fascist rhetoric Donald Trump was espousing on the campaign trail, and seemingly all of it and even more is coming to pass. Project 2025. Pretty sure it's like 95% complete at this point. I'm just guessing. Last time we checked, it was at like 75%. And that was like a month in.
Over just the last 2 months. The Liberals would have to go back years to find a time when they were polling ahead of the Conservatives, but they are now. In a CBC poll tracker simulation of 5,000 possible election results, taking each party's range of projected outcomes into account, the Liberals have a staggering 77% chance of winning, and check those odds on winning a majority. If an election were held today, based on current polling, the projection is for the Liberals to win 176 seats. That's a very slim majority, but what would have been unthinkably strong results just a few months ago.
I remember looking at the numbers just as Chrystia Freeland was resigning as finance minister. The Liberals were projected to win fewer seats than the Bloc Québécois, not in Quebec, from coast to coast.
It's the shift in the poll is wild. Everybody was writing the Liberals' obituary, frankly. And once Trudeau said he was going to step aside, immediately there seemed to be a shift in the mood, a shift in the polls. Then Donald Trump comes in and he ramps up his talk on tariffs.
If not sooner.
So I think those factors contributed to a real reversal in what we were seeing in terms of popular support.
Now, let me be clear. Polls and projections are not outcomes. They can also be wrong, but they're helpful to identify changes over time, shifts in momentum. And what is undeniably true is that Canadians have had to deal with a major change over the last 2 months.
I'd like to see Canada become our 51st state.
We have a tremendous deficit with Canada.
We don't need them to make our cars. We don't need them to give us lumber.
We subsidize Canada by the tune of about $200 billion a year.
Oh my God.
And for what?
This has played to the advantage of the Liberals for two big reasons. One, they're the party in power. They've had first crack at making a stand against Donald Trump's second term in the White House.
There's no question that it has been to the benefit of the Liberals, Mark Carney in particular. But you saw the public's view of Trudeau improve in those last few weeks as he was the primary voice standing up to Donald Trump, saying, you know, never a 51st state.
Well, there we go. It wasn't that long ago that we saw Justin Trudeau step down. Now we got a new prime minister, an election on the way, and a completely shifted board, if you will, political board, where the pieces have all suddenly moved around violently and leaving Liberals back in the majority somehow after having, I mean, basically been, like they said, they were writing obituaries for the Liberal Party. Justin Trudeau was running it into the ground so badly. But I think someone mentioned something back during the election cycle that I better pay as much attention to the Canadian election as the American election. Well, guess what? I'm doing my best. I am doing my best. Trying to get it in there. And it has begun, the galactic coverage of the Canadian Prime Minister election. Now let's go to the Foreign Minister, Melanie Joly, who had an official response to Donald Trump's recent verbal attacks on Canada.
How rude. Well, Canada appears set to hold a key election in the coming weeks, and it could have big implications in President Trump's ongoing trade war. Newly minted Prime Minister Mark Carney is expected to call for a snap election this weekend, and Canadians could head to the polls as soon as next month, just weeks after President Trump's next round of tariffs are set to go into effect. Joining us now is Canadian Foreign Minister Melanie Joly. Foreign Minister, thank you for coming on. You have called these tariffs an existential threat. What is Canada prepared to do if these new tariffs go into effect on April 2nd?
Well, listen, we've already put $60 billion worth of counter tariffs on American goods. These tariffs, Pam, are a tax on hardworking Americans. These tariffs are going to cost more to Americans at the pump and also when they go do their groceries. So we're launching an ad campaign today in 12 different states. Canadians are sending a message that there's no winners in a trade war. There will be job losses on both sides of the border, and particularly in the U.S. And Canada is the biggest customer of the U.S. We buy more American goods from the U.S. than China, Japan, France, and the U.K. So imagine what the Trump administration right now is doing to its biggest customer that is supporting so many American jobs. So that's why we want to make sure that Americans know.
So tell us more about this.
No, that's a good point. I mean, that part is certainly a threat, just a broad-based threat. Donald Trump talking about taking back Panama, or trying to annex Canada. That's not isolationist talk. No, you're absolutely right. No, that's Napoleonic talk. That's that shit. You're right. I mean, well, it's really just a large basket of all the worst ideas, isn't it? Yeah. No, you're right. It's a combination of two very juxtaposed, like paradoxical ideas, right? Doing all this stuff, which is in fact isolationist, and then going out and being an expansionist and talking about, taking over allies, countries, and whatever else. No, you're absolutely right, and it's this paradoxical moment that we are living through, and it makes it hard for guys like me to land on any one particular take with these things, because it's just so haphazard, sort of scattered thinking, and no clear, what do you call it? No clear framework around all of it. Just whatever Donald Trump's thinking today. We need rare earths. Where can we get it? All right, we're going to take Greenland by force, or buy it, whichever one.
Campaign that you're launching, and what states in particular?
Mm-hmm. So we will be having huge billboards along the key highways in Florida and Nevada and Georgia, in New Hampshire, Michigan, Ohio, 12 different states. And we know very much that these states are red states. But we're doing that because we think that we need to send a message to the American people for them to understand what's at stake, because this is really going to hurt, their livelihoods and have an impact on their wallets. And my message to hardworking Americans is, please talk to your senators, talk to your House representatives, to your mayors, to your governors. Send a message that you don't want these tariffs, because nobody will win in this approach coming out from the White House. So it is important that all together we work to prevent them.
So the EU is now delaying its retaliatory tariffs it had announced to allow for, quote, additional time for discussions with the U.S. Is Canada willing to do the same with the retaliatory tariffs that your country has announced for April 2nd? That is a day, as we know, that the president is calling Liberation Day.
So what we said is that we would be ready to put $150 billion worth of tariffs against the tariffs imposed by the White House because of a pause on one of the executive order coming out of the White House. We decided to pause the rest of the tariffs, the $90 billion worth of tariffs that are still under consultation here, just to show goodwill. I've had some conversations with Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State. I've been in contact also with key Republican senators, including Lindsey Graham. My colleagues within cabinet have been in contact also with Howard Lutnick and Mr. Besant. And so our job is to make sure that while we put pressure, at the same time, we're really willing to discuss. But at the end of the day, we very know, Pam, that people watching us right now in the States are the only ones that can really influence what's going on in the White House, because ultimately they're the first victims of these taxes that are imposed by their federal government against them.
Do you think that President Trump is using these tariffs as a sort of economic force to annex Canada? He had said previously that he would be willing to use economic force against Canada to achieve his objective.
Yes, he has mentioned that. And so when President Trump speaks, we take him to his word. And so in that sense, Canadians are fighting back at home, right here in Canada where I am. People are buying local. People are there to support their own Canadians because people are mad. They're infuriated. Imagine the case of another country saying that they don't recognize the borders of the U.S., that they're threatening the sovereignty of American territory. How would Americans react? They would say, no way, it's unacceptable. Well, that's exactly how Canadians are reacting right now.
And I want to highlight something the president said this week. Take a listen.
Canada was meant to be the 51st state. One of the nastiest countries to deal with is Canada. The people that, now this was Trudeau, the people that good old Justin, I call him Governor Trudeau, his people were nasty.
Nasty. What is your message to the
nasty
president?
Canada?
Well, my message first and foremost is to American people. We know that we're best friends. Americans and Canadians are best friends, best neighbors, best allies. We never started this trade war. We never called for it. And by the way, this was never discussed in the election that ultimately happened back in November in your country. So we'll continue to push back against that narrative. And meanwhile, well, the rhetoric coming out of the White House is so how can I say, absurd regarding the annexation and completely unacceptable. Well, we're looking at other partners. Canada has always been very close also to Europe, and we've been always very close to Great Britain. So we'll do that. But meanwhile, who are the first impacted by all this rhetoric and all these this nastiness? It's ultimately American people themselves. And
there you go, Melanie Jolie. Saying, you know what, if America doesn't want to be our friends, well, there's other people at the dance, you know? You don't have to hang out with us. And that's, you know, it's more than understandable. More than understandable. Melanie would say such a thing. And I mean, it's honestly, in comparison to the rhetoric that comes out of Donald Trump, all the rhetoric coming out of Mark Carney and Melanie Jolie, all the other Canadian representatives I've heard talk about this, very much more measured than Donald Trump's insane sputterings and ramblings. Very much more diplomatic, even if it's very clear in its tone, suggesting once again, over and over again, Canada keeps saying, hey, if you really don't want us to be a partner, to be a friend, we can be an enemy. We can at least, I don't know about they haven't gone that far, but we can be a competitor. Or we can be, you know, can be a thorn in your side. Or, you know, it's just wild where we're at right now. All right. Let's move on to talking environmental issues here. Let's go PBS Terra. Oh my god, what am I getting myself into right now? This is a terrible plan. This is an hour-long video. We're not watching the whole thing, but let's unpack a little bit. Go back in time, a couple months. Talk about the LA fires. Unpack the real story. What happened here? There you go. How's this feel? Nice little emotional break from talking about the collapse of the geopolitical landscape. Talk about one of the largest and certainly the most devastating fires in California history. That sounds fun, right?
That's hot. That's hot.
Okay, hold on. I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit.
I noticed smoke in the background over the hills about 10:30.
Oh, fire on the other side of the hill. Looks pretty close.
The wind started to get stronger.
By 10:50, air tankers are on site.
It is pushing directly towards Palisades. This thing's got a wide path of travel already. This thing is going to make a good run.
This was.
But West Altadena is still waiting for word to leave.
I thought, well, I'll sit here and listen to the radio in the car and see what's happening. And I'm hearing that the fire is going east. And I'm thinking that glow is not 2 or 3 miles away. It looks a lot closer. There's still nothing telling me to evacuate. But the sheriff came up and he said, "Lady, get out, evacuate, the fire is coming."
I know we covered this thing in a great deal of detail while this was all happening, but somehow this PBS documentary just, I mean, I don't even know how to describe how it feels for me right now to be watching this. It was not that long that we were going through all this bit by bit as the moments were happening. Oh my God. I've just been so overwhelmed lately with everything that's going on outside of the environment. I've almost put this thing almost entirely out of my mind, even though this was just one of the most horrifying environmental events that we've witnessed. And the fact is we cannot forget, and we must think about how we prevent these things from happening in the future, how we start changing society to stop fueling this kind of shit. Oh my God. And this year is about to be really bad. I've been saying it, and sure, it's prediction, but there's a fair amount of evidence to back up that prediction. And there, well, you're not, well, yeah, that hypothesis, if you will, but the, you know, I'm afraid that the future is going to prove me right. I hope to be wrong, honestly, because we don't need more shit to deal with right now.
Heavy smoke, which limited visibility. So we went straight.
Afroponics, haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you coming in with a Gary. You know, you got a 2-month membership there on your Galacticness, and you got more Garys. I don't know if you've noticed. It's been a while since I've seen you in the chat. We got a plethora of Gary emotes sitting around now.
To rescue mode.
But I need to understand these fires. What happened? Why did it get so out of control? And maybe most importantly, how can we prevent this from happening in the future?
All great questions.
So I met with Dr. Lori Moore Merrill, who served as the top U.S. fire administrator from 2021 to 2025. She was essentially the chief of all fire chiefs, and the first person in her position to bring a national focus to the rise of large-scale urban conflagrations, fires that wipe out entire communities. The Orange County Air Ops team flew Dr. Lori over the LA fire perimeters to survey the damage and witness the destruction in its full breath.
From the Eaton fire, where you can see how it just came right down the mountain and swept through the community. The ember cast here was totally significant in this fire. Embers that had to have been massive to have ignited so quickly and just fed this fire on and on and on from structure to structure. When we have those kinds of variables with the drought, the wind, the close proximity to structures, it was almost as if the variables have come together in such that this was inevitable.
I feel like you have such a unique perspective with your role. Does that make you angry?
I know this could have been avoided. We've been saying for years in the fire service, warning that this is gonna happen. We watched the Marshall Fire in 2021 in Colorado. We watched Lahaina on Maui in 2023, and now this. These are all conflagrations that are not trees burning, not a wildland fire, not even an interface fire. These are urban-suburban conflagrations. This is structure-to-structure fire spread, both radiant heat, ember cast, that really show the power of what fire can do, but also it gives us true information about how we can stop this, how we cannot waste this tragedy. Use this information to prevent next.
By the end of January, the Palisades Fire and Eaton Fire had together destroyed over 16,000 structures and killed 29 people.
Jesus Christ.
And people are upset. Early analysis of what went fire hydrants and lack of fire engines.
There have been quite a bit of comments over social media about the local water supply.
What is going on with the water situation? Why was there no water in the hydrants?
They can't fight a fire without water.
Do you regret cutting the fire department budget by millions of dollars, Madam Mayor?
Multi-million-dollar cut?
When you go through something traumatic, it's a natural instinct to point and try to figure out who to blame.
But could this much destruction be blamed on a lack of funding and aging infrastructure? Everyone I asked gave me the same answer. I mean, is that just a lack of resources? Because, I mean, that's something that I've been hearing, just,
No.
you know, in the national media.
You could not have had enough resources to prevent the destruction at this level.
Is there any amount of resources to stop a fire of this scale?
I could have had every engine in LA County. I couldn't have stopped this.
I even asked LA County's top fire chief if he had enough resources, could he have put out the fires?
Could we have used more engines and more firefighters? Certainly. Would it have made a difference? I don't believe so.
So if more water, more trucks, more firefighters couldn't stop the LA fires, was this disaster preventable? And how is it possible that the biggest and best firefighting force in the world couldn't put out the blaze? Well,
yeah, Cal Fire is literally the biggest and best wildfire fighting force in the world. Maya's completely right about that. Jet. How do member chats work? Does one just act like they're sending a super chat? If I'm not mistaken, yeah, it's basically like that. There should be like a, what's it called? Member milestone? Oh, is that how it's labeled? I can't remember. It's something like that, though. I can't figure it out right now. So sorry, but I'm pretty sure. And maybe Afroponics can help you if I've answered that question wrong. Oh, God. Hold on. I'm going to move this a little bit further. Honestly, this is just such a good fucking documentary, and the way that they are breaking it all down. Really hard to even break this one up. because this is an important conversation we have here. And the fact is, we need a society-wide, top-down solution, government to step in, not down, step in, to solve some of these things. Oh, God. I gotta pee. I'm just gonna play this, because I'll be right back.
Let's take a look at how it works. First, we'll look at how a wildfire is fought before it.
Okay, now, something we've talked about in the past, building codes, building, what do you call it? Building, God, I can't think of the words. Building, it's not really codes, because there is no codes around it. Like building homes in a certain way, modifying homes to deal with all of this stuff is actually incredibly important. We should break this down from about here, I think.
Cooler. At this point, Parks research shows that only one of these factors has definitively changed due to global warming: temperature. Record-breaking heat removes moisture faster, priming vegetation, fences, hedges, and homes. And that explains why fires are moving so much faster. So we're in Altadena today, and we are going to meet up with survivors of the Eaton fire. And just driving through, the impact of this fire feels different. The whole community is gone, and it's really been difficult for me to take everything in. But I'm very interested to hear from survivors and hear where their headspace is. Hello, Linnell. Hi, how are you? I'm good. Maya?
Maya? Charles Bryant, glad to meet you.
Nice to meet you. So tell me where we are right now.
Altadena, post Eaton fire, and you're at our home.
This is where your home used to be.
Right.
You guys are gonna rebuild on this property?
Yeah.
I've got the rendering already. I got my drawings done. Yeah.
You are ready to go.
We are.
Yeah, we can submit tomorrow if we want to.
The level of despair is something that, fortunately, we haven't felt, but it's so real.
And I think for this community, I think that despair goes beyond the, I've lost everything. I didn't realize 80% of Black families own their homes here. And I think that's amazing. And I think just...
Yeah. The impacts of this fire are going to be felt for perhaps generations. Now, let's get to talking about why stopping forest fires is not the only thing that needs to be done with all this. Let's talk. Oh, God. Let's talk about what was the main fuel in this fire. It wasn't trees. It was homes. It was fucking homes.
Can you tell me a little bit more about that? It's removing things like bark chips, vegetation, lawn furniture, and fences. Decks are also vulnerable to embers, especially the area underneath the deck. The first 6 inches of vertical wall at the bottom of your home should also be non-combustible, so that any embers that fall around your home can't ignite the structure. Those.
So I don't know if you see price tags pop up when you look at images like that, but I certainly do. And that's what I was referring to when I mentioned all of this about we need a top-down government solution to this stuff. It cannot be left up to the homeowners because, I mean, people their savings continue to dwindle. You know, seemingly every day as inflation just continues to get worse every single month, every year. As you know, wages continue not to keep up with inflation. As you know, all these other things continue to happen, tariffs and everything else is going on. You know, just people's lives get in the way of having, I mean, tens of thousands of dollars, if not many more, depending on what size your house is, where you live, to get that kind of stuff done, right? Especially on a previously existing structure. Retrofitting a home can be incredibly difficult and expensive work. And the only way for this to work is for everyone to be using this stuff, right? And if we're not, then the risk still exists, right? And sure, some people will be spared, perhaps, if they have the money. And we saw some instances of that. We looked at some of the homes that made it through this. A lot of them had already done some of these fire mitigation efforts, either in the original construction of the house or in retrofitting. But the houses are so close together, they act as fuel for other houses to burn, right? I mean, here, I think, let's talk about a little bit more. And then, good God, I guess we'll do break number 5. Are we at break 5 already? Jesus Christ, is that right?
Belongings become the fuel, and those fuels are supercharged. But even in these conditions, the experts we've talked to all say that home hardening is still our #1 defense because it limits the number of homes that will catch on fire and buys us time to deal with the ones that do.
So it takes longer for the fire to make its way through the labyrinth of treatments we've imposed. Well, then firefighters don't have as much fire to fight. And that fire that they do have to fight will be moving more slowly.
We can't stop wildfires. That's correct. We cannot do that. But we can stop conflagration. We can bend down the risk curves by using these mitigation strategies that we don't see Altadena completely wipe out. That's something that I am sure we can do.
To slow fire down enough to prevent a conflagration will take a strategic community-wide approach to home hardening.
1 or 2 homes being hardened is irrelevant. It needs to be a critical mass at the critical location in order to be effective.
Any different?
Yeah. This is the thing, you know, homes have a lot more fuel than a single tree. A tree burns down in, you know, an hour, a couple hours, depending. But a home can burn on for a very long time. In fact, I may have just overestimated how long it takes for a tree to burn down, actually. But my point is that a home has a ton more fuel and takes much longer for it to burn through it. Meanwhile, if you're in the midst of high winds, those flames are going to be bending at a 90-degree angle in some cases, especially with 100-mile-per-hour winds like we're seeing in the LA fires. And so that's going to be just basically going into your neighbor's, exterior wall, into their roof, into whatever, their shed, and starting another fire, right? But this is why we need a top-down solution. And unfortunately, in this moment, Donald Trump is doing the exact opposite. He's ending all environmental policies. He's, shutting down like National Forest Service people. This is the opposite of what we need. We need the government to take the lead and start, hardening buildings themselves to get to a critical mass in places where fire is potential. The fact is, there's potential for it everywhere. Well, at least in most places. And so, it's it is disturbing to think about what the next 4 years will bring, especially while we are literally walking into the hockey stick era, as we have so dubbed it. Not me, but climate scientists have. To drive that home, let's go here real quick. I need to get this queued up. MSNBC from 4 days ago. Jen Psaki, former White House press secretary for Joe Biden until 2022, I think. I want to remind us of some of the things that Donald Trump's policies are doing. Where is it?
Culture wars, actual policy of any sort, it's all the same thinking to Trump. And it's exactly the same thinking when it comes to the way he and Elon Musk are gutting the federal government. I mean, take NOAA, which is the agency responsible for things like forecasting our weather and tracking climate trends and responding to extreme weather events. Most people accurately see it as an apolitical tool for knowing what the weather is going to be outside, which, hey, we all rely on. A place where a bunch of science nerds prepare for natural disasters. That's what happens in that building. But Project 2025 labeled it as, quote, one of the main drivers of the climate change alarm industry.
Jesus Christ.
Think about how absurd that statement is.
Very absurd.
This is an agency made up of scientists who are literally measuring and predicting weather patterns, some of which are caused by, yes, the climate crisis. And they're destroying that agency. That's the goal. That's front and center for the Trump team. That's what they're trying to do. Now, over the past few weeks, the Trump administration has slashed hundreds of NOAA staff, including people responsible for producing critical weather forecasts and maintaining radar systems, and they're not done. The agency is tasked with cutting an additional 1,000 jobs, which means 10% of its workforce. See, to Donald Trump and his buddy Elon Musk, NOAA is just another woke agency that stirs up climate hysteria.
Illegal.
And so it's one of the agencies that has found itself in their crosshairs.
I love how...
But here's the thing. When devastating...
I love how just discussing the fact about weather, the scientific facts about what's going on, is somehow woke propaganda. Facts are propaganda now. The weather is propaganda.
Tornadoes swept across the country this week. It actually wasn't coastal Democrats in their path at all. It was states like Mississippi and Arkansas and Alabama and Missouri. States that would definitely not self-identify as woke in any way. And states that would definitely benefit from a fully operational and fully staffed and fully funded NOAA. What about FEMA, which provides essential tools for cleaning up and rebuilding after devastating storms, like the ones we also saw last week and this week? Trump and Elon Musk claim the agency is a political tool wielded by Democrats during disasters. I don't even know what they mean by that exactly. So guess what they've done? They've cut jobs there too. And Trump has even mused about shutting it down altogether. That's how they're owning the libs, I guess, right? I mean, that's their approach.
Immediately.
But guess which states get the most recovery funding from FEMA and the Department of Housing and Urban Development? Well, states like Louisiana and Florida and Texas, not exactly target Democratic states, those ones typically. Notice the theme here? See, the things they've already done and things they're planning to do actually hurt red states more than blue states. They're trying to...
Ah. Thanks, Jen. Appreciate it. So yeah, Donald Trump is dismantling all the things that are intended to protect or help mitigate or help helping people. Oh my. All right, chat. Well, we've made it 10 hours. Which means we need to take another break, 5th break. Somehow, we haven't even made it to the Earth News. Don't ask me how. At some point, I may fail. Just want to point this out to you all. I've made it this far, and I'm not giving up yet. Just want to give you a heads up, because we're at like video 100 of 170 videos. I might even be overestimating how far we are through this. I can't be sure. Boy. Well, we have gone through a lot of stuff. I have no idea where I am right now. Oh my god. Yeah, gotta take a quick space break. Hope you've all, just managed to stay awake this whole time, or whatever. I just want to remind you all that if you're noticing that my voice sounds a little bit weird today, it's because my microphone is not working due to the fact that my audio interface device is broken. It is not powering up, therefore my mic is no longer connected to the computer, having to use the internal microphone. So we are in trying times here at the Galactic Space Station, and if you want to help us in funding a new audio interface as soon as possible, do consider contributing on Cash App and PayPal, as I'll get that money immediately. Same thing for Patreon. Just want to remind everybody of that situation that has only just begun. Just started today. I'm honestly still having my fingers crossed over here that it'll just randomly turn on, and I'm, just kidding myself. I'm in denial still. I've had it for over a decade. It's very meaningful to me. But yeah, it's a sad moment in galactic history, the loss of this integral piece of equipment. Thankfully, we're still able to at least stream, even if the quality is reduced somewhat right now. Hopefully, we'll be able to replace it very soon. But let's continue with the galactic messages at the pool, where we can relax a little bit, grab a drink, a little relaxation, momentary respite. Well, I hope you're all enjoying the stream. If you haven't already hit the like button, don't forget to subscribe. Maybe even hit that little bell icon while you're at it. Wouldn't want to miss any of the latest galactic content. That's the best way to keep yourself up to date. Now, while you're doing all that, do remember that we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself, space fams. Keep the Galactic News Network on the air. So, consider showing your support by doing one of the many things I'm about to list. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, Twitch, bits, subscriptions, all the things. Cash App and PayPal, but of course the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars in the entire Milky Way galaxy is to, of course, become a galactic patron on Patreon, where a veritable cornucopia of benefits await you. Avatar on stream, shoutouts, and so much more. Anyway, chat, you know the deal. Enjoy this short space break. I'll be right back. Oh my god, how far behind is the stream right now? This is wild. On my end, the last song just got started. Oh boy, well, there's the sound. You know what it means, of course. The stream is about to get back in full swing. Okay, we just got done talking about the, if I'm not mistaken, the most destructive fire in California history. Now let's talk about the current state of fire season in the United States. Fires popping up all over the place. I am going to try and get through at least, I don't know how much of this stream. I mean, honestly, I would like I would like to finish this. I'm not gonna lie. Some of the stuff I've been holding on to since Wednesday because we ended the stream on Tuesday in a way I did not like. I mean, honestly, it feels like I basically just didn't stream all week. I mean, I was also sick. I've just been having like You know, like it's like pain. I've been having pains like recently, which is not good. It's probably due to stress and the change in the weather and the fact that I'm getting to be an old man. You know, I'm in my 30s, 10,000 and 30s, and then, you know, when you're that old, being over 10,000 years old is, you know, it's rough on the body. Okay, let's go to Tejas. As wildfires are burning in Texas, at least they were 2 days ago. Here's Associated Press on the story. Wildfire burning in San Jacinto County in Texas. I said that with way too much excitement. Settle down.
Don't be creepy.
Horrifying. Now, thankfully, at least from my understanding, there was not a great deal of property
we begin tonight with this
lost. Although I believe there was some.
We begin tonight with this
Excuse me,
major
sir.
winter storm on this.
Excuse me, sir. Being very rude.
How rude.
Damn, down to 3 books of flavored papers. That's very sad. I wish I was down to the point where I had something to put in what you're talking about. But right now, times is tough. Okay, and so I've been dry 2025. You love the show, but take care of me. I'm taking care of myself. Settle down. I'm fine. Why? You're not my mom. You're not my dad. Okay. All right. I'm gonna do the stream. Okay, buddy. No, I mean seriously. Like I said before, I will end it when I get too tired to get through it. You know. But I did basically take off most of the week. I streamed Tuesday. I wanted to stream Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, and today. I mean, I've been trying to ramp it up, honestly. With how much has been going on, I mean, even look at the majority report. Sam's been invading late night. Alright, I don't mean it that way. You know what I mean.
Illegal.
Like the majority report, they've been doing live streams at night because of how much fucking content there, you know, and how much there is that's going on right now. Right? Everybody gets it, I think. We are in a 5-alarm fire. I'm taking that seriously. And even though it didn't make it look like it this week, I was trying to take it seriously. I just, honestly, like my sleep schedule is also a big part of it. In fact, I haven't necessarily been eating right, too. Right? Like I've been burning the candle at all ends. The fact is, you know, making sure I have healthy food to eat every day rather than garbage or nothing at all. Making sure I'm eating at like regular times, exercising like I should be. The fact is, I was a very active person most of my life, but recently I've been more sedentary than ever. I've got a lot of stuff I gotta work on, But I also got to make sure I'm paying the galactic bills over here, dude. All of it. Got to keep growing the channel. Got to get to 1,000 subs. So many have-tos right now. Gotta. Gotta go right now. What is that? Is that an X-Lax commercial? I don't know why I'm crying. Stop crying, StreamLord. Let's talk about that storm. There's a storm that's blowing across the plains, heading towards the East Coast right now. ABC News from 2 days ago. It's actually it's arriving on the East Coast right now as we speak.
The severe weather, tornadoes and blizzard conditions in the Midwest, strong winds fueled dozens of wildfires across the South. Meteorologist Greg Dutcher from our Chicago station WLS is in Highland, Indiana. Good morning, Greg.
Good morning, George. And for the second time in under a week, tornado sirens wailing across America's heartland, leaving this morning, this damage. A tree toppled by 70-plus mile-per-hour winds blown into a home this morning. The snow falling as that storm continues off to the east.
Overnight, terrifying tornadic activity across the Midwest. 8 reported tornadoes in Illinois. Debris flying at cars on the interstate. Here in Indiana, wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour, taking down power lines, leading to this massive explosion. Sparks lighting up the night sky as firefighters arrived on scene. Multiple tornadoes hitting late in the afternoon.
I just saw the roof like standing up and going up in the air.
Crews clearing train tracks after winds ripped this roof off a warehouse.
It was really...
I assume this comment is directed at me, and Joe 47771 is right.
Awful. Weak.
Seriously, I gotta get my shit together.
It was scary.
Winds taking down trees. Sarah Lewis raced to her mother's home in Highland, finding the tree that had been in their front yard for decades toppled over.
The whole tree was outrooted that, I grew up with, and everything was on my childhood home, and it's very devastating.
In Nebraska, blizzard conditions leaving roads covered in slick black ice.
There he goes, jackknifed. Wow.
Cars and tractor trailers spinning out, ending up on the side of the road. Dry and windy conditions leading to wildfires. 38 fires broke out in Arkansas. In Texas, a wildfire burning through Sam Houston National Forest, prompting evacuations.
It certainly feels like weather whiplash. Less than 12 hours ago, heating tornado warnings to early this morning, having not only to pick up the damage from the storms, but also we're gearing up for a snowy morning commute, certainly a hallmark of these early spring storms. I'll send it back to you, Rebecca.
All right, Greg, thank you. And Ginger is here tracking that cross-country storm, which is on the move. Hi, Ginger.
Hey, it had so many parts to it, right? So many modes of weather, but dust and dust-causing accidents was one of them. Look at it, that big low-pressure system with the white there. That's the cloud cover, but you see that little brown area? That's the dust being picked up from the plains, put right over Arkansas, Missouri, and Illinois. You saw it on roads shutting down places in northeastern Arkansas. You also saw it with the skyline there in Chicago. Stunning to see. And now this thing is charging east. It's got 20 to 40 mile per hour winds, so anywhere from Atlanta up to Washington, D.C. and New York City. It's going to be a really windy day. It's not going to be severe weather, but it's going to be the kind that's like tough to get around. And then you'll see some rain coming through with the actual front. Baltimore, Washington, D.C. We stopped it at 4 p.m. Then tonight, closer to 9, New York City, most of New Jersey. Overnight, it's Connecticut into Boston. It looks like it stays rain now, but tomorrow, behind all of this, it is cold. Lindsay?
Where is spring? I thought it was here officially on the calendar.
The calendar and the atmosphere not working together this
got
morning.
it. All right. Thank you so much, Ginger.
Well, there you go. People under threat from this storm that's been crossing the country in all sorts of different ways. Dust storms, blizzard, fires being sparked up by all this wind as well. It's really a cornucopia. It's a cornucopia. It's a plethora of, it's the full spectrum of shitty sort of conditions all being sparked up by this one system, basically. This is a very generous suggestion. I mean, I appreciate that thought. Okay. Let's go to CBS Miami. Where? In Florida. Things are on fire.
It's hot.
Paris is right. That is hot. Fire is hot.
Breaking news tonight at 10. Firefighters beat back flames, pushing raging brush fires away from the only highway now open in and out of the Florida Keys. Good evening. I'm Elliot Rodriguez in for Jim Barry. Authorities are also concerned about another fire sparking. CBS News Miami's Larry Seward reports.
Yeah, Elliot, look, authorities, they evacuated everyone inside a 98-bed youth detention center. It's just on the other side of the fence. If you look at that orange glow, you can see that is where one of those brush fires is burning right now as we speak. Firefighters.
Oh, that look right there. Are you talking to me? And no, he wasn't talking to you. He was talking to you, to a producer with his mic line still on. Oh my God! One more time.
Inside a 98-bed youth detention center. It's just on the other side of the fence. If you look at that orange glow, you can see that is where one of those brush fires is burning right now as we speak. Firefighters working to contain that. Across the road, firefighters spent several hours trying to contain brush fire threatening the overseas highway.
Fire engines roared to face it. Wildfire raging near fencing along US 1 with traffic steering away from flames. Then Miami-Dade Tanker 60 parked in northbound lanes. Its crew grabbed water hoses and without oxygen masks or heavy firefighting coats, they battled, first spraying through the fence. Then they went around it. This crew waded into the brush as far as their hose could reach. On the west side of the highway, authorities evacuated a 98-bed juvenile detention center. Florida Forest Service crews saw fire lines moving too close. In the last week, they say brush fires burned more than 4,000 acres, causing traffic delays in and out of the Florida Keys. Smoldering wooden utility poles and down power lines along Card Sound Road keep it off limits to the public and dangerous for Forest Service crews who gave us a tour.
The ground is so soft, it's very swampy, the equipment is going to sink. We had issues with that the first 2 nights.
Authorities closed US 1 twice in 24 hours too.
So how long were you stuck in traffic?
I think around 1 hour. So this crew worked to keep it open. They beat down flames near Southwest 242nd Street in 2 hours. Then they rolled right into another firefight down the road. They face an exhausting battle closer to the beginning than it.
Yeah, and I actually don't have an update on that fire, unfortunately. I was so inundated by everything else, I did not look. I will have to leave that in this list so I can double check on where that's at right now. Speaking of Florida, President Orange,
Cyclone Cheeto.
Yes, thank you. Cyclone Cheeto has been running around the old White House making a few changes to the scenery. "11 hours in, still making great segues. Great job, StreamLord."
So here's just a little bit of sneak peek. It's nice to see some of the glamour inside the palace of the new king. And here is Fox News with bringing that to us.
Are you paving over the grass here?
What was happening is it's supposed to have events. Every event you have, it's soaking wet. Yeah. It's soaking wet, and people can't. And the women with the high heels, it's just too much.
That's who did the Kavanaugh.
And we can't have women wearing flat shoes, okay? It's only 2 genders. And if your gender is lady, you better be wearing high heels or you're getting kicked out of the White House.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So we gotta pay it. Plus, it looks nicer. Come on, Megan. I know you got stuff coming out of all your your holes and stuff, but
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
but hey, you can't tell me it doesn't look great. Much better than that old stupid lawn.
Yeah, and the women with the high heels, it's just too much.
That's who did the Kavanaugh.
That's where we did. That's right.
Amy Coney Barrett.
And the grass just, it doesn't work, and we have a gorgeous stone and everything else.
Okay.
But you know, we
Hold on, pause it.
and it doesn't work because the people fall into the, into the wet.
Living in Queens my whole life, I have seen a number of homes over the years that do this exact thing. They have the little front lawn, and someone new comes in and buys it, and they don't take care of the lawn. So what do? They just fill it with concrete. There is literally nothing fucking uglier than that shit. It is the ugliest thing in existence. And he wants to do this at the White House because the grass gets wet. I mean, it is absurd.
It's very nasty.
Sorry, I just had to.
Very, very nasty.
Unbelievable. He hasn't even got to mow the lawn himself. There's people who do that for him.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
I think we should pave it and make it, a little car dealership style. Get more Teslas in there, the new models. Here's a little bit more.
How exactly are we supposed to get a Cybertruck into the Rose Garden if we don't have a path? Come on. Absolutely ridiculous. People don't understand.
They said we have to do something like drapes or something because the light eventually affects it. And it's very cool.
Oh my gosh.
Just went up yesterday.
Okay, is it just me, or does Megyn Kelly not sound horrified when she sees this? She's like, why are you covering the goddamn Constitution? Why would you do this? First off, it's not the actual it's a copy. It's a good copy, but it's a copy. Why would you need to block the Constitution at any time? You're the goddamn president. Just let's hear this one more time.
And it's very cool.
Oh my gosh.
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
And it's very cool.
Oh my gosh.
Just went up yesterday.
What?
The
bewilderment.
Declaration of Independence there.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. I said the Constitution's Declaration. I was not paying enough attention, but the utter bewilderment in the voice of Megyn Kelly in this moment is truly, is honestly, drink it in, people. Drink it in. Megyn Kelly sounds horrified. What have you done, sir? Why are you covering the Declaration? Oh.
How rude.
It's got a little curtain. It's got the little curtain. I mean, it's actually pretty spot on. Like, I know they're saying it's so it doesn't get damaged from like the sunlight or whatever, but I look at it more as curtain is open until Donald Trump really doesn't want to respect the Constitution and do things his way. So he just pulls the curtain so I can't look at him back. Like, I'm breaking you, but don't look at me while I do it.
It's peeking through the fold.
Stop looking at me.
Keep Nicolas Cage from stealing it if you don't put it.
That's a great idea.
Obviously,
that's a great point. That's a great point. There is no other way to fool Nicolas Cage. And he's stolen it before. You have to put in every precaution possible, and a green velvet curtain is the most deceptive way to hide a document.
Science.
You get leftists are always supporting Nicolas Cage stealing founding documents from the American people.
I mean, this is what you all voted for. Like, honestly, I don't really care about the Constitution in the Oval Office with the little curtain, nor do I really care about the lawn and just covering it with concrete or whatever. I mean, it'll be butt ugly, but who cares? But like, this is what Donald Trump is spending his time on. This is what your very busy, always working president is doing. He's doing interior design in the White House and then
He's
going to
checked
the
out.
golf course.
He's
Yeah,
fetishizing our artifacts and going to whack some balls around.
like this is what he's spending his time doing. He's not working for you. He doesn't give a shit. He's outsourced his job to Elon Musk, and he's letting whoever he put in charge in his very.
So you see, paving the rose garden, putting a little curtain on the Declaration of Independence. This is helping America be great again. People just don't get it because they're a bunch of woke leftists. This solves egg prices, don't you get it? The more curtains in the White House, the lower egg prices go. You'll see. You'll see. It's also going to stop all the wars. That rose garden thing. Putin told me if you don't pave up the rose garden, I'm going to take all of Ukraine. I said, whoa, Putin, buddy, we're good friends. If you like curtains, I'll get as many curtains as you want.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, let's go to Venezuela, where sea turtle season is spawning on. Getting my brain is broken. This is what 11 hours of streaming does to a man. Breaks him down. Okay, we deserve this. We deserve a little sea turtle time. Venezuela. Venezuela. My favorite country. Except for that nasty Maduro guy. Environmentalists raise awareness on turtle conservation as season begins in Venezuela.
The first sea turtle's predator is us human beings. Next are seagulls, crabs and dogs. So it's important that we all collaborate, not only turtle caretakers, but all humans on Earth. Actually, turtles are the longest lived animals on the planet. They can live between 150 and 200 years. Out of 1,000 turtles, only one survives. So it's very important and it's our job to care for them and protect them.
Muy importante cuidarlas y protegerlas.
The idea is that they come to lay their eggs calmly. They perform this process once every 20 years. When it is born, it doesn't immediately lay eggs. It waits for a life cycle and it can be around 20 years before it comes to lay its eggs.
That's right. Humans are the number one reason for death of turtles, sea turtles specifically. But probably all turtles when it comes down to it. Alright, now let's go to this really genuinely horrifying story. I'm sorry. To go from sea turtles to this. They're certainly intertwined. And, we talked about this really briefly, but I didn't take it that seriously. And honestly, I think that's partly why I'm even, I'm horrified at myself. But this whole situation is fucking horrifying. And I am almost at a loss for words right now. I don't know if you can tell. But this is kind of breaking me inside. Like some of the stories that we have to look at here. I cannot believe that this is a story that I'm about to read off to you right now. But according to Guardian News from 2 days ago, a North Dakota jury has just ruled that Greenpeace must pay at least $660 million over the protests that happened over the Dakota Access Pipeline. That's right, you're not having a stroke. You're not in the Twilight Zone right now. No, you are, in fact, in reality.
I don't want reality.
That's fair, Mark Wayne. It is a bad reality, but it's the real reality. Might feel a bit Twilight Zone-esque. Like you maybe have slipped into the wrong timeline suddenly. But no. We're talking about over $500 million judgment against Greenpeace for the fucking protests against the Dakota Access Pipeline. Guardian, take it away, please, before I lose it. Why and also how? R.I.P. Greenpeace.
So today, the jury in Morton County, North Dakota, returned a verdict in our case for over $660 million against the 3 Greenpeace entities being sued by Energy Transfer.
Energy Transfer, a Dallas-based oil and gas company worth almost $70 billion, sued environmental group Greenpeace alleging defamation and orchestrating criminal behavior by protesters at the Dakota Access Pipeline in 2016 and 17, claiming that the organization incited people to protest.
This has been going on for, over 8 years. It is the end of one phase, but the fight is far from over. We will be appealing. There's a lot for us to dissect. We've only been out of court for about an hour, and we see a lot of issues with how the case proceeded and how it ended. And so we're just really analyzing all that. But one thing's for sure is we will be appealing this case. There was evidence in this case that really should have never entered for the jury to consider. For example, the Greenpeace entities, as an advocacy organization, we have engaged in a lot of First Amendment protected activity, around petitioning the government, around granting the easement. And those were things that were brought in when there really aren't even claims around them and when it's clearly First Amendment protected speech. So that's one example of just some of the things we're really looking at. We're going to be going through a deep dive over these next few days and these few weeks to dig into, what was admitted into trial that, perhaps shouldn't have been and what was excluded. And that's all going to form the basis of an appeal, as are many of the other issues that we've been paying attention to. I'm not surprised. I mean, when you look at the original complaint and this revisionist history of how Standing Rock came about and Greenpeace's role, this is another revisionist history of what this case was about and what the outcome symbolizes. This is an attack on the First Amendment. This is a very blatant attack.
Yeah, this is insane. Utterly fucking insane. Of course, they're appealing it, but if this appeal doesn't win, I don't know if it's gonna have to go all the way to the Supreme Court. But
what if every single?
I can't imagine. Why is this on here? I cannot imagine Republican Supreme Court ruling against oil company plaintiff. By the way, I saw somebody just use my Proton mail, which is in my bio, to send me a Zelle. I don't have Zelle. I don't know how to use Zelle. I appreciate your generosity. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to access this money, but I really appreciate it. Every dollar counts over here. I don't have a Zelle. I have no idea what that even. I know that it's a financial app, and that's all I know. Oh God. Okay. Wow, 11 hours in, you say? Good God. Let's talk space news. I might end it after space news. I'm just exhausted, Chad. I don't know what else to tell you. 11 hours in, and I have lost most of my spunky, whatever you want to call it, and am quickly deteriorating. Let's go to France 24 English. Talk space news. I'm still blown away by that Greenpeace freaking case. I don't even know what to say. I mean, the lawyer said it all perfectly well. You know, it's absolutely a threat to the First Amendment. It is fucking insane that anybody would rule this way. That any jury of sane individuals would think that Greenpeace owes fucking a multi-billion-dollar oil company money. Especially in the midst of this fucking climate crisis. But it wasn't, of course, Dakota, which is a very Republican state. A lot of climate deniers around. Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright, space news. Wait, please hold on. I have to do something. No? Wrong thing. Okay. Sell is included free with most banks. Well, I'm debanked right now, okay, pal? Can't use my bank account. Alright. Now there's a story that we've been covering for almost the entirety that this stream has existed. We've been covering it for longer than not. I know that because we've been covering it since day one, actually before day one, because there were multiple failed attempts to launch the Starliner that didn't happen. I think it was 2 or was it 3? I think there was multiple failed attempts to launch that Starliner mission, if I recall correctly. It's been so long since it happened. But we've then also been covering, since they got to the space station, since we found out that the Starliner had a problem, that they weren't going to be returning, and then for the next 9 months throughout everything. We have covered it, and we're going to cover it to the end, to completion, chat.
Phrasing?
Alright, settle down. Let's go here. France 24 English, 3 days ago. Astronauts finally head home after unexpected 9-month ISS stay.
It took 9 months and 10 days for astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams to finally leave the International Space Station, a far cry from the 8 days initially planned when they launched in June. But due to a technical problem with their Boeing Starliner, they were unable to reboard the spacecraft, and it made the return trip empty.
There were some tough times all the way through. You certainly, as the commander and the PLT of your spacecraft, you don't want to see it go off without you. But that's where we wound up.
Since then, the 2 space castaways have been on a weightless roller coaster ride. And for the past few weeks, departure announcements and subsequent postponements have followed one after another. But deliverance finally arrived on Sunday via a Dragon spacecraft from manufacturer SpaceX, the company of billionaire Elon Musk.
What was I about to say? I was gonna say that you're all actually deserving, owed, if you will, another galactic emotional support character. But since we're just gonna finish with the space news and then call it, because we're freaking 11 hours in right now, and I've got too much to feel like I should push on. We're gonna have to save some of this for tomorrow, though it will mean I'll definitely have a lot of content for tomorrow as well. But sometimes you just gotta know where to call it. But what was it? Oh my god! See, this is how I know I've lost it. This is how I fucking know I've lost it. I can't remember. I can't remember what I was going to say. I'm fucking broken inside. What was I going to say? Something to do with stream. Something to do with stream. Yep, broken. Brain broken. No idea what I was going to say. Could have been responding to a chat. Could have been any number of things. I have no way of knowing. Let's continue with the space news. What do you say?
All hooks open.
All hooks are open. And undocking confirmed. Freedom is free of its moorings. Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore begin their belated trip home.
Separation confirmed.
Undocking occurring right on time at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern Time. Good motion, good stability on Dragon as it backs away.
Freedom, SpaceX on the big loop, depart burn
Good
0
motion.
nominal.
Don't be creepy.
There you go.
Raid reported by the visiting vehicle officer.
That was the moment the spacecraft departed from the ISS.
And this is Zach. I wish we could spend more time with you guys, but many people who love you and whom you love are waiting for you. So safe travel, Godspeed. And for crew.
All right. Right here, Guardian news from 3 days ago. Let's see the landing. I'm gonna rate the landing. Scale of 1 to 6, 0 to 6. Like what's it called? Like figure skating or something.
We can see dolphins, actually, who want to come and play.
Okay, dolphins increase the landing. It's like a... I actually didn't see the land. There it is. There it is. It's coming in at an angle right now. Almost flat.
And splashdown. Crew 9 back on Earth.
Okay. I'll give it a 5,
Cute little pod
but that's
of dolphins.
because
It
of the
wasn't just
dolphins.
one or two.
It would have been a 4 if it wasn't for the dolphins.
I mean, that water just looks beautiful. We had ideal splashdown parameters today. Obviously, wave height, ne'er a concern. The weather is beautiful, as Jaden mentioned, in the 60s, sunny. Looking forward to seeing Crew 9 exit the capsule here shortly once they get hoisted onto the recovery vessel Megan.
We can see that recovery vessel slowly but surely closing the distance there between, oh, dolphin cam back again.
Dolphin cam.
And splashdown, Crew 9 back on Earth.
They're back after the longest flight delay in history.
From CBS News headquarters in New York, this is the CBS Evening News.
Good evening, I'm Maurice Dubois. I'm John Dickerson. Astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams returned to Earth this evening, back from what was supposed to be an 8-day mission aboard the International Space Station. It lasted 35 times longer, a total of 286 days. Wilmore and Williams were launched to the space station aboard a Boeing Starliner capsule last June. But it developed mechanical problems and was brought home without them. Early this morning, they boarded a SpaceX capsule along with astronaut Nick Hague and Russian cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov for the trip back to Earth. And Mark Strassman reports they arrived home safely.
Homecomings happen differently for astronauts.
We have visual on 4 healthy mains.
You're watching the SpaceX Crew Dragon's main parachutes open 6,500 feet above Earth. Heat shield first, its descent slowed to 15 miles an hour. The capsule with its crew of 4 inside splashed gently into the Gulf. SpaceX's message?
On behalf of SpaceX, welcome home.
A welcome back, finally, to Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams.
Ignition.
Wilmore and Williams blasted off back in June. Their space taxi to the ISS, a Boeing Starliner, developed propulsion problems on its first human flight. Their scheduled 8-day mission became a 9-month saga.
So I'm going to lead you down through the PMA.
That protracted stay, orbiting 260 miles above the rest of us, turned political. President Trump claimed they had been virtually abandoned in space by the Biden administration, a claim Williams denied to John Dickerson last month.
You know, I don't think I'm abandoned. I don't think we're stuck up here. We've got food, we've got clothes. We have a ride home in case anything really bad does happen to the International Space Station.
Dragon Freedom being lifted out of the water. And
back in the Gulf, it's one more step toward a Houston homecoming, at last.
And Mark Strassman joins us in Houston at the Johnson Space Center. Mark, so what's next?
John, a NASA jet is going to bring them here to Houston. They'll land at Ellington Field, which is about 10 miles from where I'm standing. And waiting for them for the last 9 months will be their families.
Mark.
Yeah. Now, I would, well, actually, I'm going to hold on to this little factoid until, well, right after this next quick clip of Sunita Williams, our favorite astronaut this time, galactically speaking, at least my favorite astronaut at this moment. 3 days ago, here's Sunita Williams getting out of the capsule.
And splashdown, Crew 9 back on Earth.
An on-time splashdown. Oh, it looks like we're getting our next crew member here. That is none other than Sunny Williams. Big smile, big waves. She, like her other crew members, now will be assisted onto the mobility aid.
There we have it, some waves, some thumbs up, and some smiles. We're getting some views of him now as he egresses or exits the spacecraft.
I don't like this guy. But yeah, there you go. That was the two astronauts coming off of the space station having to be lifted up and onto gurneys to be transported, as they're they've been in no gravity for how long was it again? It's almost been 10 months now, right? But 286 days. However many months that pans out to be. Less than 10. Not by much. Yeah, clearly weakened. Having been in space that long. Probably one of the longest stays in space. Not actually sure of the record amount of time ever spent in space without returning to Earth. Here's our last video on all this. Sean Hannity, Fox News, had Elon Musk on the show to talk about a number of things and why people were so mad at him. And they also talk about this mission to drop off and pick up astronauts from the International Space Station. Let's go here.
All right, welcome to Hannity. And tonight, in mere moments, Elon Musk will join us live from the Washington swamp. A huge day for Elon Musk, for SpaceX, for President Trump, and for our country. If you were watching all day today,
Elon Musk's he's coming in from the Washington swamp, you say? Yeah, you mean the swamp that they are building right now? Yeah, fascinating.
how could you not feel inspired, grateful, so glad that
grateful, so grateful.
Astronauts lost in space basically are now safely back home.
Should we be grateful that Coca-Cola makes Coca-Cola? Should we be grateful that Tide continues to make detergent for a profit? I mean, like, what are we talking about here, Hannity? He was paid by the U.S. government to do this. We're about to get into that, but I'll let you go a little bit longer.
Now, the president did ask Elon to go get our stranded astronauts from the International Space Station, and he delivered. He delivered big time. Take a look.
And we're going to stand by for splashdown located in the Gulf of America off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida.
And splashdown. Crew 9 back on Earth.
It really is amazing. I mean, that is incredible. What human ingenuity, engineering, the human spirit on display makes you proud to be an American. Mission accomplished. Just hours ago, the SpaceX Dragon re-entered orbit. It splashed down off the coast of Florida, safely bringing home Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore back to Earth after being trapped at the International Space Station since June of last year. Now, this SpaceX capsule that you see right there on your screen was traveling through space at a whopping 17,000 miles per hour before re-entering orbit and then gently gliding down to the ocean within a minute of their expected landing. Coming up, we're going to have plenty of politics surrounding the increasingly radical Democratic Party and Chuck Schumer's
the radical Democrats.
Media appearances today. It was bad.
So
he
bad.
Officially now is on the chopping block and is fighting for his political life, along with a full rundown of the newly released JFK files. But first, for a moment, can we just put aside all partisanship
yes, of course.
for a second?
Of course.
I don't know if some people, if they're capable of it.
No.
No.
I'm bigger than that.
Just take in this moment.
Oh, yeah.
How remarkable this is.
Taking it in.
Time.
Mm-hmm.
What we're witnessing.
Yeah.
History in the making. Right here, the United States of America. On Friday, the SpaceX Falcon 9 propelled its Dragon space capsule and crew into space. It's amazing. I mean,
so amazing.
In and of itself, what you're
never been done
on your
before.
Screen is such risk taking at the highest level.
Actually, it's not historic at all because we've been bringing people to and from the International Space Station for 40? I'm trying to remember when it was first put up there. Has it been longer than 40 years? I can't think. Oh, it's been there for a long time. Stupid. Not historic. Not historic. Or maybe he means the billionaire takeover of space.
And a few minutes later, the first stage booster, remember, performed a separation and a flip.
He is gobbling those Elon nuts so hard right now. Get Elon in here. I can't listen to Hannity any longer than this. Where's stupid? There he is.
These astronauts that were trapped in space, they were only supposed to be there 8 days. They were there for 286 days. He sends life-saving communications via Starlink to North Carolina and Tennessee after Hurricane Helene. He sent them to California after the California wildfires.
And he wasn't at all attempting to gain, data or to gain favor in some of those red states you just mentioned after Hurricane Helene. I'm sure he wasn't trying to make it seem, because he was completely intrinsically tied in with the Trump administration's elections effort at that time. And of course, I'm sure he had none of that. He had no political ambitions within giving red states after Hurricane Helene when Donald Trump was blaming the Democrats and FEMA. Jesus Christ.
He sent them to Ukraine after they were invaded. This is a guy working on the cutting edge of technology to advance the human condition, improve life, including one of the things I'm most fascinated in, and that's Neuralink.
Monkey torture?
Using AI technology and the human brain.
Monkey torture. Hannity loves monkey torture.
Hopefully one day we will be able to restore vision to the blind and movement to people that have been paralyzed. But now, because he's supporting President Trump and he's working to make government more efficient and eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse, this is the thanks he gets from the left. Elon Musk experienced death threat after death threat, Hitler comparison after Hitler comparison, some domestic terrorism at his dealerships.
Look, I'm trying to be nonpartisan right now, Sean, but the fact is, you're being insanely partisan and also a dummy. I mean, he is the one who brought upon himself these Hitler comparisons you're talking about. I mean, you don't do Hitler salutes and not expect people to somehow draw historical comparisons, stupid. Are we kidding here? No, we just have to be grateful.
Charging stations. You have Tesla's lit ablaze, Molotov cocktails thrown at Tesla dealerships. Tesla stations burned to the ground, shots fired into Tesla showrooms, one in Oregon. Early this morning in Las Vegas, another attack. A suspect armed with a gun fired shots into a Tesla collision center.
Sean Hannity shows more empathy for Teslas being lit on fire than he does for children being shot in schools. People being shot on the streets, people being shot in their homes, just people being shot in general. Cars being shot, though, oh my God. Sean, especially Elon Musk's company's cars, before they get sold.
That's too much, man!
Get rid of the Second Amendment.
Lighting multiple vehicles on fire and spray painting the word resist on the front of that building. This is not a protest. This is not a simple act of vandalism for those idiots at MSDNC. As Elon Musk posted himself on X, quote,
I love how he started this off with, can we not be partisan for a second? Okay? Just 1 second. MSDNC.
Violence is insane. It is deeply wrong. Tesla just makes electric cars. They have done nothing to deserve these evil attacks.
It's not right to do this.
Let's be clear.
Cars.
What we're witnessing is terrorism. Plain and simple, domestic terrorism. These left-wing lunatics are committing these acts of violence to intimidate Elon Musk, to intimidate Tesla owners, and anyone that dares to disagree with their twisted worldview. That is the very definition.
It is not to intimidate Tesla owners. It's all about, from what I can tell, it's all about Elon Musk. But you think what you want, Shawnee boy. I just realized that this is basically he just goes on. I thought this was, I forgot this was not the actual Elon Musk interview. This is this little SpaceX glow up here. Elon love piece.
Phrasing.
And, him saying we should be in awe of this historic moment, be grateful to Elon Musk for, what's that? He got paid over $140 million from the U.S. government to bring back the astronauts? Wow. We should be thankful to him for taking all those millions of dollars in taxpayer money from his business. His supposedly profitable business. He's certainly making plenty of money from the U.S. government. Well, they don't have a SpaceX, quarterly statement in front of me or anything here, but $140 million is a lot of money. Why should we be so grateful and thankful? He didn't do it for free. You know who basically did do it for free? Those fucking astronauts. Sunita Williams. Butch, I almost called him Butch Cassidy again. Butch Wilmore. Do you know how much money they made from all this? Now, I don't actually know what they were paid to do, the initial mission. But they made $5 extra per day for the last 286 days. So, by my math, that's about like $1,400. Am I doing that right? Let me do the math. 1,400, I think. $1,430 for 9 months of work. Elon Musk deserves our gratitude for doing something for $140 million. No, I don't think so, Shawnee boy. Well, it would appear that we made it through another stream, chat. It was incredibly long and maybe a little bit difficult. But, thankfully, we had each other to get through it. That's going to be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Whoa, what just happened? Evan from, I guess I'll just do it that way. Evan from Portland, Impeccable Living, McGoggles, Lovely Pariah, Mish, and Becky. But wait, there's more. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegly, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Normal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Cali Braiding, Deeth Cypher, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoa, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Tracy Eva, Mrs. Jan, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show with your eyes and ears. Just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month. Aw, shucks. Thanks, Godcat. Astronaut, squid emoji. It's a great super chat. I appreciate you. It's good knowing my hard work is appreciated. Why does the dog have cartoonish eyebrows? Look, that's Goth Dog's avatar, okay? I'll have... Not taking questions on eyebrows right now. Be right back. Did the snow piles get replaced? Well, we updated it. You know, we changed the set from season to season, from holiday to holiday. For instance, we're still celebrating Ramadan, technically, but we've been barely talking about it because we have so much else going on. But yeah, if you notice, all the snow's gone. Like, the falling snow is gone. The ice in the pool is gone. You know, it's all updating. Spring is here. That's why we got the sort of Middle Eastern style lamps hanging